and our support. Thank you very much, sir. And I wish our guests all for the inaugural session is also there. Rajiv sir, Gopi sir is there.
Sir, Gopi sir, he'll be joining at 9, 1 2 minutes.
Right, right. Just keep a hold on that. I welcome all of them. Yeah, Parnaji and Hariramji.
Yes, sir.
Uh, we are waiting for the guest, correct, sir?
हाँ जी सर, हाँ जी सर, आ जाएंगे सर 1 2 मिनट में, बस बोले तो हैं.
Yeah, I wish all the participants all the best. Yes, Rajiv sir, so nice to see you. As agile as ever, as young as ever. Good, sir.
Thank you very much. We'll be starting with the HTW
Yes, sir.
session. So is Mr. Gopi joined or is he joining?
Gopi sir, Hariram sir, you said 2 minutes, na? Gopi sir. Can you give a call, please?
Again, I'll call, sir.
Yeah.
Because morning I just give me, he said I'll be on time. So 9:10 he was expecting. Just again I'll join, sir.
He's just logging in. That's it.
Good morning, Rajiv. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
So Chief is joining, sir. He just said in process.
Dilip sir, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Very good morning. Saxena Sab. Has Saxena Sab joined? No.
No, not yet, sir. I think students have joined, participants have joined. Gopi Krishna sir has joined. Welcome, sir. Gopi sir. Gopi Krishna sir, welcome. Captain Meer Chandra here, Director NMC.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
How are you,
Good
sir?
to all of you, sir.
How are you, sir?
I'm fine, sir. How about you, sir?
Good, sir. Thank you.
Good
Welcome on
morning,
this
Gopi.
forum, sir. Welcome on this forum. Yeah. Rajiv sir is there now. Rajiv sir, as you say, MC are also there, yeah.
Give 2 minutes more and then we'll start the proceedings.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. First, we have to welcome Gopi Krishna sir. MCs are there.
Mr. Rai has also not joined.
No, sir, not yet. हरिराम जी आप केवल जरा कनेक्ट करते
Fine,
रहिए.
sir. मैंने already, sir, I have demanded, sir, and
आप
because
जरा
Saxena sir
connect
already
करते रहिए.
responded, he will be also joining, sir, soon.
I hope Gopi Krishna sir is well aware of this IMU and IMEI, DMECA, MSc, Indiva in this enhancing of skills regarding IMO model. It's like a youth parliament, you can say. We'll have final on 9th October, sir, and we all will be inviting all of you all. It is in physical form this time.
It will happen where? Venue?
Sir, it will happen near Siddhi Vinayak temple. There is one Ravindranath Mandir. We have booked that theater. Just next to Siddhi Vinayak temple.
Saxena sir joined. Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Audible, sir.
So, Hariramji,
Yes, sir.
chief guest is here. The
Yes, sir.
judges for HTW are here, please.
Yes, sir. HW, Saxena sir, Dilip Mehta sir, SM Raj, please.
Yes, Pandaji, MCs to welcome our guest, please.
We can start now the process, please.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please start.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, respected dignitaries, and dear participants. I am Cadet Tarishi Mandloi, ship number 9041.
And I am Cadet Aryan Damor, ship number 8914.
We are truly delighted to be your host for today's wonderful session. A very warm welcome to all of you to yet another exciting edition of IMU organized I-ESKIMO 2025 IMO mock session competition. Today, we are gathered here for the much awaited semi-final round of the prestigious event. This event is organized in line with the country's identified requirements for training the future leaders of maritime India, particularly in matters related to the International Maritime Organization (IMO). This year's competition, organized by the Indian Maritime University (IMU), is an excellent platform for young minds to come together and discuss pressing maritime issues. The competition would be incomplete without honoring the sponsors who are the pillars of support behind this event. First, DMET MERI Alumni, a proud alumni network supporting the growth and excellence of future mariners. Second, Institute of Marine Engineers India Mumbai branch, premier professional body dedicated to advancing marine engineering knowledge and practice. Third, Lloyd's Register of Shipping. It is committed to innovation, safety, and sustainability, working towards a greener future for for the maritime industry and our oceans. Fourth, Mediterranean Shipping Company, MSC India, one of the world's largest shipping lines driving global trade and logistics.
The teams participating can be divided into four distinct topics together. Topic categories. The first, MSc, development of cybersecurity standards for ships and port facilities. Second, MEPC, reduction of GHG emission from ships, focus on economic elements with reference to Industry 4.0. Third, STW, mental health, happy and healthy seafarers. Fourth, SDC, guidelines for the use of FRP within ship structures, each addressing different facets of the maritime world. Today's session will highlight two significant topics. First, under STW, mental health, happy and healthy seafarers. And second, under SDC, the guidelines for the use of FRP within ship structures.
We express our sincere gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Malini V. Shankar, retired IAS, and Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Raju Balaji, for their visionary leadership and constant encouragement. Dr. Shankar, the establisher of I-ESKIMO, has been the guiding force in creating this remarkable platform. Her inspiring leadership and commitment to maritime education continue to empower young professionals and nurture future ready leaders for the global maritime industry.
Now, this event would not have come to life without the dedicated effort of a distinguished committee of this purpose, who have been instrumental in organizing this competition. Allow me to introduce them to you. Mr. Rajiv Nair, President of IMEI, with over 28 years of diverse experience in shipping, both at sea and ashore. Mr. Nair transitioned into the oil industry, where he served as CEO of SAR Oilfield Services India. Since 2020, he has been a highly respected maritime consultant, lending his expertise to various national and international forums. Notably, he has led Indian delegations to the IMO and contributed significantly to the development of the STCW, especially through the STW subcommittee. His insight and guidance remain invaluable to the maritime sector. This competition truly reflects a unique collaboration of academia, alumni, industry leaders, and maritime institutions, all united by a shared vision of advancing maritime education and practice.
Now, it is with great pleasure that I introduce to you the chief guest for today's inaugural session, Mr. Gopikrishna Chokkalingam. Mr. Gopikrishna Chokkalingam is a seasoned maritime professional with over 32 years of experience. He holds an extra first class certificate of competency, MEO Class 1, a BE in mechanical engineering, an MBA in shipping and logistics, and an MSc in maritime affairs, WMU Malamo. His career spans 14 years at sea, rising to chief engineer, followed by 5 years ashore as DGM technical at SCI. Since joining the DG service in 2011, he has served as engineer and ship surveyor cum DDG technical, overseeing ISM, ship recycling, and fishing vessel matters, while also acting as leader auditor and PSC flag state control officer. He has represented India at IMO in MEPC, ISWG, GHG, and PPR, and is the national focal point for the IMO Regional Litter Project. We are truly privileged to have Mr. Gopikrishna sir with us today, as his vast experience in both the maritime industry and administration makes him an ideal person to address us and inspire the next generation of maritime leaders. May I now request Mr. Gopikrishna sir to kindly deliver the inaugural address. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thanks for the wonderful introduction. Good morning to all distinguished dignitaries, eminent judges, industry leaders, organizers of this event, and dear students. It's my immense pleasure to take part in this inaugural session of I-ESKIMO 2025, organized by Indian Maritime University in association with DMET, Mary Alumni, and Institute of Marine Engineers India Limited, not limited, Mumbai branch, Lloyd's Register of Shipping, and MSc India. This is a wonderful initiative. While global leaders are debating to decide the pathway for global decarbonization journey, this is an important step to encourage the young talents, capacity building, and budding talents of the country to nurture them to take up the future leadership for the next 25 years. We are in 2025. We have our target, net target as for the sectoral target as 2050. So we want to at least chart the pathway till 2050 and beyond the country's commitments for the net zero target. I also take this opportunity to thank IMU for taking this initiative under the able leadership of Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam, Dr. Malini Shankar Madam, and the team IMU, alongside the industry leaders and stakeholders. I wish the participants all the best for the mock session, which are going to be held in several areas, just as like HTW, SDC, MSc, MEPC. These are all very, very important sessions, and deliberations are very intense. Deliberation takes place in IMO. All our leaders who are participating here, they have they have the experience how intense the discussions used to be like. So therefore, under their guidance, all these students are going to get this experience and guidance from them. So it is a wonderful opportunity for the young students of IMU and all the other students, if at all they are participating from other institutes as well. I wish them all the best for the debates and deliberations which are going to take place in this I-ESKIMO 2025 for the next 2 days. While the Maritime Administration is taking several steps towards policy making for a green and sustainable maritime growth in the country, I earnestly request to share the outcomes of all these discussions and deliberations taking place in the next 2 days, and also the final, which is going to be in 9th October. 9th October. So those decisions will help the administration to chart a pathway. If at all any novel ideas or anything is coming there, we will discuss. We'll take up all those things in our shadow committee, which is participated by many of the leaders here also, like Raji Nair sir, Saxena sir, Merodra sir, everybody is there. So they will all help us to take up all those issues, in the respective sessions, preparations, shadow preparations. And with this short note, I would like to wish you all the best for I-ESKIMO 2025. Good day and regards. Thank you all.
We extend our heartfelt thanks to Sri Gopikrishna sir for his inspiring inaugural address. With great pleasure, I now invite Mr. Rajiv Nair, President IMEI, to kindly share the competition methodology and guide us as we move forward with the program.
Good morning and thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Gopikrishna, for gracing the occasion and from the administration setting the tone. And thank you for taking it on board that some of the deliberations here could find into the shadow committee works. So thank you very much for that. Respected judges, officials of IMU, dear cadets, the wonderful internal, external guides, campus coordinators, uh, and the team which has been building this up over the last few days. Before I start, we are going to be very strict on timing, so I would request the participating teams of HTW, the backend, please ensure that they are logged in and they have labeled themselves correctly. As per my records, it will be A1, B1, D2, E2, F1, and F5 of HTW. So please ensure that in the next couple of minutes, they are logged in and they are visible on the screen with their proper nomenclature. Otherwise, it will not be possible to call out by names. So can that be taken up immediately? Because I still see that has not been adhered to. So now coming to the methodology, and before that, a correction. I do not lead delegations at IMO. I am a member of the delegation when asked by the administration to join them. So that's the first lesson about IMO. IMO is about member states. The member states authorize official is designated by the administration itself, and it's an administration person who leads the delegation, and it is duly recorded in the minutes as leader of the delegation. Rest are members. So as an industry representative, we are members. Leaders of delegations are from the administration. So just a correction, and for future records, because I think this is the second consecutive time in 2 sessions that the same possibly cut paste is going forward. Okay, now coming to the session, we're going to start with HTW, and I am sure, Mr. Hariram, you have the judges' introduction also ready so that the candidates know who is be judging the HTW session. I will just tell you the procedure. We are, I think, about 4-5 minutes behind schedule. So, but I will still spend some time on that since this is the first session, so I think it will set the tone. In HTW, in each group, we have about 6 teams. Each team has already got a qualified paper which is available to us. They have been marked on that. As per that, now they are going to present to us about their paper. PowerPoint presentation is an option we've given them, and let me clarify, in IMO, PowerPoint presentations are not done. People are supposed to come having read the paper and having their points. You can introduce your paper, but that is generally through a statement and not through PowerPoint presentations. However, right from the inception, we have also felt that this is not only a forum for allowing you to present a paper, but also develop your presentation skills and all. So it has been incorporated into the system per se. So you get 6 minutes for your presentation. If you can do it earlier, well and good, but maximum, my suggestion, stick to 6 minutes. I will have 1 minute in hand to give you. After that, the judges will be negatively marking. And if it continues, I will, irrespective of where you are, stop you. Because time is of essence. You get only this much of time. So that is another lesson to be learned, that irrespective of what you feel, you must have your thoughts condensed in a fashion that you are able to convey them within the time period allotted. After that, assuming that we are doing this in 7 minutes, total gap is 10 minutes, you will be able to interact with the other teams. And I use the word interact because it is not a debate. Please have that very clear. It is not a debate. It is not about proving a point. The basic thing we want you to learn from this session is that every country which sits on the floor, every NGO, every organization it could be IX or somebody, has different viewpoints. They are all to be respected. The key thing is in negotiation to understand the other's position, not argue over it. Argumentative interactions will lead to negative marking. You're most welcome to make your point. You're most welcome to seek your clarification. And I do know some of the teams may have 2-3 members and they will be there. Please use that interaction time of 3 minutes very, very judicially. Don't repeat your questions. Have clarity on what you want to ask. Be crisp. You will not get a second chance. If you repeat, the judges are going to be watching. They would be giving you negative marks. At the end of all the 6 presentations or introductions of their papers, whichever the way the teams want to introduce it, we will be having a short break where I will be checking with the judges if they have seek any clarifications or not. If there are no clarifications, then that particular session is closed, and then we'll be moving on to the next session. The timings have all been shared with you, and we will try to stick to the timing to the maximum extent possible. And I would request the candidates to please keep that in mind. To ask for the floor, please use the raise hand functionality. You will be unmuted. If it is, let's say, the first session, unmuting will be only for the teams which are participating in that session. If you are not participating in that session, you are not allowed to take the floor. The judges, of course, have an overriding authority to ask anything at any time, but they will also be raising their hands so that nobody interrupts the dialogue in between. So that will be the process which we'll follow over the next 2 days. I would not repeat this at every starting point. I'll be giving the basic ones at every starting point and hope that all the teams will be disseminating this information amongst themselves. And at the moment, I'll just seek, is there any question in the mind of any of the participants? Please raise your hands now. Otherwise, I'll hand over to the Mr. Hariram to introduce the judges, and we will immediately commence after that. And I assume all the teams who are taking part in the first 9:30 to 10:35 session are already logged in and have named themselves as per their team. Thank you very much.
I hope everyone is clear with the instructions. So now we can proceed further. It's time to introduce you to the panel of 3 eminent judges who will be assessing the out-of-the-box thinking of the participant in the HTW topic.
Our first judge is Mr. Dilip Mehrotra. Shri Mehrotra joined the Indian Maritime Administration in 1992. In the year 2000, he obtained his master's degree in maritime safety and environmental protection from the World Maritime University, Malmö, Sweden. He served in the Directorate General of Shipping as a Deputy Chief Surveyor till July 2012 and also held the post of Principal Officer, Mercantile Marine Department, Mumbai. He has led the Indian delegation to the IMO for the Marine Environment Protection Committee 60 and was also the part of the Indian delegation at the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP 15, 16, and 17.
Our second judge is Dr. B.K. Saxena, the retired founder principal of Tulani Maritime Institute with more than 50 years of experience in the maritime industry. His areas of passion include maritime law, chartering, shipbroking, and arbitration. He has represented India at the IMO and has also contributed as a member of various IMO panels.
And our third judge is Mr. S.M. Rai. He is the first graduate engineer from Rajasthan to join the Merchant Navy as the Marine Engineer. He sailed with the Shipping Corporation of India, where he eventually served as general manager, overseeing new ship acquisitions and operations. After retirement, he became technical director at the Indian National Ship Owners Association, contributing significantly to Indian maritime policies. Mr. Rai has also chaired the Institute of Marine Engineers in Mumbai and served as chief editor of the journal MERI.
We are truly honored to have such an esteemed panel of judges with us today.
Now, let us introduce the teams of session 1, presenting on the topic HTW, mental health, and happy and healthy seafarers.
Are we waiting for something or can we start?
Yes, sir. We are introducing your team.
I require the teams to have their names. That's it. Because we are at 9:37, we were supposed to have started this at 9:30.
Yes, sir.
Has been joined. Team A1 joined.
Okay, sir.
Good morning,
So the
sir.
first team is Team A1. Shri Hari Govind Pawar and Jai Manoj Reddy from Anglo-Eastern Maritime Academy, Mumbai, with their external guide, Captain Mahesh Yadav.
Excuse me. I think I'm not going to spend another 15 minutes. The teams will be coming and presenting them. Are the teams A1, B1, B2, E2, F1, and F5 on or not? If any one of them is not on, we are going to start now. Team A1.
Yes, sir.
I can see. Team B1, I can see. Team D2, I can see. Team E2, is it there or not there? I do not see team E2. F1, I see. And F5, I do not see. If F5 is not there, then as far as I can see, E2 and F5 is not visible to me. So with the judge's permission, I'm going to start with these 4 teams which are visible now.
Yeah.
So we are going to start the process. Is that okay with the
Yes,
judges?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. From
Yes,
our
sir.
side, okay, sir.
Okay. So E2 and F5 are not visible to me. Team A1, are you ready for your introduction of your paper?
Yes, sir. We are ready.
Okay, then your time starts now. Please
So, if
start.
you allow to share the screen. Just a moment. So, is my screen visible, sir?
Yes, please.
Yes, please go ahead. It is not in PowerPoint mode. You can change it. That's it. It's okay now. Go ahead.
So, good morning, everyone. My name is Jai Reddy's, and I am joined with my colleague Shri Hari. Today, we are going to present our paper titled as Mental Health and Resilience for the Seafarer, Building a Good Shipmate Culture. So the shipping industry often talks about the safety in terms of machineries, navigation, and in regulation. But behind every operation in human being, if the human being is not mentally strong, no matter how advanced the technology, safety and efficiency are compromised. That is why the mental health is now often one of the most important challenges in the shipping industries.
Seafarers face unique challenges that people online may find difficult to imagine also. So there are several factors which are fatigue, stress from long working hours and irregular schedules, isolation and loneliness from being away from the family for months and weeks, bullying and harassment, sometimes without safe reporting channels and communication gap made worse the limited internet access. These factors do not just affect individuals, they impact teamwork, safety, and even retention in the industry. Recognizing these unseen burdens is the first step towards the safer and healthier shipboard environment. So, sir, our first proposal is about recognizing fatigue and stress as real safety issue. Onboard fatigue doesn't just make crew members tired; it reduces awareness, slow down reaction time, and increases mistakes. A single misjudgment while operating machinery could lead to a breakdown or an even accident. So, companies must strictly enforce proper rest hours and fair watches schedules. We also recommend appointing a certified training officer on board trained to identify early signs of stress and behavioral changes. These officers can redistribute workload and support the seafarers before the issue escalates. Our second proposal is about the connectivity and the emotional support. Isolation is the hardest part as being a seafarer. Weeks or months without proper communication with loved ones can lead to loneliness, depression, and homesickness. So we propose for the improving internet access, uh, but beyond connectivity, we also propose onboard emotional support tools, confidential helplines, uh, wellness apps, and space journals. A safe, stigma-free environment must be created where seafarers can speak up when they feel low. Also, our third proposal is focusing on the workload and teamwork. Uh, on many ships today, reduced crew sizes means every individual carries greater responsibility. If tasks are not shared fairly, some seafarers become overburdened, while others remain under criticized, leading to stress, frustration, and weakened teamwork. We recommend that the training officer and management teams on board actively monitors workload and ensure tasks are distributed fairly. In short, a fair crew is the healthy crew. Our fourth proposal is about the long-term change, integrating mental health into maritime education. Today, most of the maritime training focuses on technical and operational skills, but seafarers also need resilience training, self-care techniques, and interpersonal communication skills. We also propose raising awareness of digital disconnection. Sometimes crew members get so absorbed in phones and laptops that they miss the opportunity to bond socially on board. So we propose for the training must start at the maritime academy so that the cadets on board already prepared for the psychological challenges of life at sea while they are stepping on the vessel. For our fifth proposal focuses on the resilience. Resilience means the ability to bounce back from the difficult situation. It can be strengthened through self-care practices like relaxation exercises, positive thinking, and maintaining contact with loved ones. But equally important is the shipboard environment. If the environment is inclusive, supportive, and open, resilience naturally grows. Resilience is like a muscle. The more it is practiced, the stronger it becomes, helping seafarers stay steady even during crisis. From our proposals, we are also recommending towards the peer support and good shipment system. So we recommend two approaches: a buddy system where every seafarer has a partner to check in on regularly basis, and a second is the good shipment program where the kindness, empathy, and respect are actively encouraged as a part of daily life. This includes create trust and reduce isolation. This transforms a ship from being purely professional into being a supportive family at sea. So we recommend this to be integrated in STCW code. So the above mentioned proposals we propose to integrate in STCW code. These measures will only be effective if they are standardized. We recommend defining mental health and resilience in STCW regulation, mandating a certified training officer on board for mental health support, providing telecounseling, journals, and helplines are mandatory tools, creating a structured training matrix for mental health, recognizing peer support mechanism as a part of onboard welfare. And we also propose to amend STCW table A6 103, which currently covers the elementary first aid, survival, and fire prevention. We suggest adding a mandatory mental health and resilience module in this table. This will train seafarers to identify signs of psychological distress in themselves and their colleagues. By treating mental well-being equally, equal to physical safety, we send a strong message. Safety at sea is not just about uh, drills, but it is also about the mental strength. The foundation of the resilience must be laid early. This is why cadets should receive structured training, stress management techniques, suicide prevention awareness, and resilience. Respected members, this process requires we are urge you to review and adopt the recommendations, integrate them into STCW code and company responsibilities, and shape the future by prioritizing the seafarers' well-being. So, to conclude, a mentally strong seafarers means safer operation on board, sustainable careers of individuals, resilience for the entire shipping industry. By fostering a good shipmate culture, we ensure that the ship are not just machines moving cargo, but homes where public feels valued, supported, and strong. On behalf of my colleague Jay and myself, I thank you for kind attention.
Thank you very much, and thank you for more or less sticking to the time. I open the floor for interventions. I do not see any request for the floor so far. I'll just give it another 10-15 seconds. Otherwise, I'll assume that the other members have found it quite self-explanatory. Okay. I am now going to ask B1, are you ready to take the floor?
Yes, sir, absolutely ready.
Okay, then the floor is yours. You can start.
Good morning, everyone. This is Ankush from Anglo-Eastern Maritime Academy with my colleague Kumari Priyanshi. And we are here today as SCW Team B1 with the topic mental health and happy seafarers, exploring psychological safety, burnout, suicide prevention, and holistic practices at sea. So with your permission, I would like to share my screen.
You can share your screen, no restrictions.
Thank you, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Affirmative, it is visible, but it is not in PPT mode. But I would suggest you start ASAP.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. Let's start with our presentation. Did you know that almost 90% of world trades depends on seafarers. Yet, their mental health is one of the least discussed issues. Life at sea often means long isolation, heavy workloads, and constant stress. In our research, we focused on key aspects such as psychological safety, burnout, resilience, and role of yoga and meditation. We also conducted a survey to understand their challenges better and finally suggest actions that can truly support their mental well-being. Now, I would like to hand over to my other team member.
Thank you, Priyanshi. So, as she mentioned, that resilience, there are 7 C's of resilience in in a human nature, which is confidence, connection, compliance, control, coping, contribution, and character, which develop one's well-being and health issues in the maritime industry. Now, moving ahead, I would like to propose or convey my message by the actions which should be taken by IMO in the maritime industry for well-being and health issues for seafarers. We have psychological screening before deployment, enforcing zero tolerance against harassment with anonymous reporting, establishing executive lounges at ports for seafarers, and regular onboard mental health checks and monitoring. Proposal 1: Psychological screening before deployment. The, the purpose to have this action to be taken is access the emotional resilience, stress tolerance, and the skills of of a particular seafarer. The proposal should be kept by IMO to require psychometric testing for all seafarers at least 3 to 4 months before their departure. The benefits would be detection of mental health risk, early interventions via counseling, stress training, etc. The mental health issues at sea will be reduced, and industry practices will be improved, which will enhance the well being of a crew member. The other proposal which we have is enforcing zero tolerance against harassment with anonymous reporting. The purpose to have this proposal is to ensure safe, respectful environment and protect seafarers with secure and anonymous reporting. Why IMO should have this as a proposal in their organization is to implement a zero tolerance policy for harassment and abuse on board with strict disciplinary actions for all offenders regardless of their ranks. Now, what benefits will they have? It will improve the mental health and well-being. It will increase the trust and safety among crew members. It will provide protection from retaliation through anonymity and data collection to identify patterns and guide targeted reforms. The other proposal from our side is establishing executive lounges at port for seafarers. The purpose to have this proposal is to provide seafarers with comfortable, wellness-focused spaces for rest and reconnection. IMO to support the creation of executive-style seafarer lounges at key international airports will provide them certain time for themselves to relax, have have time for themselves. It will offer communication access to stay in touch with their loved ones. The benefits from our proposal can come out to be mental reset after long deployment, reduced isolation and better emotional recovery, boosted morale and workforce recognition, insights from lounges usage to improve mental health and job satisfaction. Now, last but not the least, regular onboard mental health checks and monitoring. It will promote early detection and continuous mental health support, which will emphasize mental well-being as equal to physical health. It will mandate regular mental health check-ins on board via secure weekly or monthly video calls with qualified professionals or medical officers. It will timely i- intervene for emerging mental health issues, normalize the mental health care in maritime settings. Anonymous surveys will be ensured with honest feedbacks without suppression, and data support global research will improve early response systems. These are the proposals from our side. And for the conclusion part, I would like my other colleague, Kumari Priyanshi, to continue with.
In conclusion,
You will
our
have to be
research
very fast on this, please.
In conclusion, our research makes it clear that supporting seafarers' mental health is essential for safe and sustainable maritime industry. These initiatives not only improve individuals' well-being but also reflect industry's commitment to valuing and protecting its workforce. With proper data collection and global research, we can shape stronger evidence-based policies that raise the standards of mental health support worldwide. After all, caring for mental health of seafarers is not just about compassion, it's about ensuring the strength and stability of the entire maritime world. Thank you very much.
With this, we would
Thank
like to
you.
conclude our PPT. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. And I open the floor for any interventions. I see F1. Can you unshare your presentation, please? F1, go ahead.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, respected everyone. Sir, may I have the permission to ask the question?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I just had one question regarding the ports. Like you mentioned that we are going to like establish big ports, like establish that kind of infrastructure where seafarers can rest and take some time out for themselves. So, like when the ship is discharging or when the ship is loading with the cargo, right? So
Right.
at that time, none of the seafarers have the time to leave their positions to go and rest. And after that, the ship goes for the voyage. It sails. So how can these small, what we say, lifestyle, we can say entertainment or just changing for that particular time, how can it really help? And like even if they want to stay somewhere, how will they do it? Like that doesn't give a clear picture around it. Can you please help on that?
Yeah, thank you, Team F1, for your question. I would definitely want to
B1, hold
answer
on.
it.
B1, hold on. Please wait to be asked to take the floor. Okay. B1, would you like to respond to this comment?
Yes, I will be very
Go
happy
ahead now.
to answer
So
this
the
question.
rules remain the same. If you want to take the floor, please raise your hand and wait for being given the floor.
My apologies, sir. So
Go ahead.
I would definitely like to answer this question. Uh, See, it is very rightly said that during the loading and unloading time, we don't have much time. So what can be done? The work can be divided into groups. Certain groups can be made, and the task can be divided equally among others. So when one team is working, the other can go and take the rest, can take the facilities of that executive launch, and the same can be done when the other team will be doing the same. This is from
Thank
my
you
side.
very much. Thank you very much. I see no further request for the floor. So, seeing no other further request for the floor, I am going to ask D2, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Absolutely ready.
So go ahead. The floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Sir, is my screen visible, sir?
Affirmative, go ahead.
Yes, sir. A very pleasant morning to each and everyone present over here. I am Cadet Anirban Debbarma, and with me, Cadets Abhimanyu Singh and Krishnarga Roy. We are from the Indian Maritime University, Kolkata campus. We are here today in front of each and all of you to discuss the topic as shown on the screen being shared, accessing and adopting strategies for the betterment of seafarers, mental and physical welfare. Starting with the introduction, as written on the first point, mariners, that is seafarers, do have to work for extremely long periods of time away from their homes at sea. And this clearly means that while they are working at sea for months on end, they stay restricted to proper medical care and proper medical facilities. They are prone to severe accidents and even serious illnesses that can even cost their lives. Having to stay at sea also at many a times results in the rise of psychological disorders in seafarers. This happens due to loneliness for having to stay away from loved and dear ones for long periods of time. Time span of work shifts also in some or several cases causes psychological issues. As in this case, seafarers are made to work or have to work for very long hours on end. Logistical limitations on board ships are diverse as they both encompass both internal constraints related to the vessel itself and external factors encountered during a voyage. Key logistical limitations like limiting of speed and scope of several tasks like maintenance due to finite number of crew members, the issue of resupplying of necessary provisions, rough weather conditions, issue of strict regulatory requirements are some of the limitations which have found to be the cause of issues in seafarers. Talking about the objectives of the paper, I must say to you all that this paper that we have made focuses specifically in the end more and more on the current practices to significantly reduce the psychological issues and psychological disorders in seafarers. This paper equally focuses on more innovative and much newer practices that can be brought to use in order to make life simpler and easier for seafarers on board ship. The paper, the 5 objectives of this paper are therefore laid out in front of you, as you can see and read. As this paper was made with an investigative approach, several articles of research have been thoroughly studied and looked into. Research articles in Web of Science, PubMed, and CINHL, that is Cumulative Index to Nursing and Allied Health Literature, have been referred to. Several keywords like anxiety and mental disorder have been used for searching. Boolean AND was used like seafarers on vessels and mental status, behavior disorder, and working hours in ships, teamwork and seafarers, manners aboard. Now coming to the vital part of the paper, the factors that cause mental disorder. First is exhaustion. Exhaustion is a recognized cause of mental disorders among seafarers. This is because of its unique, demanding, and isolated nature of the work environment on board ship. Exhaustion firstly causes chronic sleep deprivation, which includes irregular work hours, which are often long, poor sleep quality, and disrupted rhythm, circadian rhythm to be specific. The mental health outcomes of exhaustion are negative ones. They are firstly general anxiety and stress, secondly depression, and thirdly cognitive decline. Next, we discuss about another important factor behind the cause of mental disorders of seafarers, that is stress. Stress leads to mental disorders in seafarers by making them a subject to an intense and unique combination of social, environmental, occupational stressors, all of which overwhelm the mind's mechanism of coping over prolonged periods. The primary mechanism is the transition from acute stress to chronic and unmanaged distress, which results in conditions like anxiety disorder, clinical depression, and burnout. Stress greatly impacts seafarer sleep, results in cognitive impairment, and causes physical manifestations, which means that seafarers are prompt to seek medical attention for physical ailments that have a root that is often psychological. High risk work and lack of control also causes great stress to seafarers on board. The social and environmental isolation also is an important reason behind the rise of stress in seafarers. The unique living environment amplifies stress. It does so by eliminating natural support systems. We talk about another important factor, mental disorder and seafarers, loneliness or lonesomeness, as written in front of you. Lonesomeness is a major factor behind psychological disorders in seafarers because it works, it functions, as I can say, as a chronic psychological stressor that erodes the individual's emotional resilience and their foundation social support systems. The core psychological damage of seafaring life stems from the prolonged separation from family and home for months at a time. Homesickness and grief, loss of external support, and sense of displacement are some of the more important points to take note of. Multicultural crews, hierarchical distance, confined monotonous environment are some of the important points that come under social isolation, which contributes greatly to the inadequate social life on board ship. On your screen is the list of 8 countries in front. These are examples of abandonment cases on the basis of flag states. Coming to the next factor behind the psychological disorder of mariners, monotony. The issue of monotony greatly affects the psychological will as because it causes as it acts as a chronic low intensity stressor that leads to boredom, mood disorders, and most importantly, cognitive decline. Subjective slowing of time, the feeling of meaninglessness, monotony to depression link are all in a way lack of stimulating activity that leads directly to chronic boredom, which is as significant as mental risk, as I said. While it may have been passive, chronic boredom is mentally exhausting and impairs the cognitive functions that are critical for a safe job. Reduced vigilance and attention, impaired decision making are the results of impairing cognitive function and safety. Next, we discuss about social seclusion, another very important factor behind the psychological disorders of seafarers. The effect of social seclusion is multifaceted as it dismantles the emotional support network, prevents psychological relief, and just
Yes,
simply
sir.
defines the individual.
Can you
Prolonged
please,
symptoms
those who are not speaking, can you please mute, please?
Mike,
Raisa, can you
mute
please
yourself.
mute, please?
Also can mute, yeah.
Sir, Raisa, can you please mute yourself, please?
May I continue, sir?
Yes, please.
As I was saying, the effect of social seclusion is multifaceted as it dismantles the emotional support network, prevents psychological relief, and just simply confines the individual. With this, I would like to hand over the dais to my colleague, Cadet Abhimanyu Singh, to discuss in great detail more issues that lead to psychological disorder of seafarers and the solutions that can be listed out to reduce
Okay,
this issue.
okay, Nirvan. Now, continuing with the mistreatment factor, there are certain verbal or physical abuse that can happen within the crew or distress between the crew and the employer during the voyage. And if it is not eradicated, then it can lead to depression, anxiety, and sometimes even suicidal thoughts. Although there are certain regulations for the same, but they are not enforced properly
You have
at the
another
time.
30 seconds to wind up. That's it.
Yes, sir. So, in conclusion, the result we get is that seafarers' mood is dynamic according to the work cycle. It is not constant every time. It keeps changing with the time. Like at the end of the voyage, the seafarer is happiest, and when there is the time to join ship, the seafarer is at its lowest mood. So, we have talked about the problems, but what are the conclusions and solutions to this problem? The solutions and conclusion are we should promote group exercises and a healthy interaction between the crew and all the officers on board. There should not be any communication gap, and encouraging physical activities will also lead to eradicate this problem. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And I now open the floor for any intervention. F1, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Once again, good morning, everyone. So, may I ask the question?
Please go ahead. When you have the floor, please don't
Okay, sir.
again ask
Thank
me.
you. Yeah, sure. I had just one question regarding that abandonment case because that is something which is becoming talk of the town everywhere. So when these ships are abandoned, we all know that seafarers cannot leave the ships. Like even if they leave the ships, they will miss on their salaries and the medical benefits and whatever they get from that. So in that case, how can whatever we mentioned here? So how can this help? Because even if we have the psychologists or the people who are willing to help them somehow, the medical help which we provide them, they need to move out of that ship. a medical expert cannot board that abandoned ship and help them out, because that is not feasible. So in that case, how do we plan to tackle it? Thank you.
It is the human nature of ours.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Would you like to respond? Then please
Yes, sir. I
raise
would
your
like
hand,
to respond.
ask for the floor. Please raise your hand, ask for the floor. Because I think unless we set these things in motion, you'll not understand. You will not get the floor until you raise your hand.
My apologies, sir. It is the basic human nature that
I would
many-
request you to first raise your hand.
Yes, sir.
Yes, D2, you may now respond.
Yes, sir. It is the basic human nature of ours that in many cases prevents us from working. And in conditions like these, when conditions are hostile, when we are away from our loved and dear ones for prolonged periods of time, and when we are in an environment which we definitely do not prefer, we tend to get into these kinds of behavioral activities that absolutely does not convince our superiors. I think it is the mental resilience and it is the mental health strength of the individuals that needs to be developed. And more importantly, I think it is the will of us human beings working on board ship, us seafarers, that needs to increase. That is my answer.
Thank you very much. I see Mr. Dilip Mehrotra has raised his hand. Sir, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify, in one of your proposal, you have stated that partners to accompany and work where feasible. Can you just clarify on this?
Pardon, sir? Could you please repeat the question?
In one of your proposal, in one of your slide, you have mentioned that partners to accompany, and if
Yes, sir.
feasible, they can work and assist in their work also. So what, can you explain on this?
Sir, I discussed the idea of lonesomeness or loneliness, as I called it, in great detail. And loneliness or lonesomeness is without a doubt a great factor, a great contributor to mental disorder and psychological disorders among seafarers. Sir, this solution that was proposed by my colleague Abhimanyu Singh was an proposal to eradicate that problem or reduce that problem up to a significant extent, sir. But when I say that partners should accompany the seafarers of whom we are talking about, I do not mean that the partners necessarily have to be of the opposite gender. It can be of the same gender. This is just a proposal that we have proposed so that we can eradicate or significantly reduce the issue of lonesomeness or loneliness.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I see no further requests for the floor, so I am going to ask E2, are you ready? Team E2?
Yes, sir. I'm good to go, sir.
Okay. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Homes. That's why I'm presenting this from my home. I would, with your permission, like to share the screen and directly move to the part. Sir, can you confirm if my screen is visible?
Affirmative, visible. You can proceed.
The crisis, I would like to highlight why we should focus on the seafarers' mental health. If you observe,
But right
there's a
now I
quote.
cannot see your screen. It has gone black.
Let me. So maybe this would help. Is this visible?
Yes, it is visible. Go ahead.
Yes. So the statistics we paint before a devastated picture is this. These are the statistics of analytical things we have. There's a quote, if I focus, this is like by a 26-year-old Indian seafarer. He stated that by month 8, I was crying every night, and no amount of money is worth losing yourself. It is not a hidden fact from us that most of the joinees we have, the men and the women, are mostly in this field for money. They compromise everything in regard of getting a handsome amount of money after they go ashore. But despite they are sailing, when they are on board, it's important for us to look also onto their health, onto their mental health, and the problems. Now, we have seen and we have researched, and this is a fact, that one lakh seafarers in developing nations especially. If we see for a developed nation, the contract length is of 6 months, while countries like E2, which I have been assigned, has a contract length of 9+ months. Training coverage have less than 20 vessels have training mental health training coverage, and the resources only 12% have onboard health mental health resource. So this is a alarming, a concerning thing which we should look on up to. The next we move is the factors and research evidence. The biological stressors, circadian rhythm disruption from irregular schedules. As we all know, we are from the maritime field. There is no regular schedule in the ship. If you have to work, you have to work continuously. That can be from day to night and night to day again. Poor nutrition due to limited fresh food access, and environmental hazard affecting physical health. If you move to the psychological factors, attachment disruption from family separation. See, if we joined ship at the age of 2021, the youngsters, mostly youngsters are there from, be it my seniors or someone, and we have real life experiences where we have heard the stories, that the personal stories where they were too homesick and they were missing their families and they were emotionally drained because of that.
I
He's
think you
frozen.
are losing your signal. I think we have lost connection with the team E2.
So is it clear?
Yeah, you're back on screen now. So, but you'll have to speed up.
I'm sorry for the disruption. I'm at a rural area, so the network problem is there. I apologize. And I was highlighting the psychological factors. Now moving to social challenges like extended family separation causing relationship strain. At these ages, we have a relationship foundation to our family, to our other peoples, which causes a separation strain into us. Cultural stigma preventing help-seeking behavior. We are forbidden from asking for help often if we see this, and dramatically reduced access to mental health care, which is obvious. I don't think any one of us is very open to asking for mental health care as a care. Now, psychological and cultural foundations. Now, maritime existentialism is a unique identity challenges where seafarers face profound isolation that disconnects them from their sense of self and purpose, leading to existential questioning about their role and meaning. Often, if we spend too much time with ourselves in ship, we would find deep insights us. But it's very engaging thing, and we hardly get any time thinking about our own lives. We are so busy with our work that we don't get any time to think about ourselves.
We seem to have lost the connection again.
Hinduist philosophy, we can observe that simple uh, reliances like meditation and worshipping can be very can reduce the mental health stress and the anxiety within us to very extent. Now, Bhagavad Gita parallels. Bhagavad Gita is an ancient text from the Hindu philosophy that teaches about maintaining inner balance, like the soul, while fulfilling duty resonate deeply with seafarers who must perform critical tasks. Now, him by simple meditation and worshipping practices. Challenges unique to developing nations. Economic pressures are there, healthcare defects, and cultural stigma. Mentality of that they have to fulfill this on the terms of money. Healthcare defects is there and cultural stigma, as I have mentioned earlier. Vulnerable population. Now we see the gender disparities. The female seafarers only 0.8% in developing nations versus 2.1 in developed nation. This is the difference. Mental health impact. At 2.3 times higher depression rates and career retention, that 85% exit within 10 years due to inadequate support. If you go to age specific, young cadets are there from 18 to 25, they have just joined the ship. They have 3.7% higher suicide rates. And this is a fact. Dropout rates 52% within first 2 years and 34% engage in problematic alcohol use. 89% intersectional risk of young female seafarers report significant mental health impact due to sexual harassment.
You, I think we lost him again.
Proposed in this priority wise categorization. The
Can
two
you
are
start winding up? You are out of time very,
yes, yes,
very seriously. So please conclude in the next 30 seconds and then we'll be cutting you off.
sure, sir. Uh, Primary two consideration, that is SMS based support and offline apps. 73% and 67% engagement are there. Secondary can be peer networks and telemedicines. Now this is three-tier prevention model, which is tertiary, secondary, primary. Which is first is crisis intervention, telemedicine, and post-voyage care. Next is early screening, peer support, and digital apps. Primary is universal education and family preparation. Now strategic recommendation and implementation.
I think we'll have to stop you at that, and it is appears that your connection is not stable. Let's just wait for E2 to come back online.
I'm back, sir.
Okay, yeah, you can stop sharing your screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And it is again my request. I think sufficient time is there. We have been saying, please ensure your connectivity is there. It's your responsibility to be in a place where you have a stable internet connection. Uh, I'm opening the floor for any interventions, of course, just to share at least. I couldn't track it very well because in between there were too many times your network blacked out. But anyway, I open the floor for interventions. Seeing none, I am moving on to F1. Are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, sir. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are audible.
All right. Just a second, sir.
Yes, your presentation is visible, but not in presentation mode. And you can start now.
A very good morning, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, and everyone present here. I'm Shivani Jyoti, here with my teammate Amar Gupta, representing Team HTWF1. Our paper focuses on the objective of strengthening seafarers' mental resilience through structured and productive support systems and amendments to the STCW Convention. So, as an NGO, it is our responsibility to provide the seafarers a safe and secure working environment, as they are the ones who stay in the ships and battle through these rough oceans and ensure that we receive our cargo safely and securely. And this is one of the major reasons why we all are here and we are representing this document and advocating for the same. So, I would like to bring your attention to the slide below here. So, we have a table where we are talking about the developed nation and the developing nation. So, if you check upon the depression analysis here, the developed nations are having much lesser stats here apart from what we are seeing in the developing nations. We can see that 19.5 Indian seafarers report depressions, 58.3 had sleep problems, 75.1% showed poor coping behaviors, and these all data is from IS-1 2020, BMC Public Health 2013, and ILO 2018. Apart from this, if you're talking about the contract length, we have also 4 to 6 months in developed nations, and in developing nations, we have 9 to 12 months. So, this itself shows us that the regulatory approach of a developed nation and a developing nation are two different things. In a developed nation, they are more proactive in nature and they're trying to put up things so that we do not have to go in a situation where we have to start reacting to it. But in a developing nation, it's the opposite. We're having a reactive approach and we are waiting so we can cope up something to that. So apart from this, when we did the research, we also found out in the comprehensive review of the 1978 STCW Convention and Code, chaired by Captain Kathleen Burns. Is the slide visible? Sorry to interrupt. Is the slides visible for you all?
Slide is visible, but not in presentation mode. So you can just convert to presentation mode and continue.
Yeah, sorry. Please press, yeah, thank you. So I'll just carry on with the presentation. So comprehensive review. So as I was telling about the comprehensive review of the 1978 STC Convention and Code, chaired by Captain Kathleen Brunos in the US, met from 10 to 13 February 2025. Under the Appendix 11, Mental Health, Psychological Safety, and Gender and Cultural Diversity, we also find a lot of gaps in it. And apart from that, when we had an internship opportunity in Jan Bakshi this summer, we also had a case study where there was a ship named MV Engineer who had to come to Kandla for discharging of the material, but unfortunately, the master of the vessel had to disperse one of its crew members to Ukrainian back because he was suffering from severe depression and was mentally unfit to continue the sailing. And that is why we are bringing up this proposal because of all these reasons. We are inviting the committee to consider measures to address the absence of the binding provision and psychological well-being within the STCW Convention. So our major proposal here is to consider a development of standardized regulatory framework jointly established by the IMO and WHO, mandating port health organizations to integrate brief counselor-led mental health assessments into free critique processes via our proposed digital help, the SIAC. So, what exactly free critique process is? We all know that when a ship is coming to a nation, there is this free critique process which we follow to check whether if they are coming from the yellow fever state or not. So, similarly, when this is happening, the people or the doctors or the counselors or the trainers from the PHO can go board the ships during this process and check if the cadets or if the seafarers or the crew members need any help. And that is why we are bringing in a proposal of the SIAC. So SIAC is basically a crew emotional check-in kiosk system which acts as a proactive solution designed to bridge the gap between the ship and the shore. We all know that we have a lot of organizations, NGOs working towards this, like us, like ISWAN Seafarers, IMO, BMC, EMSA. So we are trying to act as an intermediate. The SIAC is trying to act as an intermediate between these NGOs and the seafarers so that we can bring the data through just one tap. So that is what our main proposal is all about. Moving on to the other proposals which we've put forward is to consider the amendment of the STC Convention and Code, which I mentioned earlier. Then to review the company responsibilities, because many companies are pushing the captain to, ask the crews to do multiple bridge, like a longer time of bridge watching, and this all are coming under the company responsibility. So reviewing on that is also something which is very important to be proposed here. Then we also recommend to develop of IMO endorsed mental health guidance even to the developing countries, because yes, we do have it in the developed countries, but still in developing countries it is still on process. So we need to fasten that up and expand it so that every individual is heard. And apart from that, the early sign in sign off cases which we feel and which we have heard in many of the cases, even when the presentations are also happening. So anxious seafarers request early sign off prior to anticipated rough weathers and everything. So this is actually disrupting the whole voyage of the system and our opportunity for a fair crew rotation. So these things also to be taken care of is our proposal. So our IMO strategic goals are also aligning to this, because we are focusing mainly on goal 3, that is to ensure the safety and security of the shipping, also respond to the human element. And I believe that we are all here to work on the human element aspect here. So I would love to conclude by saying that seafarers keep global trade moving. Their well-being is the industry's anchor. Mental health challenges remain unseen yet critical to safety and operational continuity. Hence, that is why we have proposed 5 proposals in front of the committee. So we are trying to bridge the gap between the developed and developing nations, as it is essential for equity and safety at sea. So a ship cannot sail steadily if the mind's steering is not in peace. Every seafarer deserves to feel seen, supported, and safe. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. And you can unshare your presentation. I open the floor for any interventions. I see no interventions. Oh, yes, okay. I see B1 has raised his hand first. B1, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. My question would be like, what factors you will be considering to
Can
improve?
you turn your camera on, please?
Sure.
Yes, please.
So my question is that what factors will you be considering to improve the psychological safety on board ship?
We all know the current factors for which. Oh, sorry, sir. Sir, can I
I'm
start?
sorry, who is speaking? Uh, please raise your hand if you want to take the floor. So I see the hand of F1 is there. F1, you want to ask something? Yeah, go ahead.
So we wanted to respond to SCWB1.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Uh, there are multiple psychological factors which we have seen in everyone's slides till now, so I'll not put my focus on that. Basically, the factors which we'll be considering is, like, we have set up a system in it. There's the CX which we are really talking about. So it's like it has that what do you say? Uh, we have set up grids in it where it defines that how. Yeah, SCWB1 has raised a hand. SCWB1 has raised a hand
B1,
again.
yes, I'm watching the monitor. Don't worry about that.
Oh, sorry, sir. Like, I
So
thought it
you're
was.
done?
No, sir. So I was saying that we have set up a system in a way that psychological factors where we are defining that how do we make sure that seafarers are able to work on their well-being. Basically, the problems they face, the situations they face, loneliness when it comes to. So we have set up that system. It will be placed in a place where they will just go around and they can just click on it, yes or no, or maybe happy, sad, whatever their mood is, and that would really help. That will be connected to the all the organizations or the what we say, the NGOs, through which it will we will come to know that how which seafarer is facing what and what problem, and then after that, that one to one. So we have tried to make it in a very confidential way, so that no seafarer, because some people are hesitant as well to discuss about their problems in front of everyone. It's something which needs to be taken care in a very crucial and a confident way, and that too in a using as much what we say, as much lower frequencies towards people. Like, we need to keep it concise and confined. So we have tried to do it in that way. So that is how we are planning to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see another request from the team B1 again. B1, you have the floor. Please
Yes, sir.
turn on your camera when you take the floor.
Yes, sir. You talked about amendments in STCW conventions and codes.
B1, your camera is not on. Please turn on your camera.
So, am I visible now?
No, not so far.
Sir, I've switched on my camera. Maybe some network issues. Can I still
Okay,
go? Okay, sir.
please go ahead.
So you talked about amendments in STCW convention and codes. I hope you're aware of the decided amendments to be adopted at MSC 108/2023. It has to enter into force in January 1st, 2026. So can you tell that how those amendments are going to help, because there is a lot of debate regarding that still. So would you like to elaborate on those amendments?
Uh, F1, you want to respond? Please go ahead.
Yes, I would like to respond. Thank you for the question, HTWB1. So yes, you are right. We have heard about that, and then it's going to be proposed in January 2026, as you said. So what exactly here we are trying to bring out is that a lot of factors, a lot of things which is going to be combined, because still now we do not have a regulatory, a statement. Like we are having conventions, we are having solas, we are having a lot of conventions, right? We are not having anything specifically which is addressing this whole issue. So that is why in 2026 meeting we will be raising this, and then we'll be putting forward so that we can have a hold of the regulations, so that this is taken into a more serious way. Otherwise we wouldn't have been discussing this topic right now in this platform, right? So that is why we are putting it up in such a way that we'll get a regulatory hold, and then we can support our seafarers in whatever ways we can. So that is what I would love to bring here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see no other cards on the floor. And so I bring this session to a close, as I do not see F5 has yet reported. So we'll assume that F5 is not taking part in this. I hand over back to the MC. Now the MC, I'm going to take a exactly 6-minute break. I'll be back at 10:45. In these 6 minutes, the MC, you can introduce the teams that took part: A1, B1, D2, E2, and F1. And that is the procedure you can follow for the next session as well. After the session is over, you could introduce them during the break which I take. See you back at 10:45. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Sir, actually, you're not audible.
So you are muted.
Mr. Hareram, you're mute.
Yes, host team, MC.
Yeah.
So now I'll be introducing session 2 teams, and the topic of the session 2 will be HTW, mental health, happy and healthy seafarers.
The first team is Team A3, Cadet Bharat Bagh, Cadet Vivek Mondal, and Cadet Prabjot Singh from IMU Mumbai Port campus with their external guide Captain Philip Matthews.
Team B4, Cadet Tejashwa and Cadet Yesh from IMU-Navi Mumbai campus with their external guide Captain Mahesh Yadav.
The third team is Team C5. The participants are Rajat Thakur, Rajdeep Sivaj, and Kavya Maheshwari from International Maritime Institute, New Delhi, with their external guide Captain Harish Khatri.
Team E3, Soham Santosh Patil, Vedant Pednikar, and Shantanu Mudgare from IMU Mumbai Port campus with their external guide Captain Subroto Khan.
The next team is Team E10. The participants are Raktim Jyoti Bhuyan and Divyanshu Kumar Singh from the Great Eastern Institute of Maritime Studies, Mumbai, with their external guide Captain Philip Matthews.
Team F2, Kanika Chakrabarti and Krish Chanwal from IMU Kolkata campus with their external guide Mr. David Birwalkar.
These are the team for session 2. I now hand over to Mr. Rajiv Nair, who will conduct the session further.
Teams, you are supposed to be ready. Just after the break, we will be resuming.
I'm sorry, did you all introduce the team from the first sessions? We didn't hear anything of the first session.
Sir, actually, in the first session, we were running out of time. That's why Mr. Rajiv Nair sir said there's no need to introduce the names because they have been given the team names like A1, A2, B1, B2, like that. But now in the break time, he told us to introduce the names. So we're
My understanding was he wanted you all to introduce also the session 1 teams. But anyway, it's up to you.
Okay.
10:45 next session will start after 1 minute.
So I am back on. Can I take it over from the MC?
yes, sir.
Yes, sir, we have introduced the teams to everyone.
Thank you very much. And now we have again 6 teams in this session. A3, which I see is there. B4, yes. C5. Do I see E3 anywhere? I do not see E3. If it is there, please do let me know. E10, yes. And F2. Is there. So I have a question mark on E3 at the moment, but I will start the process. If E3 is there and not correctly labeled themselves, please do so now. Otherwise, we'll be assuming E3 is not participating. So, with the permission of the judges, can I proceed?
Yes, sir, please, please.
Thank you very much. A3, are you ready? Any of these teams, any clarifications? I hope you know your rules. If anybody needs any clarity, please ask now. Otherwise, I'm starting the session. I see no request for the floor, so assuming everybody is very clear, A3, are you ready?
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Then please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. So is my screen visible?
Yes, visible. Please go ahead.
Okay, so good morning to all esteemed members and judges and dear cadets. I am Cadet Bharat Bag from Indian Maritime University, Mumbai Port Campus, along with Cadet Vivek Mandal and Cadet Prabjot Singh. Our team code is E3, and our topic is Seafarers' Mental Health, Global Crisis, Policy Innovations, and Implantation Roadmap. So the core issue is, as I mentioned in the slide, the core challenges confirming the maritime sector is the critical mental health of seafarers among the global seafarers. This presentation will offer an in-depth analysis of a severe mental health crisis impacting the world seafarer. Happy seafarers means the primary objective to facilitate the convergence of the maritime mental health policies with international safety and sustainability protocols. Action required are the calls upon the International Maritime Organization, member states, and industry stakeholders to formally adopt the proposed policies, instruments, initiate the critical pilot programs, and establish robust funding mechanism. We we mentioned in-depth analysis of all mentioned points in our paper. Our next slide will be focusing on next slide will focusing on the empirical data that confirms the veracity of the crisis, demonstrating and alarming prevalences rates among the seafarer demographies. The incident of depression is observed in 25 to 30% of seafarers, a figure sustainably disproportionate to the 6% rate reported in the German general population. The prevalence of anxiety ranges between 17% to 26% among the seafarers, which is significantly elevated compared to the 5% rate documented of oil and gas workers. A critical concern is a suicidal intention reported by 20% of seafarers, contrasting with an approximate 4% average across the European Union countries. So in conclusion, the evidence from peer-reviewed studies we confirms a genuine and disproportionate mental health crisis that is necessity immediation and target intervention. So the next slide will be contributing factors, anatomy of crisis. We must analyze the anatomies of the crisis by examining the following contributing factors. The first is the psychological stressors. This encompasses occurrence of bullying, harassment, coupled with a systematic lack of preparatory training, evidences by 60% of seafarers reporting a feeling of being unprepared, manage mental health issues. The second point is environmental and occupational stressors. This involves profound professional isolation, exposures or hazardous physical conditions such as excessive noise, vibration in like we have engine rooms and machinery spaces, and documented inadequate sleep impacting 66% of the seafarers workforce. Third point is lack of reliable communication. The absence of consistent and economical viable access to the internet facility serves this serve the crucial connection to vital support system assure. The fourth point is work-life imbalance. This is a critical factor where even 91% of seafarers indicate that they are functionally unable to maintain the crucial family connections. The next slide is the consequences of inaction. Inaction regarding the crisis produces severe consequences impacting safety. managing and generating considerable financial cost. A key operation risk is a compromised safety, specifically in the relative injury rate among seafarers diagnosed with depression is documented twice higher than the general seafarers population in baseline. This operational risk translates significant financial costs. The documented costs associated with a single mental health related vessel diversion is near about 180,000 US dollars. This financial impact further manifest in associated effects such as increasing insurance premium and or many other financial losses. The next slide is the phased rollout plan. We propose a robust structure of three-phase implantation strategy from 2025 to 2035 for the initiative. The phase one will be pilot program and framework development, which will be from 2025 to 2027. In this program, we will develop curriculum specification to execute pilot testing of STCW amendments and then establish foundational legal framework necessary for International Seafarers Welfare Fund. The phase two will be of global implantation and technology rollout, which will be from 2028 to 2032. In this, we will implant mandatory global adherence to the new STCW amendments and then scale up the deployment of maritime telemedical assistance service, which will be known as MATS. The phase 3 will be long-term sustainability and evaluation, which will be from 2033 to 2035. This phase is dedicated to establishing the plan's long-term operational success. It also involves continuous monitoring and evaluating of the outcomes generated by the earlier implanted schematic changes. We will also utilize rigorous data analysis to facilitate ongoing schematic improvements and optimization. So next slide is the quite crucial slide that, as it mentions, the funding and the initiatives of fund allocation. So addressing the financial requirements for these initiatives, our proposal is that we propose the establishment of uh, sub, 500 million euro fund to cover this operational period of 2025 to 35. The financial mechanism for this fund will be the funding will be generated through a targeted levy of euro of 0.75 per ton of CO2 emission of fuel consumed by vessels making port calls at OECD ports. The third pillar, which mentions the allocation of fund. This fund will be allocated 40% for the training and initiatives, 30% is allocated for telemedicine service, and the 20% is reserved for research and development for the future, and the 10% is dedicated to the emergency family assistance of seafarer. The next slide will be focusing on the proposed solution summary. Our solution is structured around three interconnected strategic pillars. The first pillar is the mandatory policy and training reforms. This involves amending the STCW convention to incorporate the...
Can you start winding it up, please?
Yes, sir. So the first pillar will be focusing on the mandatory policy and the training reform. This will focus mainly on the amendment of STCW and the mandatory trainings. The second will be focusing on universal technology and the telemedia, as I mentioned earlier for the MATS. The third pillar will be for sustainable international funding. So this mentions how we will establish the fund of 500 million euros. The final slide will be request for the partnership and the implantation via a formal call to the following statutory bodies. The first will be to the IMO and the member states. We request the formal adaptation of the proposed policies and the immediate...
Thank you. I will have to stop you now. Yes, we will see your call to action on the screen. We can see that. You can stop sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
I now open the floor for interventions. Can you please unshare your
Yes,
F1?
sir.
You are not in this group. C5, you have the floor.
Sir, I want to ask a question. What interventions can shipping companies or maritime organizations introduce to reduce depression and anxiety rates among seafarers?
Can you repeat your question? It was not very clear to me. There's a lot of
What
echo going on.
preventive measures can shipping companies or maritime organizations introduce to reduce depression rate and anxiety among seafarers?
You are asking this question to be addressed by A3?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A3, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, sir. So various shipping companies are providing the facility of internet. Like we have Starlink from Tesla, which will be fixed on all of ships. That in that way we can connect as a seafarer. We can connect our families. That will quite support a lot for us for being mentally safe on board. Then we have the I actually didn't remember the particular name. There is a organization which is running a 24 hours 24 hours helpline number for seafarers. So there are a lot of initiatives, but we are specifically focusing on a statutory body which will raise the fund of 500 million euros. That will be like governing body for all. There is no governing body for this mental health.
Thank you very much. I see no other request for the floor.
Yes, sir. Thank
So,
you.
B4, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then B4, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Okay, good morning. Sir, can I start?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, our esteemed judges and fellow participants. I will be presenting from the side of team HTWB4, and I am speaking as a developed nation. And the name of my paper is Mental Health, Happy and Healthy Seafarers. So first of all, many before me have just told the exact same figure that 90% of the world trade is done through sea and is on our shoulders, the seafarers. Millions of seafarers are the backbone of the global economy. But what is not seen is that being the backbone is also coming with so much stress, frustration. And I am not telling this out of just my imagination. The crisis is real, and the crisis they will be seeing. So here are the data. This data clearly shows that 25% of the seafarers, that is one in every four seafarer, is showing depressive symptoms. Secondly, there are 37% seafarers who show post-traumatic stress disorder. There are various reasons for that, like piracy attack, accidents, and many frustrative things which happen on board. Similarly, there are more data which says that 17% of the seafarers agree that yes, they feel anxiety on board ship, and 20% even go to such an extent admitting that they have thought of suicidal ideation. And these numbers are very high compared to the general population. If we come to general population, only 5% in the general population show the depressive symptom, and only 3.8% people show the symptoms of PTSD. Whereas in seafarers, it is 37%. It is more than, it's like every one in three seafarer agrees that he shows the symptoms of post-traumatic systematic disorder. Now, there was also a global survey of 1,500 seafarers, which found that 25% shows depressive symptoms. Now, what are the root causes of this crisis? The root causes of this crisis are isolation, long working hour, cramped living conditions, as well as the disconnectivity they face from the family and the prolonged duration in the sea, like the average sea time, 6 months to 9 months, staying away continuously from your family, from your home, builds a toll on the mental health of the seafarer. And it comes at a cost. The cost is the poor physical health of seafarer, bad sleep routine, human cost, like they are not able to communicate what is in their mind. There is increased safety risk because in sea you cannot go 50% or 70% efficiency. If you are on the bridge, you have to be at 100% efficient. But these things, the mental toll, the burnout, the anxiety, the frustration, reduces this efficiency. This leads to financial impact on the shipping companies. The shipping companies are the ones who are indirectly facing the loss because of this reduced efficiency. Now, the consequences I have already stated, but the major consequence is that when a person is not at his 100%, there is a chance that they will lead into some accident or any incident. It was seen in a study that a frustrated, a not well rested, a mentally not stable seafarer is 70% more likely to get into an incident. But the operational inefficiencies are also there. So what are my proposals, my team's proposal? We propose a new modular seashore rotation model. The conventional 4 to 9 month model is not doing so good. What we are proposing that there should be 3 modes. In mode A, 2 month onboard time, then 2 months of shore based jobs, like they can work in the office for training, for the remote operation center, voyage planning, they can go for audits. So this way the seafarer will be able to gain some shore experience, and then again after these 2 months he will onboard the ship for again 2 months. So it is a win-win situation for a shipping company and the seafarer, because it will reduce the turnover rate. A happy seafarer is more likely to come back to the same company compared to an unhappy seafarer. This will lead to reduced isolations and a happy seafarer. Then the second proposal is that the food which is served is only in the name of protein, carbohydrates, but no, we need psychiatric nutrition. What is psychiatric nutrition? That the food we eat affects our mind. So the chefs have to be trained on that also, and it should be in the regulation of the people who are becoming chefs on the ship. Then there is psychological first aid. Before any mishap happening, it is a better thing that we prevent it. So there are many things we can do. The companionship on the ship, the colleague culture can be improved. And we are living in the age of AI. So everyone is wearing a wearable device. Why don't we put it in our regulations that the shipping companies provide a AI wearable, which will track the mood, the stress level, the sleep level of the seafarer. This way, they will be having a proper data on the shore, and they will be able to read on that data and see if the logistics are and the math is going correctly on the ship or not. And we can also provide better internet connectivity, because this will uplift the moods of seafarer. At last, what I am suggesting to IMO is that it is a global regulator and it has the responsibility to make all this into regulation. Only then these things can be seen in a fruitful way. What I personally suggest that we should not directly jump into it. What we can do, we can try this on 3 pilot vessels for over a period of 12-month time. Over a 12-month time, we will see all the seasons, what are the pros and cons, and how effective is this rotational model. Because I said 2 month on, 2 month off, and 2 month on again. Maybe the sweet spot is 3 month on and 2 month off. So we will have to hit and try. That's why I suggest we try this on a pilot fleet first. But for the psychiatric part, the wearable part, and the psychological first aid part, it should, as soon as possible, bring into the regulations, because only 3 things can improve. The regulatory body, IMO, the technology will help, and the training to the seafarers will help. So this is how I would like to adjourn my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see that C5 wants the floor. C5, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Do you know the steps taken by DG to improve the health of seafarers?
So you want to know what DG Shipping has done. Uh, why should B4 be knowing what DG Shipping has done is my question. Are they representing India? Please keep your question relevant to the IMO forum, please. It would be my request. Any other request for the floor? And of course, if you are interested in that information, that can be taken up at separately, because there's a lot of things which are being done for this also from DG Shipping. So with that, I will ask C5, are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then C5, you are ready to start now.
Good morning, sir. My name is Mr. Thakur, and my other team members' name is Kavya Meshri and Rajesh Sivaj. Talking about the overview and background of the topic, seafarers face several mental health challenges due to isolation, high work demands, limited support, and cultural stigma. They transport over 80% of global trade, but endure long absence and high risk. The mental health struggles of seafarers from developing countries are underexplored despite their major role in global affairs. Topic about the topic significance. The COVID-19 pandemics and geopolitical unrest intensify the anxiety, risk of depression, anxiety, and burnout, leaving seafarers, especially from developing countries, stranded without support. Aims and objective of the topics: identify unique mental health stressors at sea for developing nation seafarers, examine the role of training and infrastructure in moderating mental health, identify gaps in current policy and institutional support. Talking about a mental health context, identify sailors are more likely than land-based professionals to experience mental health issues. Over 25 show symptoms of clinical depression. A significant number have suicidal thoughts. Common struggles include anxiety, sleep problems, and hopelessness. Key stressors: isolation, cultural displacement, exhaustion, and resistant healthcare. SSS. Developing nation contents and protective factors. Seafarers from developing nations often come from low middle class families and have little negotiation leverage working overseas. They often lack post development support and face stigma around mental illness. Protective factors. Research suggests that faith-based coping, culture, solidarity, resilience, and to mental trust help against stress challenges may lack practical skills or exposure to onboard technology, causing interpersonal despites and poor performance.
Next slide, the topic is theoretical framework. The study uses model from occupational health psychology. In this topic, there are 4 points included. My first point is effort reward imbalance framework. Second point is demand control support model. Third point is job demand resources model, and fourth point is psychological safety climate concept. In the next slide, the topic is methodology research design. This uses a mixed methods approach, like quantitative and qualitative. The study captures both post-pandemic psychological conditions and the effect of evolving maritime technologies. In slide number 8, research questions are there. Are 4 research questions. My first question is, which mental health issues are most prevalent among seafarers from developing countries? My second question is, what is the relationship between mental health and job demands, support networks, and training quality? And the third question is, what protective elements lessen psychological distress? And the fourth question is, what are gaps in policies, training, and infrastructure? In the next slide, the topic is uh, participant selection and sampling. Participant selection: seafarers from India, Philippines, Philippines, and from Indonesia, Nigeria, and Vietnam. There are two procedures: quantitative data and qualitative data. In quantitative data, descriptive statistics and regression analysis to identify predictors. In qualitative, thematic analysis of interview transcripts. Thank you, sir.
Descriptive statistics and regression analysis to identify predictor of mental health outcomes. Thematic analysis used for qualitative interview transcripts. So, a survey of 312 sailors was conducted, and in which their nationalities and positions were captured, and the rate of their depression, anxiety, and stress were also established. So, the basic themes of their problems was that the work is the pressure, isolation in a world where everyone is connected, and silence and safe. Conclusion: the conclusion of our PPT is ongoing difficulties in a high demand sector, converting danger into possibilities, adaptability in the face of limitations, multi-layer solutions are also necessary. Actions to be taken. The main action to be taken is to establish a critical link between mental health, crew performance, and increase the maritime safety. Encourage integration of mental health awareness into training programs, and to develop low-cost digital interventions. A amendment in of MLC 2006 was conducted, in which the onboard violence was banned, and the equal access to shore leave was given to the seafarers. The DG Shipping of India have also taken some action, and it has conducted a 10-day mandatory course of seafarers' basic rights and human rights at sea, and they have also opened a 24 into 7 anti-harassment helpline. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, and you can unshare your presentation.
Hello, good
I
morning.
open the floor for any interventions.
Sir,
who is this? I am
Hello.
sorry. I'm
Hello.
sorry. Who are you?
Sir, mine was on sir 10 to 10:35, sir. STWF5.
Please contact the. I don't recognize names. You write your team number, whatever is there.
Yes, sir.
The floor is open for interventions, please. I see no requests for any. I don't see any requests for the floor. So, assuming there's no further request, E3, are you ready?
Video. Good morning, everyone. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. And Mr. Kate Singh, can you? Yeah, thank you very much for muting yourself. And can somebody at the back end check with Mr. Kate Singh what is his issue? Thank you very much. And E3, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. So, good morning, everyone. I am on behalf of my team, HTWE3.
We are here to address the hidden crisis threatening the global shipping industry, that is, seafarers' mental health. The maritime industry is the backbone of the global trade, but it comes at a severe psychological cost. Our research highlights a showcasing statistics that seafarers are 6 times more likely to suffer from mental health problems than a general population. So this is driven by the unique stressors, that is extreme isolation and confinement for months, and the cultural barriers among multinational crews, and chronic fatigue from demanding schedules. The consequences are not just humanitarian, they are operational. Mental distress is directly linked with into the accidents and operational inefficiencies, and critically the support systems and EAPs do not address the core problems of the seafarers. They do not provide a genuine psychological escape from the ship's environment. To bridge this critical gap, we propose the Virtual Serenity Room, the VSR. The VSR is dedicated onboard wellness practice that combines virtual reality VR with guided yoga and mindfulness. VSR works because of one principal key, that is immersion. Unlike standard phone apps which we use, they only add to the existing environment. VR replaces it. It transports the seafarer's mind from the industrial ship to a tranquil virtual world which we want. This enables a far deeper restorative psychological detachment. The VSR integrates the physical benefits of yoga as well as the virtual reality, hence total revitalization. We have thoroughly considered the practical challenges, but by finally expert-led guidance makes the self-care accessible and self-help overcome a lack of motivation.
So, our implementation and strategy is simple. Design a small quiet space equipped with the basic hardware and acquire the necessary commercial software license. The entire program is a low-cost, high-impact solution. The total pilot program cost for the first year, including all hardware and recurring annual software license for 2 headsets, is an estimate around 1,46,150. Now, let's address some of the potential risk and justify why our proposed solution, the virtual sanitary room, is the most effective approach. First, we need to mitigate the risk of the hardware failure to ensure seafarer always have access to the VSR. Our proposal is to procure 2 headsets per vessel. This means backup is always ready if one unit is damaged or malfunction. Next, the industry often tries to solve this with a standard app solution. The problem is that standard mindfulness apps fail to address the core environmental problem. They simply add to the seafarer's environment, whereas VSR solutions through VR completely replace the environment, offering a psychological escape. You might also consider enhanced internet access as a solution. While the internet is vital for communication, it is not a dedicated wellness tool. It does not offer the structured, immersive, and guided wellness practice that the VSR does. Finally, a common concern with VR is cyber sickness. We are mitigating this risk by being deliberate in our software selection. We will only use software like Trip or MalVR that is specifically designed for stationary, slow-moving experience. This design choice is key to the minimizing discomfort. By proactively addressing these areas, we ensure a robust, high impact, and effective solution for fostering mental resilience at sea. This is not just a pilot program, it's about a new vision for maritime welfare. We propose integration VSR technology to move the industry towards a proactive, personalized ecosystem of care. Conclusion, we are asking you to recognize this, that investing in the mental resilience of our people today is not just solving a problem, it is ensuring the sustainability and operational excellence of the global shipping industry for decades to come. Thank you. You are welcome for questions.
Thank you very much. And I open the floor. You can stop presenting, please. I open the floor for any intervention. I see B1. You B1, you are not in this group. SCW B1, you are not okay. Thank you for lowering your card. F2. F2, you want to ask something? Go ahead. F2, go ahead. Your hand is raised. You are on mute. Please unmute yourself. Go ahead, F2. Sorry, you are not audible, at least to me. You can give one more try, F2.
So the question that she wants to ask is,
Who is this?
So I'm also from F2.
So please raise your hand if you want to take the floor. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
So the question is like, do VR, yoga, and mindfulness actually address the root cause of seafarers' mental health issues?
Okay. E3, would you like to respond to that?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I want to add one more thing because the reason
I think please raise your hand again. Please do not interrupt in between. E3 first respond to this one.
They go hand in hand because the yoga stats are always available on any kind of website or any kind of online platform. We can get the stats from anywhere, and we are just trying to collaborate these two, like yoga and virtual reality, that is connecting to our roots as well as hanging and with the upcoming technology. So we are not leaving behind our roots, that is yogic exercises and all the stuff, and we are also coping up with the rising technology.
Thank you, E3. F2, your hand is raised. You can now take the floor.
Yes, sir. So it's a very good intention to be stuck with the cultural roots, but the main, like the question that I want to ask is, the main problem is fatigue and isolation and long contracts and the lack of shore leave. Like these are the reasons because of which mental health issues arise in the first place. So like yoga and do VR would help them in that. So that's the question.
So that is, I believe, what their proposal is, and that is what is their opinion, which we should take on board. So you can form your own opinions on that. Anybody else having anything else? Okay, I see no further requests for the floor. E10, are you ready to take the floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. Okay. So can I start?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good morning, respected panel of jury and everyone here. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Today we will present our proposal on the theme HTW Mental Health on our title Seafarers Wellbeing and Mental Health Initiative. I am Cadet Raktim Jyoti Bhaiya.
And I am Cadet Devyanshu Singh.
We are from Great Eastern Institute of Maritime Studies. These are the tables of contents we are going through. So, seafaring is one of the toughest jobs in the world. It requires being away from our family for long months and working in tough conditions like noise, vibration, extreme temperature, and heavy workload. These challenges greatly impact seafarers' mental health and lead to depression and anxiety and burnout, sometimes post-traumatic stresses and accidents. Taking care of the mental health is an important and not only for crew members but also for maritime safety and productivity.
Going on next, how a research paper is related to the code E, that is developing nations. India as a developing nation faces structural challenges that directly impact its seafarers. With limited maritime infrastructure and low ship owning capacity, the country serves mainly as a supplier of skilled seafarers to the global industry. While Indian seafarers are valued for their practical abilities, access to advanced training, mental health resources, and institutional support remains limited due to policy and research constraints. The survey findings highlight how systemic limitations and competitive labor pressures create unique vulnerabilities, underscoring the need for both workplace and national level interventions. The research questions and objectives are: the question was, what factors have the biggest impact on seafarers' well-being and have current mental health initiatives helped with these challenges? The objectives were threefold: to gather evidence on how common mental health problems are among seafarers, look over the current mental health initiatives available, to identify gaps in support and recommend solutions.
Coming next, literature insight, existing fatigue and mental health by IMO were assessed. HW1 INF2 Australian. This is an Australian strategic proposal for fatigue risk management system (FRMS). Number two is HTW proposed approach for revision of guidelines on fatigue. HTW 74 ongoing work on the human element, current status, and further prescriptive. HTW 7 4.3 Inclusion of mental health examination in seafarers medical standard done by Islamic Republic of Iran. Number 5 is HTW 10 INF8 Overview of the survey on bullying and harassment on board done by Japan. HTW 7 INF4 Introduction to the result of the analysis of sleeping hours and efficiency of seafarers, Republic of Korea. So from this research, we can say that existing research shows concerning results. Nearly 46% of the seafarers report poor mental health and suicides. Now outnumbers accidents as a cause of death at sea. Fatigue from disrupted sleeps and long hours is still a significant factor. Resulting like SCCW and MLC include provisions, but they often fall short for addressing mental health directly. Experts and IMO urge to development of mental health support system is free from the stigma with a focus on managing fatigue risk. Uh, our study used a quantitative descriptive survey. Survey seafarers from various ranks and experience level through an online questionnaires. We gathered demographic information, self-reported mental health conditions, and views on stress and anxiety. We analyzed the data statistically following strict ethical guidelines from anonymity and confidentiality.
The core finding of the survey were prevalence of mental health issues. About 25% of respondents reported mental health issues, mainly anxiety and depression during voyages. However, nearly 75% denied having problems, suggesting possible stigma or underreporting. This confirms what literature already highlights. Life at sea often triggers mental health issues, but these issues are not always openly acknowledged. The key stressors, we identified five main stressors: heavy workload and long hours, the most common at 41%, social isolation and homesickness 29%, limited communication, lack of recreation 16%, safety risk 12%, harsh environment 3%. Clearly, workload and isolation remain the biggest challenges. Gaps in support, only one third of seafarers said officers checked on their well being, indicating a lack of regular monitoring. Although 72% felt their company offered support, but about 28% did not, meaning 1 in 4 seafarers feel unsupported. This shows the inconsistency of welfare practices across companies. The coping strategies are: seafarers manage stress in different ways. They engage in hobbies, exercise, socialize, and take mental health self help courses. Many depend on their personal resilience and support from colleagues, but this isn't always sufficient. These coping methods highlight that while individual strategies are available, there is still a need for broader solutions.
Okay. Now recommendations and policies. Our study recommends regulatory updates, updating STCW to include mandatory health trainings, MLC enforcement, strong enforcement of MLC standards for rest, recreation, and nutrition. Government role, greater government role in reducing stigma and ensuring access to care. ISM code enhancement, anti-harassment and anti-violence policies on board. Number 50 is fatigue management, introducing fatigue management risk system similar to aviation. Then the sixth one is companies initiatives. Company initiatives like onboard counseling, manager training, and anti-bullying measures. In conclusion, the seafarers' mental health is a global crisis. About 25% reported depression, 75% experience anxiety, and 20% have suicidal thoughts. These rates are much higher than in general population. Suicides now suppress accidents, and mental health issues lead to staff turnovers and safety risks. Current IMO framework, STCW, MLC, ISM are not enough. We need urgent global actions. Standardized mental health training, fatigue management, and a support onboard culture must be prioritized to protect seafarers and ensure maritime safety. Thank you for your attention. We look forward to your questions and feedback.
Thank you, and you can unshare your presentation, and I open the floor for interventions. I see so far no request from the floor. Okay, so then F2, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then the floor is yours. You can start.
So good morning, everyone. I, Cadet Krish Hanwal, would like to. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, please continue.
Yes, sir. So good morning, everyone. I, Cadet Krish Hanwal, would like to start by briefing with an overview of the current situation in the maritime industry regarding mental health. So as we all know, shipping is not an easy go-round field when it comes to issues like mental health, an issue which was neglected for the majority of the industry's history. So without wasting any further time, I would like to start by stating some of the important issues because of which mental health has now become a very crucial topic. Number one, lack of execution and implementation by organizations. When I say organizations, it refers to both government as well as private organizations. And lack of execution refers not having explicitly defined guidelines because of which companies have tried finding loopholes and have also been succeeded in doing so. It also refers to the lack of transparency by organizations, especially the private ones. We have seen examples of companies where they have been reluctant to share important information like the number of suicide rates and the number of working hours, which is very crucial for having an accurate set of data and for the surveys of mental health. Number two includes uh, not having good enough responsive system for treacherous conditions on board for such as a global pandemic like COVID-19, in which we saw a lot of focus being given on prolonged working hours, but not much focus being given on issues like mental health. Some other issues include gender disparities, which can be resolved by taking simple steps, but have been neglected or have not been given much focus on, because of which issues like sexual harassment and sexual abuse have piled up by a mile. Last but not the least, issues, a general sense of awareness is not there about mental health in our industry. Now, mental health has become a very crucial topic in a worldwide view, but its edges are still yet to find light in the maritime industry. Now, I would like to propose some of the ideas that we think can be implemented. So, number one includes having a 24/7 helpline number for seafarers, particularly on board, and also having a counselor for seafarers on board as well as offshore. Number two includes having strict guidelines which make sure that a certain level of transparency is maintained by organizations, and also making sure that a ground level execution is being done properly and not just on paper. Number three includes having a stress management courses with practical application being integrated into the STCW courses as well as in the pre-shipping courses like BTech, DNS, and BSc. Number four is using artificial intelligence and technology. We can use AI trackables and wearables with which we can help, with the help of which we can track the status of a seafarer's mental as well as physical health at any point of time. Now, I would like to propose some of the steps that we can do to implement these solutions. One is we can use NGO partnerships with international organizations. NGO organizations like SWAN, Stella Maris can be used to conduct accurate surveys and surveys in a large amount so that we can have an accurate idea about the situation of mental health in seafarers. Number second is we can make sure that the refresher courses are not exceeding a particular length, that is 12 months. We can reduce their duration so that the prolonged period of stress, the prolonged duration is being reduced. Number three is we can also appoint a mental health officer for every ship and every large ship. And we can also make sure, like in treacherous conditions like such as a global pandemic, we can reduce the contract length so that a particular batch of people is not facing prolonged conditions or harsh conditions for a long time. Now, I would like to uh, show about the resources that we will be needing to implement these resources. Number one is we will be needing some mental health training programs and qualified counselors so that we can appoint them in every maritime institute and as well as in every maritime or shipping shipping company. Number two is we can use the help of developed nations and international organizations for funds as well as NGOs for having technological support and so that we can use them in telemedicinal sense and for AI trackables and wearables. Also, number three is we can use governmental schemes for promoting a general awareness of the field in general, so that issues like gender disparities is tackled. Also, we can make sure that strict regulations are formed in such a way that a particular level of transparency is being maintained. At last, I would like to conclude that a lot of developing nations have some very crucial loopholes in their functioning, majority of the which we have covered now. All these issues can be resolved by taking some simple steps, as every seafarer deserves to return home safely, both physically and mentally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and you can share your presentation, and I leave the floor open for any intervention. I see E3 has requested for the floor. E3, go ahead.
Yes, I had a question. Can they just elaborate more on how AI can help to minimize the mental health problems, like onboard mental health problems?
F2, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
So artificial intelligence has already been used in a lot of simultaneous fields. We can use AI trackables and wearables so that we can track the status of a seafarer's mental health and physical health at any point of time. So it's going to be for making sure that it's cost effective. We have to make sure that it's first done in an online way first, and then it promotes. Then it gradually moves along in an offline way. So, except
Okay.
this, we can also use telemedicinal systems. So, like for in case of an emergency, seafarers, if there's an emergency on board, it can be dealt in an online way, and a telemedicinal support, like what we have to do about that situation, can be promoted by through an online way.
Thank you, F2. A3, the floor is yours.
So, as mentioned, as a developing nation from where we can secure funding to implant the AI-powered wearable systems or monitoring systems for the mental health of seafarers, and which agencies or stakeholders should take the responsibility for the supporting such initiatives? That is my question, sir.
Thank you. F2, would you like to respond?
Yes, sir. So, uh, so can you, Team A3, can you
I
please
think their
repeat your question once again?
query is what will be the source of, do you have any ideas on the source of funding for doing such
Yes, sir.
projects on board?
Uh, so we can ask for, as we are representing developing nations, we can ask for international organizations as well as for developed nations for funding. We can also ask NGOs for their support to promote some conduct surveys and all, and we can also ask for them to promote some funds, as well as we can promote governmental schemes in our own nation so that we can promote more funding through that.
Thank you, F2. A3, you have again raised your hand. Okay, the floor is yours.
Yes, I got idea about the funding, but I have added a point also that which agencies or stakeholders would be responsible for the collecting data and like monitoring seafarers' mental health. So who would take such a initiative, sir?
I suggest you discuss that offline during your coffee break with them, and I'm sure they will be able to share those information which their views are. E10,
Thank you,
the
sir.
floor is yours.
So actually, I wanted to ask how can he elaborate how a swan can help in the mental health of the seafarers?
I think this better would be to approach ISWAN or have a discussion with them over a coffee break.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Any other requests for the floor? Thank you very much, dear cadets. I come to the end of this session. Just to recap, the next session starts at 12 noon sharp. It will be A4, B5, C4, E5, F3, and F10 as per my code. Back to the MC who can run you through the teams or any other relevant information while I take a break and have a chat with the judges. Over to you, the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all for your valuable insights. We will now take a short break and reconvene shortly. Please be back in your seats by 1200 hours. Start.
Welcome back, everyone. So now let us introduce the teams of session 3 presenting on the topic HTW mental health, happy and healthy seafarers.
The first team is Team A4. The participants are Cadet Mohammad Hussain Parvez, Cadet Aditya Jain, and Cadet Piyush Sampath Kavit from IMU Mumbai Port campus with their external guide Captain Subrata Khan.
Team B5, Jeff James Fargos, Leon Lopez, and Gerald D'Souza from International Maritime Institute, New Delhi, with their external guide Captain Harish Khatri.
Next team is Team C4 with the participant Ishan Vidhan Sharma and Harshit Singh from IMU-Navi Mumbai campus with their external guide Captain Mahesh Yadav.
Team E5, Aditya Shinde, Mayank Sharma, Mantosh Rajguru from Samudra Institute of Maritime Studies, Mumbai, with their external guide Captain Philip Matthews.
Next team is Team F3 with the participant Vinayak M, Govind Kumar, Neeraj Rajesh Taudankar from IMU Mumbai Port campus with their external guide Captain Subrata Khan.
Team F10, Dhruv Katiyar, Dhruv Kumar Mangal, Bhavishya Baghya from Tolani Maritime Institute, Pune, with their external guide Mr. David Birwarkar.
So these are the team for session 3. I now hand over to Mr. Rajiv Nair who will conduct the session further.
Sir, the floor is yours. We have already introduced the teams.
Thank you very much and for the efficient work so that we are ready to start at 12. Thank you. And are all the teams, let me check if I can see all of them. A4 I can see. B5 I can see. C4, yes. E5, yes. F3 and F10. F3 is visible. F10 is visible. So looks like all the teams are there. Is there any clarification needed from any of the teams or are you clear on what is required? If I see no request for the floor, so I assume that everybody is set to go. So A4, are you ready to take the floor? Of course, let me just confirm with the judges before we start. Judges, do I have the permission?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And A4, are you ready to take the floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
So are we visible?
I seem to be seeing your desktop, not your presentation. Now it's coming to your presenting.
Okay, sir.
But it is not yet loaded. No. Yes, now your presentation is on, but not in presentation mode.
So is it all right?
Yes, now it's okay.
Good morning, everyone. We are team HTWA4 presenting on topic happy and healthy seafarers. This study underscores the importance of tackling key welfare challenges at sea that impact mental health, as well as it recommends policies based on evidences, preventive training, and inclusive resources, supported by fair working conditions that will safeguard seafarers' respect, safety, and resilience.
So the key issues which we have identified are workplace abuse bullying, and sexual misconduct, excessive or forced extended contracts, inadequate internet access and social isolation, lack of confidential accessible helpline support, and ill-fitting or non-inclusive PPE for all gender body types. So first of all, we would like to start with the sexual misconduct, rampant abuse, and bullying part. So living and working in a ship is not an easy job, and on top of that, if you are actually facing such issues, then that's actually not good. So labor organization ILO and International Maritime Organization condemns abuse, bullying, and harassment. And they, according to their reports, they remain to be continue to be prevalent issues in the maritime sector. According to the graph you can see here, 42% of maritime workers faced harassment. 58% experience sexual misconduct according to safer waves, so on and so forth. You can look at all the details from different companies. Is ISWAN reported a 45% rise in harassment cases in early 2023. As you can see in the slide, there's a previous case of midshipman X in which a female cadet gave a blog about being harassed in ship. So what are some of the actions we can take on the following topic, in which ships must adopt zero tolerance program against abuse, bullying, harassment, and misconduct. Clear policies should be posted and reinforced through training outlining unacceptable behavior. Regular audits and crew surveys should be conducted to assess policies and improve workplace culture. So one of the most important and factor in joining a ship is its contract. And as you can see there, some of the times the cadets have reported that their contract timings are abused. So one of the most important case which happened in COVID-19, in which a Filipino seafarer was stranded for 17 months during COVID-19 and suffered from anxiety, severe anxiety, sleep issues, and depression. Actions which can be taken are flexible contracts, balancing the contracts. For example, 6 months rest and 6 months of contract. Regulations help. International rules on contracts could safeguard mental and physical health.
One of the major issues that happen on board is internet access and social isolation. Working at sea can often mean long period away from their family, friends, as well as the rest of the world, which can lead to feeling of isolation, loneliness, stress, and anxiety. With reliable internet access, seafarer can communicate regularly, maintain contact, access entertainment, and keep up to date with the globe. Some of the data we have present here shows that 94% of the seafarers have some onboard access of internet. 69 have think that it can be improved, and some have none, which can lead to frustration, sadness, and depression. A case which we have highlighted here is during COVID-19, a Ukrainian sailor had no access for internet for 14 months straight, which led to extreme stress and emotional exhaustion because he was not able to contact at his home. Neither he was having any information about the war that was happening there. Action that we propose here is minimum of 1 GB internet per day free of charge and additional data at reasonable cost that allows seafarers to contact their families as well as have some other kind of online learnings and trainings while at sea. The next thing we highlight here is absence of assured helpline support. Providing guaranteed helpline across onboard ship is a crucial element for safeguarding the welfare, mental health, and rights of all seafarers. Life at sea is complicated with many crew members facing loneliness, isolation, stress, and challenging working conditions. In these difficult experiences, 24 hours of a day guaranteed access to strictly confidential helpline allows seafarers to get immediate support and report abuses or harassment they find. A case we have seen uh, here is is covered by International Transport Workers Federation (ITF) in 2019. A number of seafarers on board on a vessel in Middle East was subjected to verbal abuse, delayed wages, unsafe working condition, etc. As they had limited means to communicate, they had no access to confidential helpline. The crew opted to keep the abuse to themselves for fear of losing their job. And only one seafarer was able to secretly call to ITF and for the support while they were in a port. Actions we think that can happen here are uh, to support seafarers who often find themselves far from formal and informal support structure. Regulations should be made for everyone on board to have access of helpline and which are anonymous, confidential, and preferably third party. The final issue we are highlighting here is inadequate accessibility to personal protective gear. PPE or personal protective equipment is a fundamental component of the safety of seafarers and it is already mandatory for working at sea. However, PPT provisions are today written that may not always provide for the need for various sizing, which can create safety risk and discomfort. Some of the data shows that 15% have no access to PP, 30 have poor fitting, and 55 have properly fitted PP kits. A case which was highlighted was in 2019, many of the female
Can you
ship.
start winding it up, please?
Sure, sir. Some of the female seafarers were not provided with proper PPE kits, which led to discomfort and chances of accidents. Actions we propose here are proper PPE for everyone and in every sizes.
So, by this, we would like to conclude by saying that seafarers' mental health and welfare remain critical yet often overlooked by many. Key challenges include abuse, long contracts, poor connectivity, weak helpline access, and
Thank you.
inadequate PP.
Yes, thank you very much. We'll go through your key actions now. You can unshare your presentation.
Yes, sir.
And I open the floor to any interventions, please. I see F10, you want to ask something? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. My doubt, am I audible to you?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
My doubt is he just said that there should be shorter sales of less than 6 months. What I have experienced through the senior that in course of 6 months or more sale, you got at least you need 2 months to familiarize with the ship, and the rest of the 4 months you learn how the machinery works and all. So if you reduce the sale time to 4 months or 5 months, wouldn't that affect the learning capability of the cadet?
Thank you for your question. So, A4, you would like to respond?
Yes,
Go ahead.
yes, sir. So actually, the thing we are talking about, that 6 months contract is the should be the bare minimum. Not it should be not lesser than that, or it should not exceed the 9 month mark. The basically the thing which we are targeting is that the contract duration should be. I mean, according to the contract, if the contract says that it's 6 months, it should be 6 months or a little more or little less than that. It should not be that the contract is of 6 months and you are staying on board for 12 months. That's what the major issue is. As you saw, we gave you an example of a Filipino seafarer who was stranded in ship for 17 months and his contract was maybe for 6 or 9 months. So that is the main thing which shouldn't happen. We are not saying that we should reduce it to maybe 4 or 5 months.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I see no other cards raised. So therefore, B5, are you ready for your presentation?
Hello? Yes, sir.
Okay, B5, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Hello, sir.
Yes, your presentation has come on, but not in presentation mode.
Can you see this? Hello.
It is not in presentation mode and your audio is very poor. B5, do you have some technical issue?
No, sir. 1 second. Can you see the presentation, sir?
Not yet.
Okay, sir. Now you can see.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sir. So, good afternoon, everyone present here. I'm presenting on behalf of team ISTW5. Myself, Jerry D'Souza, and my teammates Leon Lopez, Jeff Folgos are here to present the topic of mental health, happy and healthy seafarers. Mental health is very important for seafarers to stay happy and healthy at sea. Long working hours, stress, and being away from family can affect the mood, food rest, exercise, talking with others, and staying positive health. Seafarers stay strong, safe, and healthy while working on board. Executive summary: the hidden crisis at sea. Seafarers face unpredicted mental health challenge that demands immediate action. 25% seafarers experience depression. That's 4 times higher than the general population. 17 to 43% suffers from anxiety disorders. Mental health crisis cost $50,000 to $1 lakh per incident. Comprehensive 7 killers framed at this root causing symmetry. The timer for action is now. Coordinated stakeholders engagement is essential. The scope of challenge alarming statistics. Mental health challenge among seafarers. This is the statistics of the mental health challenge among seafarers, which shows the number of percentage of different stress and suicides. The depression percentage is 24% and anxiety 43%. The suicide rates are 20%. Further, Leon will carry. The human cost, personal impact, long-term isolation and separation from family causes emotional exhaustion due to the 6 months or more contracts. Lack of social life, increased depression. Seafarers feel significantly happier when there are shore leaves. Operational risk, injury rate more than double among depressed seafarers. 50% of illness take place due to the mental health. Many seafarers plan to leave due to this all these conditions. Safety risk increases due to the mental health. Root causes: isolation from family, most significant is for 6 to 12 months away, workplace violations, and bullying from the seniors. Long working hours, irregular schedules, high job demands, poor supervisors, uncertain schedules, and unexpected contract extensions. Exposed to noise, vibration, and hazardous environment, poor self-physical health. This is the difference between maritime industry and other industries. In maritime industries, the contract is around 3 to 9 months, where we have completely isolation from family. And in other industry, it's not the case. We can be with our family. Irregular shift, and in marine industry there are irregular shift and 24/7 operational. In other industries it is around 8 to 10 hours. In marine industry limited on-board sources, and in other industries when we compare there are much more facilities with HRs and other activities. These are the 7 pillars for well-being framework which will be explained by Jeff Purpose. Pillar 1. In Pillar 24/7 professional support. Round the clock help, mental, medical, and operational support available every day, ensuring seafarers stay safe and healthy and confident while at sea. Accessible service, easy to reach health, medical, finance, and welfare support at any time, everywhere. Pillar 2.
High quality internet access to be provided to all the seafarers. Structural family program, regular contact schedules, family outreach programs, video communication, and social media platforms. Pillar 3, comprehensive fitness initiatives, body weight, exercise, cardio routines, flexibility training protocols, and equipment provision. Nutrition support, balanced meal planning for fruits, vegetables, and lean proteins. Comprehensive nutrition education we provide to all the crew members. Preventive healthcare, regular screening, recognizing the strong correlation between the physical and mental health. Pillar 4, protected shore leave rights. Mandates regular shore leaves to all the seafarers because sometimes they don't get for the months to stay off the ships. On board, recreational activities, entertainment systems, sports equipments, and hobby programs. Further will be controlled by JNE. Pillar 5, training and education tool. For seafarers means learning, safety, navigation, machineries, and emergency skills to work safely, follow rules, and handle life at sea executive. Pillar 6, organizational culture. For seafarers means share values, safety, practice, teamwork, and discipline on board that guides how the crew work and live together at sea. Pillar 7, peer support system. Peer support system means seafarers helping each other by listening, sharing, experiencing, giving advice, and offering emotional strength during tough time at sea. Technical for well-being revolution. With the help of AI-powered tools, we can help seafarers by tracking their mental health by using sleep pattern, stress, and other health-related data. And we can minimize their mental health causes by using AI. Our vision, happy and stay healthy seafarers. Mental health support for seafarers as a business necessity, not just a theoretical act. Using a 7 pillars framework and modern technology, you are offering a practical solution that delivers high return on investment by improving crew well-being. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. You can unshare your presentation, and I open the floor for any comments, interventions. I see F10, you want to ask something? Go ahead.
Sir, am I audible to you?
Yes, please go ahead.
So I just have a small doubt. Like my fellow cadets told that there should be mandatory show leaves. Suppose I have a VLCC or LNG or tanker type vessels, then it's practically sometimes it's not quite possible. So what are your views on that?
E5, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, sir. Surely, where they are possible, that should be given. Not all the times where absolutely work come first before the shore leave, but where it is possible to give the shore leave, that should be provided.
Okay, thank you very much. I see no further request for the floor. So moving on, C4, are you ready to take the floor?
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Okay, C4, then the floor is yours. You can start.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, can you confirm is my screen visible?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. A very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. We are Team C4 representing a developing nation, and today we will speak on the topic mental health, healthy and happy seafarer. These are the table of contents which we'll go through today. Now, seafaring is such a line of work that requires a person to keep on investing, be it physically, socially, emotionally, psychologically, or even mentally. The life at sea is such that the seas are endless,
The work never ends, and your loved ones are just a faint signal away. Although there is talk about safety, efficiency, and global trade, still, one thing that often goes ignored is the mental health of seafarers. Seafaring is not just about navigating storms in the seas, but it is also about navigating storms within. Storms that arise due to conditions like work environment, working conditions, and other situations that are unique to a person's role. These develop stress and pressure that weighs down on the mind of seafarer. Such an example was the grounding incident in 2015 of MSS Hamburg, where a cadet erased his correct fix due to fear of authority. He was unable to muster courage to challenge his superior. This silence, born from fear and stress, costed the ship dearly. Other factors such as isolation from loved ones, family emergencies, and personal responsibilities also weigh down on the seafarer. This not only weakens the mental health of seafarer but also hinders in cognitive functions like decision making abilities, effective skills such as communication and teamwork, which drastically increases the chances of accidents occurring and compromises the safety and performance. Seafarers that are unable to cope with this stress on their own tend to rely on external aids, which leads to substance abuse. Alcohol is a very common example of this. This stress, which spirals continuously when left unchecked, not only leads to anxiety or depression, but it also leads to suicidal temptations, which results to loss of life. According to a report by Guard P&I Insurance, almost 11% of seafarers died by suicide in the year 2019 to 2023, and that is something that we cannot afford. Hence, what we propose is improved access to mental health services, where several NGOs and non-profit organizations such as Sailor Society and ITF Seafarers Trust provide 24 by 7 telemedicine services, counseling, and other facilities. These NGOs and other organizations should be integrated and made more visible in the daily life of seafarers, such that no seafarer is left alone in the darkest hours. Next is mental health awareness and reducing stigma. Crew and officers must be trained alike such that they can recognize early signs like withdrawal symptoms, mood swings, and even self doubt so they can assess the situation and help break the silence between the talk about mental health. Proceeding on to embracing positive psychology and psychological safety. Seafarers must be taught about self love, self respect, such that they can assess the situation and know what is good and bad for them. A culture of openness and open dialogue must be encouraged at sea, so no seafarer must feel ashamed about expressing the feelings everywhere. As we saw in the incident 2015, if such a culture of openness and open dialogue would have been adapted on board, this accident may have been avoided. Now, we all know that prevention is better than cure, which brings us to a last proposal, which we cannot emphasize more about resilience training. This includes pre-sea nautical courses that condition the seafarer to life at sea. This not only includes academic curriculum but also includes all-round personality development and discipline, establishing establishing a connection between the mind and body such that they can be prepared mentally and also technically. By preparing a seafarer as such, we not only send them to survive the seas, we send them to thrive in it. To conclude, I would say mental health is not only about compassion, it is also about safety, efficiency, and smooth operations. And hence, a mentally healthy seafarer is a more safer and effective seafarer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and you can unshare your presentation. Uh, is there any request from the floor for any intervention? I see none. So, E5, are you ready to take the floor?
Yes.
So go ahead, E5. The floor is yours.
So are you able to see my screen?
It is, yes. No, it's not come on. Now it's coming on. Not yet. Not yet. Can you retry sharing your screen?
Yes. Is it visible now, sir?
It came for us. Yes, now it is visible, not in presentation mode. You can change it to presentation mode, please. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, esteemed judges and audience. I am Cadet Aditya Shinde alongside Cadet Mayank Sharma and Cadet Mantosh Rajput from Samudra Institute of Maritime Studies. We are presenting Sailwell, an initiative that focuses on addressing the mental health challenges faced by seafarers. Mental health is just as important as physical health, especially for seafarers who spend long months away from home in high pressure environments. A stable state of mind ensures safety, efficiency, and effective teamwork. From various surveys, it is evident that the mental health of seafarers is a topic of concern. Analyzing the guards data from 2010 to 2019, it reveals a decreasing trend in the deaths caused by injuries and illness. However, it is evident from the numbers that the mental illness and suicides have remained relatively constant. Our team also conducted a comprehensive survey, which was we received feedbacks from over 300 active seafarers, and our survey concluded that almost 77.5% of the respondents reported stress due to responsibilities and long working hours. 79% felt emotionally isolated during their time at sea. 70% admitted that stigma prevented them from seeking help. These findings underscore the urgent need for targeted mental health interventions in maritime industry. So, based on the GUARD survey and our own survey analysis, we identified and categorized the problems into broader categories. This helped us gain clear understanding of the key issues faced by seafarers. With these insights, we devised a comprehensive solution addressing majority of these issues in its own unique and effective way. We present Sailwell, a solution designed to support seafarers in overcoming these mental health challenges and improving their overall well-being. At this stage, we have designed a basic structure of the platform focusing on accessibility, security, and ease of use. The platform begins with a secure login system where seafarers authenticate themselves. After login, the seafarers land on a well-organized home screen featuring key features specifically devised to target the identified challenges. We have created a small demonstration of the platform. This is the platform. As you can see, anchor of the day section is prominently displayed. This is just like a daily motivational quote. First of all, we have the consultation, symptom-based mental health consultation. This feature connects seafarers with licensed psychologists and psychiatrists for personalized support. Here, users can select from a list of qualified mental health professionals, schedule and book appointments. Key features include mental health questionnaire, which helps professionals get a better understanding of users' condition beforehand. Also, urgency indicator for any urgent support. Heading back, next we have the anonymous support hub. This feature allows users to connect with other seafarers, allowing users to share their struggles anonymously and seek advice on mental health, work, and personal issues. Other seafarers with shared experiences and mental health professionals both can provide support and advice. This would be helpful in addressing the industry specific problems. Next, we have the Good Listeners feature. This feature allows real-time emotional support through private audio or video sessions with trained listeners, allowing users to vent out and talk in situations where professional advice may not be necessary. Lastly, we have the offline wellness mode. This provides mental health tools in low connectivity areas, including calming music, CBT-based games, to reduce stress and promote relaxation. Moving out, Sailwell addresses the industry-specific problems and it is a comprehensive solution for all the problems which we have identified. Further expansions in Cellwell will include virtual reality and augmented reality, gamified wellness checklist, and checklist-based challenges. I would like Mayank Sharma to conclude.
Thank you, Aditya. Good afternoon, all. I hope you like the presentation. Sailwell has much larger agenda. See, the sea won't change, ocean currents won't change. Problems, moreover, will remain the same. But problem-solving techniques will definitely change. Industry has to be ready and start addressing such issues. Industry will definitely require initiatives like Sailwell and other alternatives in upcoming future because this is the Gen Z's way of problem solving. Thank you for your platform and precious time. Team E5 signing off.
Thank you.
Clarification, who was the gentleman speaking after that?
So Mayank Sharma.
So this was Mayank Sharma.
Okay. Thank you. And I open the floor for interventions. I see no request for the floor. So moving on, F3, are you ready to take the floor? Okay, I have C4. C4, you should be faster on your raising the hand if you want. Go ahead, C4.
Yes, sir. My question was that in the presentation, I read a term saying building credibility via rating. Can you please explain what this means?
Okay, that all
Hold on. E5, would you like to respond?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Please raise your hand.
Okay, that all comes under the platform's backend structure, which includes the security and secure login. Here we have devised for indoors login, or we have not specifically thought on that yet. But indoors login, SID login are all the ways in which we can target specifically the seafarers for these mental health services.
Thank you. I hope that clarifies to you, C4. Otherwise, you can get more details from them later on during lunch. F3, are you ready now?
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible? Sir?
Yes, you are audible. F3, go ahead, take the floor.
Sir, my screen is visible.
Yes, your screen is visible. You are visible, but not your presentation as yet.
Sir, is it now visible?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sir. Can I start, sir?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay, sir. Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, judges, and fellow participants. On behalf of Team F3, I'm Cadet Neeraj Rajesh Todankar, and this is my teammate Vinayak M from Indian Maritime University, Mumbai Port Campus. I'm honored to present our research paper, that is STW, Mental Health, Healthy and Happy Seafarers. Today, we will look into a critical topic, and this is our roadmap. So our main objective is to raise awareness about mental health of seafarers and its impact on safety, its support system, and coping strategies. And we will also give proposals for the solution for the same issues. So mostly I will briefly explain about what are the psychological risks for seafarers on board ship. So there is mostly firstly depression and anxiety. The main reason for that is isolation from family, workload, and cultural barriers. it is actually quite common, but rarely reported to the reported, as it is a stigma around these around the mental health. Secondly, fatigue. Fatigue can commonly possible for irregular shifts, long working hours, which can cause which can cause loss of focus and tiredness, which will lead to chances of mistakes increased. Lastly, abuse. Which includes verbal, physical, emotional, humiliation, and harassment and discrimination. This badly affects the mental health of seafarer. The ISWAN data shows that the abuse cases has rose 28% from 2023 to 2024. So now we have understand what are the issues. So we will now discuss the absolute reason for addressing the issue. It is quite simple, but as if ignoring seafarers' mental health, it is then the seafarers are prone to issues like stress and fatigue and depression. This stress and fatigue leads to human errors. The human errors can cause not just problems to people, but can cause various others maritime accidents. The infamous examples are Exxon Valdez oil spill in 1989. This oil spill was about 11 million gallons of crude oil, where the tanker ran aground due to the third mate was so exhausted that he was not able to maneuver the ship properly. Second, the most recent example was ship grounding in Bulgaria in 2021. This the reason for this incident was the the second mate actually fall asleep during the watch, as he was deprived of sleep for over 2 days. This shows that this incident shows that the need for addressing the issue. So while researching for this topic, we found various gaps in uh, the protocols that we have right now. So that is uneven implementation of rules, no personal mental health record, stigma in reporting mental health issues, ignored safety management systems, no emergency protocols for any mental health issues, or limited professional access. So the solution for this is we can create an IMO-led global audit body where mental health checks can be done. And as we know, seafarers are a backbone of the society and global trade, and and their mental health is quite unattended. So these are our key propositions for seafarers' mental health support. First is AI wearable and centralized wellness, where seafarers wear smart bands which can measure heart rate variations, sweat, sleep patterns, and etc. This data will be collected and sent and analyzed by the AI, and from this data we can finally get the recommendation for reduce the stress and fatigue. Similarly, VR mental check-ins where seafarers can have VR headset so they can talk to a virtual counselor without having a stigma-free conversation with them. Also, IMO mental wellness apps, where it is a gamified version of apps where it gives incentives and promote proactive mental care. Similarly, QR-based family messages and silent sanctuary rooms on board. are some of the propositions from us. So doing this, the main benefit of this doing all this stuff is enhancing operational safety, improves teamwork and communication on board ship, promotes overall well-being, and creates a positive and productive maritime working environment. That's all for us, sir.
Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, and I open the floor for any intervention. You can please unshare your screen. F10. The floor is yours, F10.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, yes.
Yes, you are.
You asked that to wear specific bands that will trace your heartbeats and all. They will analyze that you are in depression or not.
Yes.
But practically speaking, not all 24 hours one can wear that and these all things. So, what is your take on that?
F3, can you first mute yourself, ask for the floor, and then respond, please?
You are asking one cannot wear the band for 24 hours. Like it's not possible to wear a band for 24 hours. I agree, but if the person needs it, he can wear it, and it can help him to reduce fatigue, stress, and other factors. It can save a life. So if the person is working in a critical situation, like going out in an operation, he must wear it, and it will help him to identify whether he is in stress, and the band will specify him like to take some quick break for 5 minutes or drink some water, which will in turn help in reduce the stress.
Thank you, F3. And I see B5. The floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Are you audible to me?
Please.
Yes.
So
When you start speaking, can you stop interrupting in between F3? Please go on mute.
Okay, sir. I'm sorry.
Once you have finished speaking.
Okay, sir. So my question is, what measure can shipping companies take to reduce?
Can you first put on your camera B5 when you speak?
Hello. Am I
Yes, go
audible?
ahead. Yes.
My question is, what measures can shipping companies take to reduce mental health problem on board ship?
F3, would you like to? Let me take the other questions, then I'll ask F3. You can keep a note of this and respond to them together in the interest of time. A4, go ahead.
Yes, sir. As you have suggested, AI is an
A4,
option to
can you
measure
please turn
stress.
on your camera
But
before you take the floor?
okay. As you have suggested, AI is an option to measure stress. But how are you planning to measure it, as it is totally a psychological thing?
Thank you. And then I will let C4 also put their question, and then you can respond to all of them together, F3. C4, the floor is yours. Please start your video and then take the floor. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So my question to team F3 is this, that in one of your proposal, you stated that there should be a IMU-led mental health checks. So I want some your insight on this, like what checks you are talking about here.
Okay. F3, now you can respond to them together.
Sir, I would like to answer the first question. What proposal the company should take? The company can invest in the band. Like the one band costs around $150. So if we can use it, can prevent an accident. It will save them maximum $120 million. The ROI return of investment is very positive in the band issue, and based on the QR factor. If there is no internet and the seafarer find it difficult to contact the family, our QR-based system will help them to connect with them in an emotional way. They can scan the QR and get a personalized video from their family members. This will reduce their depression and fatigue level. I think that answers the first question.
Continue.
Coming to the second
one.
How will we be able to measure the stress, which is psychological factor? Yes, I agree the stress is a psychological factor, but it will have a drastic impact on the body itself. We will have a visible result as a matter of stress. If a person having stress, he will sweat a lot. So my proposal is that I am not using a single sensor. We will using multiple sensor. Like there is a heart rate visibility sensor which will be measured using PPG sensor. Heart rate visibility is a factor that measures the time between two consecutive heartbeat. Then there is a skin temperature sensor, and there is a endothermal activity, which is the skin how often a person sweat in during an activity. So in case if a person is having a stress, his EDP or endothermal activity will be very high. He will sweat a lot, but the heart rate visibility, the time between two heartbeat will be very low, and the skin temperature will be constant. And we will using another sensor, gyroscope sensor, which is a movement sensor. If there is no possible movement, if a person is sitting, if a person is still, and still is the other sensor are working, we will get a clear notification that he will be in stress. And coming to the fatigue, we will be using a sleep pattern. If the person is continually not having a good sleep, if he is waking up in middle of night over a consecutive week, we will get a notification that he may suffering from fatigue. Coming to the third question, how will IMO like check? What was the question? Can you repeat the question?
Would you repeat the question on the IMO part, and that I will also like to respond to later. Yes, first you go ahead and repeat the question for the benefit of F3.
Yes, sir. So my question was to F3, team F3, was that they included one proposal that they will be conducting any IMO-led like mental health checks. So I was just asking that what the checks you are asking about.
Coming to that part, IMO can if we are going to an operation, we will be having a safety check, like we are wearing PPT or something, PP kit or something. So my proposal is that IMO should also look at whether the person is mentally fit or not. Like there will be 3 to 4 mental questions, which will be based on the VR headset that I proposed in the last slide, 7th slide. We can put forward 3 to 5 mental question and state whether he's in a stress level or in fatigue level. If he is not, if he's in good in condition, like the stress level is very high, we can propose him to take a 5-minute break and continue operation or drink some water. Oh, and also IMO can also verify whether
Let me just interrupt you. Please be clear about what IMO role is.
Okay.
You are in IMO mock session, what we used to call it earlier, I-ESKIMO now. IMO has the policies. To put them into legislation and execute them is the responsibility of the national governments, the member states. IMO is not the body which will get into, it can make the policies. That will be the role of IMO.
Yes, sir. Yes,
so
sir.
policies will be, of course, based on what comes from the member states.
Yes, sir.
So
Sir,
it's an inclusive process. I hope, please understand the role of IMO and do not confuse that. IMO is the sort of a watchkeeper for these activities. IMO will lay the guidelines, it will give the regulatory framework, but putting them into national legislations and executing them is the role of various entities under flag states and checking by port state controls. So I hope that clarifies that. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And that leads me to ask F10, are you ready for taking the floor?
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Okay. F10, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Just a minute, sir. So is my screen visible?
Yes, but you are not in presentation mode as yet.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. Yes, sir. Now is it visible?
Go.
Good afternoon to the judges, dignitaries, and fellow cadets. I, Cadet Bhavishya Bhagia, with Cadet Dhruv Katia and Cadet Dhruv Kumar Mangal, would like to start with a topic for today, that is safeguarding seafarers' mental health, well-being, and dignity. So, according to the report of ITF Seafarers Trust Report 2025, over 30% of seafarers are affected with PTSD, that is post-traumatic stress disorders. Seafarers experience depression at a rate of around 14.14%. And the three major factors which contributed are poor physical health, social isolation, and poor sleep quality. So just now further, we would like to address the solution. That is the proposal as an NGO from our side.
Good afternoon, sir. As for the proposal, seafarers today face challenges that extend beyond navigation and machinery, and mental
Your
health.
slides are not moving, gentlemen.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Okay.
So we propose that psychological first aid must be included in the STCW framework, making it mandatory as a part of the training. Officers which are preparing for the higher competency exams should be required to learn how to respond to mental health issues, and every ship it should have a senior crew member that should act as a trained medical first aid. According Alongside this, there must be strong reporting systems, more stable crew compositions, and to reduce isolation, reliable access to counseling and telehealth services must be provided during long voyages. So, to put into practice, we suggest that there might be some changes in the personal safety and social responsibility course. We, in this, we will have three courses: course 1, course 2, and course 3. In course 1, it would be mandatory basic training for all seafarers. It would cover common conditions like stress, anxiety, and depression. It will teach them how to spot early warning signs in themselves and other crew members and show them where to seek help. So, this ensures that every seafarer has the awareness to protect not only themselves but to also their colleagues. As as for course 2, it would be compulsory for officers. It would train them to create a psychologically safe workplace, conduct mental health assessments, and intervene during crisis. Officers should also learn how to coordinate with shore-based professionals so that the crew never feels unsupported, even in the long voyages. Finally, the course 3, it would certify selected officers or senior crew members which will aid on vessel as a mental health aiders. This mandatory certificate would give them advanced skills in peer counseling, suicide prevention, running awareness campaigns on board. This will also serve the link between the crew on the vessel and the professional mental health services on port or on shore. By making these three courses mandatory: basic awareness for all, leadership for officers, and specialized training for champions, we can build a structured, reliable system that will safeguard seafarers' mental health, well-being, and dignity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. You can unshare your screen. Okay. I see the card of C4 raised. C4, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. My question to Team F10 is that they mentioned crisis intervention techniques in course 2. Can you please elaborate what do you mean by crisis intervention techniques?
F10, would you like to respond to that?
Can you please pardon?
They want a clarification on the crisis techniques which you talked of in the course.
Yes, sir.
So the situations like COVID and these all things, when the duration on board is much larger than we expect, the time duration extends. So we should be focused on such courses as well as.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. B5, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. According to your proposal, how has the STCW convention adapted to include modern technology and safety practices on board ships?
I'm sorry, there was a lot of echo. Even I could not understand what you said. Can you repeat, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. According to your proposal, how has the STCW convention adapted to include modern technology and safety practices on board ships?
You want to understand how STCW convention can incorporate this. Okay, F10, your hand is raised, please respond?
Sir, we would like to respond.
Go ahead.
Sir, like we have seen in the past few presentations also, with the help of AI and with the help of new technologies, we will be achieving a target.
Thank you very much. I see no further requests for the floor. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you to all the participants in this session for sharing your thoughts. I am sure some of these are quite valuable and would be helpful. Thank you to the judges. If the judges have no objection, I'll close this session and I'll hand.
What my request is, we have got a chartered accountant with us. We pick up
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
and we ask him what is the
Okay.
tax that we are paying or a corporate tax that we are paying on the corporate that we have. As against that,
Okay.
if we take a rented lease property for a long time, whether we can get any deductions in the taxes and whether that deduction is more
Okay, I think I'll speak on, hand over back to the MC. MC, I think you can mute everybody and take over.
even
Yes, sir.
I would like to start the session at 2 o'clock, next session. So accordingly, you can advise the joining time and whatever is the next plan. Thank you.
Thank you once again to all our participant and speaker for the insightful contribution. We will now break for lunch and reconvene at 1400 hours. Please ensure you are back in your seats promptly for the next session. Enjoy your lunch.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope you all had a refreshing lunch. Now it's time to introduce the participants for session 1 presenting on the topic SDC guidelines for the use of FRP within ship structures.
First team is Team A1. The participants are Shubham Tushar, Pratik Nagesh Ami, and Mohammad Zaid Malik from Anglo-Eastern Maritime Academy, Mumbai, and their external guide is Mr. Mohan Singh Pal.
B1 Yogesh Rana, Priyanshu Mohanty from Coimbatore Marine College, Coimbatore, with their external guide Mr. Tariq Mullah.
The third team is Team C2 with participants Shivam Maurya, Shikhar Chadda, and Deepak Shaw from IMU Kolkata campus with their external guide Mr. Mohan Singh Pal.
Team D2 Divya, Navneet Krishna from IMU Kolkata campus with their external guide Mr. Mohan Singh Pal.
The last team is Team E1 with participants Angajit Singh, Anand Ranjan, and Lini CL from IMU Kochi campus with their external guide Mr. Mohan Singh Pal.
Thank you. And Mr. Hariram, the judges are there for this session.
So now it's time to introduce the panel of 3 eminent judges who will be assessing the out-of-the-box thinking of the participants in SDC guideline for the use of FRP within the ship structures. Our first judge is Mr. Ajay Chatterjee. He retired as Chief Surveyor to the Government of India in 2010 and spent the next 8 years in academia as Principal and Head of the Great Eastern Institute of Maritime Studies. With over 50 years of experience in the maritime industry, he continues to be in the demand across a broad spectrum of maritime activities.
Our second judge is Mr. N. Girish, a naval architect with an MTech in Ocean Engineering from Yokohama National University, Japan. He is currently Senior Vice President and Chief Surveyor at IRS, overseeing rule development and associated research. Mr. Girish has been associated with IMO and IACS activities for many years and has represented India in numerous IMO delegations.
And finally, our third judge is Mr. S.M. Rai, the first graduate engineer from Rajasthan to join the Merchant Navy as a marine engineer. He sailed with the Shipping Corporation of India, eventually serving as Technical General Manager, overseeing new ship acquisitions and operations. After retirement, he became Technical Director at the Indian National Ship Owners Association. Mr. Rai also chaired the Institute of Marine Engineers in Mumbai and served as Chief Editor of the journal MERI.
We are truly honored to have such an esteemed panel of judges with us today.
Thank you very much. And while we await a confirmation from Mr. Hariram regarding the judges,
sir, other two, sir, again, I'm recommending, sir.
Yeah, please. Meanwhile, for the benefit of the STC teams, I'm going to give out what will be the process we will follow. The first, I think, is I see all of them are there. A1, B1, C2, D2, E1, right? So basically, the instructions have been given. You get 6 minutes to introduce your paper. If you have chosen to do it through a presentation, you will do that through presentation or whatever other way. But the idea is to highlight your paper. 6 minutes is the time you have been allotted. There is 1 additional minute given if you slightly overrun. But after that, it will be negatively marked. And at the end of 8 minutes, anyway, I will stop you irrespective of where you are. So please do keep these timelines in your mind. Please do listen very carefully to what others have to say. People in the same group can then raise interventions on that. Please ensure the intervention's purpose is not to get into a debate. It is The reason why in the IMO structure we have you as representing developing countries, is to understand that people have different requirements, people have different aims, there are different things which are driving various member states. So it's a collaborative process, and that is the spirit in which intervention should be. They should be to understand the other's position and find mutual ways forward. It is not for debating, and the judges will be looking very carefully at how you interact. How you present your paper is the major one, but there is also a portion they will look at when they assess you as to how you interact on others' papers. So timelines are critical. I think Mr. Girish has also joined. Is Mr. Ajay Chatterjee also there?
Sir, he is not picking the phone, sir. Again, I'm trying him. But already morning I have reminded and okay, he says. But Rai sir and Girish sir is there, sir. Ajay Chaudhary, just again I'm calling.
So let's give a couple of minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
If any team has any clarification required, please raise your hand. Interventions, when you want to take the floor, is only after you raise your hand. Please do not unmute yourself and speak unless you are invited to take the floor. And asking for the floor is only through raise of hand. Only the teams participating will be asked to interact in their session. The judges, of course, have the right to raise their hand and seek any clarification at any point of time. So I hope with these clarifications, if the teams have any clarification required, kindly do let me know right now by raising your hand.
Sir, Ajay Chaudhary is just joining, sir. He just 10 seconds he'll join.
Thank you. And I would request everybody else to keep their mics on mute so that there's no disturbance in the session. Okay, so I see Mr. Ajay Chatterjee is joined. So with the permission of the judges, I'll start the process.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Girish. Okay, team A1, are you ready? Yes, A1, if you're ready,
Yes, sir. We are
please
ready.
take the floor. Please take the floor.
Yes, sir. Can I present?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay, so
And you can lower your hand. Yes, you're visible. Start.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Shubham Tushar. We are representing Team SDC A1. Along with me, my team members are Mohammad Zaid Malik, Pratik Nagesh Amin, and we are from Anglo Eastern Maritime Academy. Today, our topic is proposals to overcome challenges of FRP structural components. So, what is this about? Why are we even talking about? Because the adoption of FRP in marine applications have been proven a very key factor, and there are some key concerns that we need to tackle. For this, we have noticed some challenges also. So based on these challenges, we have made up our recommendations and the proposals. These are some of the potential impacts that FRP is creating. And with this, it also supports the UN SDGs 12 and 13 goal. UN Sustainable Development Goals. Number 12 is
ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. 13. Take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. Now, moving to our proposal. Our first proposal is for the fire integrity standards. 4. Before applying any FRP material into a shipboard structure, we first need to test it, whether it is good or not for the purpose of the use. So we suggest to use two thermocouples that should be placed between the two insulation layers. First one is the under the insulation layer and the second one is under the FRP skin. As you can see in the prescribed picture alongside also, and there should also be a measurement for the temperature threshold to examine the heat distortion temperature of the material so that it should not fail. And we recommend the adoption of such methodologies as proposed in the reference China study paper, that is the SDC 11111, and to develop the IMO FTP code guidelines for the FRP. Now, proposal number 2 is the mandatory training on the safety and handling. So as we know that STCW requirements and the training is mandatory for all, we also request the committee to make this also as a mandatory thing by introducing the training modules on the FRP safety, how the emergency response should be. There should be necessary knowledge and skills for that, and there should be some repair techniques that should also be taught before joining the ship. So proposal number 3 is the cost-effective integration. As we know that the application of FRP composite materials involve higher cost, as this is something new that is coming into the maritime sector. But we can tackle this with the advancement in automation and the material science. We request the committee to propose strategies and the frameworks for practical implementation of the FRP. Our emphasis should remain on facilitating this transition, as we are confident that adoption of FRP technology will over time lead to measurable reduction in the overall cost. Now, proposal number 4 is the sustainable maritime development. So, FRPs have already been utilized in sectors such as aviation, automotive, chemical processing, and civil facilities. So, there is a significant potential that FRP integration into the maritime sector will prove to be beneficial. How we can achieve this by collaborating international partnerships, joint facilities, and retrofittings, shared R&D for FRP. As our country is assigned as A1, we have limited R&D facilities, but that's why we require the collaboration from all the international organizations and the countries to get up together and make it happen. Now, handing over to my other team members, Zach, please take over.
Thank you, Shubham. Now, going on to the proposal number 5, we are concerned about the smoke and toxicity significantly slowing down the and toxic emissions, thermal barrier of insulation that longer periods of time when it's under fire. We can always also introduce an emission index that will ensure that any FRP used on board will meet a toxicity limit before it is approved. Finally, crew members can also be trained for specifically FRP related fires and smoke scenarios, where what to expect and how to tackle these fires. Moving on to proposal number 6, we are concerned about the phased implementation of this FRP on board. Now, since FRPs have relatively been new in ship structures and full guidelines are not yet established, we need a cautious step-by-step approach. For this, we propose starting with non-critical areas, which such as masts, balconies, and funnels, for example, where FRPs would directly affect the ship's global structural strength. We are able to collect operational data and monitor the performance all this while, so that it can allow us to monitor how the FRP is behaving in the real world scenarios on board. Now, once the material has proved to be reliable and have safety during operation, we can ensure that it is managed and safely innovated into the ship structure. Moving on to proposal number 7, as these FRPs are going to be more common on ship structures, we we have to not only prevent fires, but once they do occur, we have to be readily available with the firefighting techniques on board. So for this, we can current introduced firefighting methods could be the fixed firefighting systems that can be designed to be established on board. Tools like cutting extinguishers and fog spears can also allow for fire suppression through small holes in the FRP panels. These pre-drilled holes can be easily proved to be an easy access point for firefighters to act quickly and take action during emergencies. Although these methods are innovative, they are not yet fully proven in the sector. So we are calling for international collaboration to develop more robust and scalable firefighting solutions to be tailored for FRP on board ships. Now, what we are proposing is for the committee to have a collaborative effort from the different states, from different countries, and have a more efficient transition from our future into a more FRP, structural FRP implementation on board ships. Thank you so much. And that we are done with our presentation.
Thank you very much. You may unshare your presentation now, and I open the floor for any interventions, please. D2, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, please switch on your camera. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. So, my question to the team A1 is that your proposal focuses on measuring temperature at the FRP skin and core to determine the heat distortion temperature. However, IMO FTP Code Part 3 also requires the assessment of flame spread, smoke toxicity, and heat release rate for fire approval. So, how does your test setup ensure compliance with these additional IMO requirements?
Thank you, D2. Would you like to respond to that, Evan?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
We are not only measuring the heat distortion temperature for this to failure of the materials, we are also ensuring the insulation layer thermocouple and the FRP skin. The insulation layer thermocouple is only solely responsible to measure the temperature of the FRP skin, that is including the insulating cover. So whichever heat is released through the system, it can also measure the same. It's not only measuring the core temperature, but it is also measuring the insulation layer temperature also, so that we can get to know what is the temperature threshold that is decreasing or increasing with the time and also at the real time monitoring.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Yes, sir.
I see no further request for the floor at the moment. So thank you very much. A1, B1, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Sir, I'm visible.
Visible but not in presentation mode. If you can change it to presentation mode.
Now it is there, sir.
The presentation is on, but it is not the presentation mode. It's still showing the tiles on the left. So you can proceed if you want.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Yogesh Rana, and this is my partner, Priyanshu Monte. We are going to discuss on the topic guidelines for the use of fiber reinforced plastic. So we will start with our PPT. First, I would like to share about the topic that FRP, fiber reinforced plastic. So fiber reinforced plastics are commonly known as a new class of advanced materials which are different in many aspects from the traditional material, such as like metals, ceramics, or plastics. They are made in such a way that they can provide extremely high strength with a sufficient stiffness and toughness. With lightweight, this combined properties offers a great advantage in mechanical design. Then now the question is, why is it used in ships? First of all, FRP composites and elements are significantly lighter than steel, which improves vessel fuel efficiency and payload capacity. By
Are you
definition,
changing
the
the
composite.
slides? Your slides are not moving.
No, no, sir. We are on the first slide. We are explaining one by one.
Go ahead then.
Yes, sir. Slides are moving, right, sir?
Now your second slide is showing, but it's
Yes.
still not in PPT mode. Now your third slide is on.
By definition, the composite is a material in which one material which act as a matrix is mixed with one or more material acting as a filler. So why is it used in ship? Because it is very lightweight as compared to steels. It improves fuel efficiencies. Now the challenges what we face nowadays is like the high initial cost and production complexity. Now the second point is the fire resistance and heat elimination. So FRP composites doesn't have a single melting point because they are made up of fibers which are very high melting points, which are having a very high melting point, and a polymer resin matrix. The resins which act as a binder and softens, deteriorates, and composites such as much lower temperature. So this is one of the major issues, and also issues like moisture and marine degradations and recycle and sustainability concerns. The regulatory frameworks that are for FRPs are the SOLA Chapter 2 restrictions and 2017 Inter guidelines that provides a comprehensive for fire safety resistance, and also the National Maritime Authorities enforce an additional requirement for safety purpose. Now, the testing and inspections requirements that we do for FRPs. First of all, there are two types: non-destructive testing method and performance testing method. Non-destructive testing methods, we are using ultrasonic testing for internal detection and thickness measurement, thermographic inspections for delaminations and bond qualities, and visual inspections to check like cracks, fiber exposures, and manufacturing defects. For performance testing, we are having comprehensive testings, mechanical load tensils testings like tensile strengths, flexurals, and impact resistance tests. These are the major tests and inspections we do for FRP. Next, the certification process. So for getting a proper certification and compliance requirement, there are various methods. First is US Coast Guard and ASTM F3059. It is a grading method that is used for FRP. This most often received by Coast Guard's approvals and undergo intake leading tests for fire and structural safety aspects. We have as equal equivalence principle DLMA reference and third party testing bodies. Now implementations of FRP we can see in both commercial as well as in naval and military vessels. For commercial maritime applications, we can see like high speed passenger ferries, offshore supply vessels, and accommodations block, luxury yachts. In military vessels like US Naval Osprey class mine hunters, and for fast patrol boats, and for Coast Guard operations. Now, future outlooks, what we are seeing for FRP in shipbuilding. As we see FRP 2025, which focus on fire resistance, we are also looking toward nano composites and bioresins and self-healing materials. We also have tailor fabric placements, TFP, efficient low waste performance optimization layouts, which look towards the greenhouse composites like ecometries and recycle contents.
plus hull optimizations with simulation derived design benefits lightweight FRPs. In conclusion, I would like to say FRP offers significant advantage for marine applications, but must be implemented with proper engineering knowledge and regulatory compliances. There are questions regarding general questions that rises regarding FRP, which my fellow teammate Priyanshu will be explaining.
Like, like there are some certain questions like what are the key advantages of using FRP in shipbuilding? Basically, the FRP will give us structural support and will be more efficient and will be the power to weight to power ratio will be good. And for the technical questions, there are like safety measures and FRP perform under prolonged exposure to salt water and UV radiation. Because of the UV radiation, the chemical bonding of the FRP and the polymer will break, and with the salt water will if, affect the what to say affect the plastic, and it will absorb water. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We would like to conclude here.
Thank you very much, and you can unshare your presentation. I see A1 wants to take the floor. A1, the floor is yours.
Okay, Team SDC B1, I want to ask, like you have talked about the water absorption for the FRP. So what is your suggestion? How we can neglect the water absorption? How we can reduce the water absorption in the FRP when we are using in the maritime sector?
So B1, would you like to hold on, B1?
Yes, sir. Of course, we can
Please wait
apply
to be given the
UV
floor, and then
protection.
you can respond.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Should I speak?
B1, go ahead. Yeah.
So for UV protection, we can apply a UV protection layer for the FRP, like a layer paint which we apply usually, which won't affect the weight too much, and it will be better for the ship designs and will be efficient.
A1, you have again raised your hand. Is it a further question or clarification you need?
I need some clarification, sir. I think he has got me wrong with my question, I think. Can I ask
Okay,
him?
then yeah, you can repeat your question, please.
Sorry to interrupt SDC people, but I want to ask about you have mentioned about the water absorption within the FRP. So for the water absorption for the FRP, what are you suggesting? Like how will you reduce the water absorption in the FRP? Because if water is getting absorbed in the FRP, that will damage the structure, right?
Okay,
So
but when it will be
this is, please understand. I am not going to repeat it again.
Yes,
It is
sir.
not your one-to-one dialogue. You can carry that over the tea. If you want to take the floor, please raise your hand and wait to be given the floor. Yeah, B1. Go ahead and take the floor.
Okay, so as you said, we told that if the UV radiation will the FRP will expose to the UV radiation, then only the chemical bonding will be break and the water observation will take. And if we are already applying the UV radiation, though it won't happen. And for that, if we are saying water absorption, we have we can use low permeability resins to apply on it, which will what to say support and make the bond better, which won't affect which will not absorb water. And we can also add nano filters and improve cross link densities.
Thank you for the clarification, B1. I see no further cards on the floor, so I hope that clarifies. C2, are you ready to take the floor? C2, are you there?
Yes, sir.
So please go ahead.
Sir, is the presentation visible?
Yes, go ahead.
Distinguished delegates, I am here from Team C2 from IMU Kolkata campus to present our paper on guideline for use of fiber reinforced plastics. Our journey began in 2015 with the adoption of MSc 1 Circular 1574, which established the initial interim guidelines for non-structural FRP elements. By 2022, a review was initiated by CESA to expand FRP's application beyond these early limitations. That brings us today, where the group has been re-established with a clear mandate of 8 action points to finalize new comprehensive guidelines. As a developing maritime nation with a large coastline, we face limited R&D and spending capacity. Our delegation therefore advocates for international cooperation and technical support to ensure new regulation and practical and achievable for all member states. Our first action point is redefining fire safety. The 2010 FTP code designed for steel is inadequate for composites, as the graph from China's submission showed that the unexposed side of an FRP panel remains cool, which is dangerously misleading. The real failure happens internally. When the internal core temperature reaches critical point like 120 degrees Celsius for delamination, the structure rapidly deforms and collapses. Therefore, we propose amending the FTP code to mandate a dual temperature monitoring system that tracks both the skin and internal core, as proposed by China in SDC 11.11.1. We also note that FRP can maintain structural integrity better than aluminium at high temperatures. In an adverse condition to manage the risk of toxic smoke from an FRP fire, we also propose developing a new fail-safe system with like dedicated smoke venting to protect both personnel and the ship. Now we turn to a central concern, expanding the guidelines to include load-bearing structure, which addresses action point 2, 3, and 7. The United States has expressed concerns about conflicts with SOLAS objective, like CESA and SAIBA strongly advocate for this expansion. Our nation supports moving forward, but only with a clear, globally harmonized approach and practical standard that all member states can implement. This requires precise definition, such as 3-tier categorization proposed by ISES, to distinguish between different structural elements. To expand the scope safely, we need evidences. As paper by Team B3 shows, pioneers in Finland and Netherlands and Sweden have already proven that FRP is viable for large structure like cruise ship decks and hybrid hulls. Crucially, their work demonstrates that with advanced fire protection like intermittent coating, these FRP structure can successfully meet and even exceed the stringent requirements of the current FTP regulation, proving their safety and viability. These are not just experiments, they are proven success. So, IMO must establish a centralized platform for sharing the technical data from these national pilots. To build on this momentum, we propose a third action, establishing a regional innovation hub centered around the collaborative test fleet. We propose our nation to serve as a testing and certification center, retrofitting decommissioned vessels from partner developing nations. We seek not only to innovate, but to uplift our regional partners by transforming scrapyard liabilities into shared assets for maritime advancement. This initiative would offer shared access to all test data, building transparency. It also has strong environmental incentives, supporting green ship recycling and allowing us pilot low-emission retrofits alongside FRP trials. To ensure credibility, we will seek technical partnership with classification societies to validate the result. Our ultimate goal is to submit a formal working paper to the SDC proposing a developing nation FRP test fleet initiative with a clear roadmap to safety protocol. In conclusion, our delegation respectfully asks the committee to consider 4 clear actions to advance the safe use of FRP. First, amend the 2010 FTP code to reflect the physical reality of composite material in a fire. We must task the SSC subcommittee to incorporate a dual temperature monitoring protocol. Second, establish a centralized data platform. We need an official IMO repository
for member states to share technical data from pilot projects. Third, endorse a collaborative research program. We ask you to support the formation of a group to develop a framework for an international test fleet. And finally, refer the recycling to the MEPC. We must formally task the Marine Environment Protection Committee with developing guidelines for the end of life management of these materials. By taking these decisive steps, we can build a harmonized, innovative, and safe future for the global maritime industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, C2. And you can unshare your presentation. I open the floor for any intervention. I see D2 has raised the hand. D2, the floor is yours.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
So my question is, your paper doesn't give a concrete framework for FRP in load bearing division. So isn't this a major weakness for your paper?
Sir,
Would
I
you
would like
like
to,
to
yes.
respond? Yes, go ahead.
You're correct. Our paper doesn't propose a final concrete framework. Well, this is not a weakness, but as a necessary and deliberate strategy because the foundation work must come first. Lack, there are three key reasons for this approach. First being lack of consensus and uh, procedure. There is currently no global consensus on this expansion with significant divergent views among member states. Proposing a framework now would be premature and would pre-attempt and the required confirmation from higher level maritime safety committee, MSC 110. We need concrete definitions before we can build the rules. We must agree on basic terms. A critical first step is establishing precise harmonized definitions for the differential categories of load-bearing structures, such as three-tier system proposed by the ISS. The third one being requirement for more data. A safe framework must be data-driven. Our key proposal, the centralized data sharing platform, and the collaborative test fleet are designed specifically to generate the shared empirical data needs to write these structural rules responsibility. In short, our paper outlines the essential prerequisites. We must build consensus, define our terms, and gather the data before a safe and effective framework can be developed.
Thank you for that clarification and your views. A1, the floor is yours.
So, being a SDC country assigned at sea, I can see that you have a limited facility for recycling and have a large coastline, and you are doing well for the recycling. And you have also talked about the collaboration approach for the retrofitting, and for that we have also proposed. So we want to agree with the SDC C2 as this is very much a good approach for this. So we are agreeing with it, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, and you can take this forward at coffee break and see how you can collaborate on this. So thank you very much. I see no further cards from the floor. So I'll ask D2. D2, are you ready?
Yes, sir, we are ready, sir.
Okay, then the
Am I
floor is yours.
audible?
Please go ahead. You are audible.
Is my screen visible, sir?
It came on and then it's gone again. Please retry. Yes.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team D2, and our topic is Guideline for the Use of Fiber Reinforced Plastic, or FRP, within ship structure, with the special focus on developing nations. But the question is, why is this important? Because as a developing nations expand their maritime fleet, they face pressure to meet the IMO decarbonization and circular economy target, all while balancing the cost and infrastructure challenges. FRP materials are promising as they are lightweight, corrosion resistant, and more sustainable than the conventional steel. Our study focuses on a hybrid FRP approach, combining with the helium resin, vacuum assisted resin transfer molding, and UV pultrusion, aiming to meet the IMO standards while enabling affordable green shipbuilding for the emerging economy. Moving towards slide 2, we are discussing the synergy of the hybrid FRP. Each of these three technology contribute to a vital piece. Helium resin. Helium resin is a recyclable thermoplastic resin from I-ESKIMO. Unlike traditional thermosets, it can be reshaped, welded, and chemically recycled, making it ideal for the circular ship designs. VARTM, a closed mold process that forms large, strong structures like hull and deck within lower emission and fewer defect, improving the quality control. The third one is UV pultrusion, which enable the high-speed automated manufacturing using UV curing instead of heat, saving energy and allowing complex shapes like stiffener. By synergizing these three, shipyards can produce lightweight, durable, and fully recyclable vessels, meeting the safety, sustainability, and cost efficiency together. Moving towards slide 3, we are discussing about the key consideration. When adopting FRP in shipbuilding, 5 technical and regulatory aspects must be addressed. Number 1 is structural integrity. FRP can cut the vessel weight by 30 to 50%, saving 10 to 20% of fuel over its lifetime. The second is fire performance. With the flame retardants like ATH or the phosphorus compound, helium composites can meet the IMO FTP code for the flame spread and toxicity. The third is recyclability. Unlike thermosets, helium FRP can be depolymerized, recovering both resin and fibers. And the fourth is cost and CO2. Studies shows that 40 to 70% of lower life cycle emission than the steel ship or the other other thermosets. And the fifth is maintenance. FRP structures allow faster repair, that is 8 to 48 hours. These advantages make FRP not just an alternative, but a strategic enabler for the nation transitioning into green fleet. Moving toward the slide 4, we are discussing the global standards. Now we are examining how technologies align with the international regulation. Number 1 is the SOLAS Chapter 2, Part 2 and 2010 FTP code, which demand for the strict fire safety. Hybrid helium FRP comply with the flame spread and smoke density test with the proper additive. Second is the Hong Kong Convention, which is effective in June 2025, which promote the safe and sustainable recycling, and FRP recyclability far exceeds its minimum requirement. ABS, that is American Bureau of Shipping, in 2024 approved VARTM-based FRP repairs, a significant step showing regulatory acceptance of composites in shipbuilding. However, developing nations face capacity gap, limited test facilities, certification, delay, and lack of awareness. Hence, we recommend the Regional Center of Excellence and the training programs to help the nations like India align quickly with these standards. This ensures that no country is left behind in the shift to sustainable materials. Moving towards slide 5, we are discussing about the industrial practices. Several global leaders have already implemented FRP successfully. Group Bento developed the Genoa Cernfast 30 OD, the world's first series produced recyclable yacht made fully with the helium resin. And Arkema Mini 6.50 prototype built in 2016 raced across the Atlantic, proving performance and durability in the real sea condition. These examples serve as a proof of concept showing FRP technical maturity and the commercial readiness. Moving towards slide 6, we are discussing about the objective and concern. Our study aims to ensure the fire safety compliance under IMO rules, guarantee end-of-life recyclability, and enable the policy and the industrial collaboration across the nation. But the major concern is accessibility. How can a developing nation finance, certify, and adopt these materials? Our framework proposes international funding, public-private partnership, and the training initiative to overcome these barriers. Moving towards slide 7, we are discussing the proposal to the SDC. To support our equitable adoption, we recommend the IMO subcommittee on ship design and construction to create an accelerated type approval system for recyclable FRP, form an interdisciplinary system group which link regulators, shipbuilders, and the material scientists, collaborate with the MSc, MEPS, and CCC committee for the consistent global policies. We also propose pilot projects under IMO Green Voyage 2050 program to demonstrate the feasibility in developing nation. And moving toward the conclusion, to conclude, adopting hybrid FRP in shipbuilding empowers the developing nations to join the global shift toward the sustainable and circular shipbuilding, attract the foreign investment and technology partnership, avoid domestic expertise in advanced composites, and prevent being a dumping ground for the end of life recyclability. It is a transformative opportunity enabling nations like India to lead in next generation green fleet. By embracing FRP now, we ensure not just a compliance but competitiveness and climate responsibility in the decades ahead. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. You can now unshare your presentation and I open the floor for any interventions. C2, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. So I have a question for you. The helium resin is a thermoplastic and inherently flammable. So how can it meet the IMO standards? Can you explain on that?
D2, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, sir, we have raised our hands, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. D2,
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead.
So regarding the question, you're absolutely correct. Helium is a thermoplastic resin and by itself it's flammable. However, the key lies in formulation and system design, not the base polymer alone. Firstly, extensive research and industrial trials have shown that helium can achieve IMO FTP code compliance through engineered fire retardant strategies such as intumescent coatings that expand and insulate during fire, mineral fillers like aluminum trihydrate or magnesium hydroxide, which release water and cool the surface, phosphorus-based additives, and nanofillers to slow ignition and reduce heat release. Secondly, the roadmap is full compliance through IMO FTP codes, parts 2, 3, and 5 testing, which includes surface flammability, smoke or toxicity, and fire spread evaluations. So initial lab tests already show significant reductions in peak heat release and flame spread with these FR systems. Thirdly, other thermoplastic composites have successfully passed IMO FTP. So with proper formulation, helium is not an exception. Sorry. Lastly, our proposal to the SDC includes establishing a working group to conduct full-scale FTP testing on these hybrid laminates, ensuring certification, and type approval with classification societies. So I hope that this has answered your question as well as your concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Evan, the floor is yours.
So, am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
So, I have a question for Team D2. As we are the representative for the NGO, is it feasible for us to invest in a developing nation with far less infrastructure for such an advanced technology?
Could you repeat the question?
Is it feasible for us to invest in a developing nation with far less infrastructure for such an advanced technology?
Okay. I'll D2. You want to respond? Go ahead.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
So yes, my answer is yes, it is feasible, and in fact, it is a strategic opportunity indeed. Hybrid FRP production methods like VARTM and UV pultrusion are less capital intensive than steel shipbuilding and the other thermoset infrastructure, which require the blast furnace, heavy welding, and the corrosion treatment. FRP workshops need only fusion equipments, mold, and the UV curing systems, which are cheaper and scalable. And the question is, you are asking in for the NGO and other investors. So for other NGO and investors, this means that developing nations can leapfrog directly to the sustainable shipbuilding, just as many escaped landline network and moved straight to mobile phones. This added benefit is alignment with the IMO Hong Kong Convention 2025, which make these nations early leaders in the green shipbuilding. So far from being a risk, it is a chance for the developing nations to attract the technology transfer and the global investment while avoiding the outdated infrastructure or the structures.
Thank you very much. And I suppose you can take this conversation and the NGO can decide how to proceed. I see no further requests from the floor. So, Evan, are you ready to take the floor for your presentation?
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir?
You are audible. Please start.
Yes, sir. So is my screen visible?
Yes, but it is not in the presentation mode.
Now, sir?
Now, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, okay, sir. So, good afternoon to the jury members and my fellow cadets. First of all, thank you for giving us the chance to present our proposal. We, team SDCE1 here, will talk about the guidelines for the use of fiber reinforced plastics within the ship structure. This documents will highlight the growing role for the fiber reinforced plastics within the ship structure and will highlight the pros and cons associated with it and how IMU policies can be modified with respect to this. So moving forward, let's understand the FRP technology. If we talk about the composite structure, it is an integrated synthetic resin matrix which includes the epoxy, polyester, vinyl ester, and along with some high strength reinforcing fibers, including the glass, carbon, and aramid. If we talk about some superior performance, glass reinforced polymer matches the steel's tensile strength while weighing 75% less. Moreover, if you talk about one marine advantage, the exceptional corrosion resistance in the saline environments reduces the maintenance cycles and enhances the vessel's lifespan. Now, let us have a look at some current applications and the market trends. So, some of the established users of FRP are the SOLAS compliant lifeboats. Some countries and have next is the naval minesweepers. Countries like Norway and Finland, they have developed their minesweepers with the use of FRP. Next is the radomes and the composite mast. Moving forward is the high speed ferries accommodation area and the deck gratings and the gangways. So now let us have a look on the growth opportunities. Scandinavian and East Asian markets are already leading in the FRP adoption for their construction of hybrid vessels, which will help them in achieving the substantial fuel economy improvements. Moreover, primary load-bearing structures remain limited due to the fragmented classification rules and absence of unified IMO guidelines. Moreover, research by DNV and academic institutions confirm that FRP can meet or exceed the maritime structural standards for small or medium sized vessels with the proper lamination techniques. Moving forward are some pros and cons for the FRP. So, if you talk about the advantages, it is highly durable. It shows the best corrosion resistance. It has the weight reduction property. It shows the decarbonization support and the design adaptability for every vessel. Now let us have a look on some of the disadvantages. Some disadvantages are fire safety concerns, structural integrity issues, approval inconsistency, and end of life management. Moving forward are the environmental and human element perspectives. If you talk about the environmental benefits, FRP can lead to 10 to 15% fuel savings from weight reduction, and moreover, it eliminates the VOCs and CFCs from heavy metal contamination. Now, if we look about the worker safety, exposure to styrene and methyl ethyl ketone peroxide during the production and repair requires specialized training for the crew, ventilation, and the proper protective equipment. Now, if we talk about how we can enhance our current policy with the help of some multi stakeholders, the steps are as follows. We can go for a technical collaboration where the experts from the marine sector will collaborate with the IMO in order to amend the robust policies. Next is the transparent dialogue. Inclusive stakeholder can prevent the premature deployment risk, as it was seen in some early technologies like the LNG propulsion systems. Next is the global conformity. The IMO should develop a basic performance standards for the FRP with respect to of its fire safety and structural resilience. Last is the human integration. We have to consult with the seafarers organization, ensuring the safety across all FRP integration phases. Moving forward are some proven case studies where FRP has been successfully used. First is the Norwegian minesweepers. In this particular vessel, the full hull of the vessel was designed with FRP. Moving forward is next is the Nordic hybrid ferries. In this particular case study, the superstructure of the vessel's name is Tycho Brahe. It was the superstructure of this vessel was constructed solely with the FRP, and it has helped in enhancing the stability and lowering the fuel consumption, along with the IMO Tier 3 compliance. Next is the offshore transfer vessels. Crew transfer vessels supporting wind installations use the FRP for their higher speeds, reduction in fuel cost, and improve the crew comfort in the rough seas. Now, the main point to be discussed is what actions can the committee take. So these are the some actions. The first is recognize regulatory gaps, formally acknowledging increasing FRB adoption and lack of uniform regulatory guidance, leading to safety inconsistencies across the jurisdictions. Next is initiate composite ship structural code. MSC should work for dedicating the IMO code addressing the structural design, the fire performance, the inspection, and the recyclability of the material. Next is the facilitate the stakeholder collaboration. It promotes all the structural cooperation among um, all the marine all the flag states and the experts, marine experts around the globe. Next is the integrate life cycle assessments. It requires comprehensive and environmental impact analysis and the crew safety protocols for all the FRP related approvals. Last but not the least is the support technology transfer. It endorses the international cooperation mechanisms for the FRP expertise dissemination, particularly to developing maritime nations. So with this, we conclude our presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. You can unshare your presentation, and I open the floor for any interventions. D2, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. So, Team Even, in your presentation, you have very elaboratively and clearly explained the merits as well as advantages of the fiber reinforced plastic or the FRPs. So, the question that I would like to ask you all is that what are the main challenges associated with the use of fiber reinforced plastics in shipbuilding? And how can the International Maritime Organization or the IMO address them?
Am I audible?
Uh, yes, Evan, go ahead.
So the main challenges include the fire performance, where FRP materials are often combustible and produce heavy smoke, toxic gases. So the fire safety is the biggest barrier to the wider use of FRP. And structural integrity, where the long-term structural behavior and durability, damage tolerance, and approval inconsistency, and end of the life management, where disposal and the recycling of FRP hulls and parts is problematic. And actions by IMO and how can we address is that by formally acknowledging the increasing FRP adoption, then approval of new MSC and STC guidelines by addressing the ship structure and its performance, and by promoting the structured collaboration among flag states, classification society, and research institutions and naval architectures.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other request for the floor. So with the permission of the judges, I conclude this session, first session on SDC. Thank you very much for participating in it. And I hand it over to the MC. We will be taking a short break and we'll be back with you at 3:05. Over to the MC, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you to all for your valuable insights. We will now take a short break and reconvene shortly. Please be back in your seats by 1505 hours.
स्टार्ट करो ये बोल दो
I hope everyone is back now. So now it's time to introduce the teams for session 2. Presenting on the topic SDC guidelines for the use of FRP within ship structures.
The first team is Team A2. Participants are Uttam Kumar, Aditya Kevlani, and Anthony Cheruvatur from IMU Kolkata campus with their external guide, Mr. Mohan Singh Pal.
Team B3, Harsh Raj Singh, Sudhanshu Tiwari from IMU Kolkata campus with their external guide, Mr. Pankaj Seth.
The next team is Team C4 with the participants Gupta Vaishnavi Rajesh, Harsh Tripathi, and Rahul Swami from IMU Mumbai Port campus with their external guide, Mr. Tariq Mullah.
Team D4 with Ansh Jindal as participant and from IMU Mumbai Port campus with their external guide, Mr. Tariq Mullah.
The last team is Team E4 with participants Rishit Ranjan, Partho Kumar De, and Sudhanshu Chaube from college IMU Mumbai Port campus with their external guide, Mr. Tariq Mullah.
Thank you for introducing them. So I see all the teams are there. A2, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Please, floor is yours. Go ahead.
Am I audible, sir?
You are audible. Your presentation is visible, but not in presentation mode. If you can do that, it will be better, but otherwise you can start.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, respected faculty, and my fellow participants. Today, I am representing my team as DC82 from the Indian Maritime University, Kolkata campus, presenting on our paper, Guideline for the Use of Fiber Reinforced Polymer or FRP within ship structures. The maritime industry faces a crucial challenge balancing safety with efficiency and sustainability. This is where FRP comes into play due to its high weight to strength ratio and corrosion resistance. But one of the biggest disadvantage of FRP is that it is its fire performance. It is highly combustible, loses its strength in case of fire, spreads easily, and produces toxic fumes. This paper talks about how we can counter these disadvantages and use FRP for shipbuilding. Now, what is FRP? FRP is composite materials made up of either glass, carbon, aramid, or resins. One of the, as said before, the advantages of FRP is its high weight strength ratio. It's much lighter than steel. It's corrosion resistant, and as it is lighter, it can increase the fuel efficiency of the ships. The disadvantages are its fire performance. A few of the case studies that uses FRP for the ship structure are as follows. The Visby corvette of Sweden uses carbon FRP for the entire hull, which made the vessel 50% lighter than the normal vessels. But it's a naval ship, therefore it does not actually come under the SOLAS regulations. The Norwegian Skjold patrol boat uses hybrid combination of aluminum and FRP, and again it's a fast attack craft vessel. The Compass project of the European Union uses FRP deck houses for passenger ferries, proving approval of FRP for ship structure is possible if the sufficient safety testing has been carried out. The Japanese hybrid ferry prototype also uses FRP, but only for the upper deck, whereas the hull is made up of steel. Most of the life-saving appliances, such as the lifeboats and rescue boats, uses FRP mainly because of their corrosion resistance and strength. Now, talking about the regulatory framework of using FRP, the SOLAS Regulation Chapter 2, Part 2 by 17 says that alternative designs can be done if sufficient fire safety has been carried out.
the IMO issued interim guidelines, MSC Circular 1574, and the Denmark's DMA RO025, and class societies like the DNV and the ABS provides additional approval pathways. Together, they make FRP possible, but only with careful justification and testing. Now, from this graph, we can understand the differences between FRP and steel. Though FRP is more stronger than steel compared to its weight strength ratio, it has its disadvantages in fire performance, and comparing its cost for the total life cycle of FRP due to its strength and corrosion resistance, it is much cheaper compared to steel. Now, for the challenges and the solutions. The first of all, its combustibility. In order to make it less combustible, we can use the fire retardant resins as well as coatings and insulations, or we can make fire resistant FRP, which is made by phenolic resins. The flame spread can also be countered by using the coatings and insulations, as well as compartmentalization of the FRP, keeping it away from the non-critical areas. Toxic emissions can be reduced by using emission controllers, emission detectors as well. Coming to the recycling part of the FRP, advancements in the recycling technology for mechanical and chemical recycling methods will help us to reuse the fibers from the FRP after the vessel's lifetime. Training of the crew members has to be carried out as FRP is FRP is a newer material to be worked with. In conclusion, FRP offers shipbuilding a remarkable opportunity as it is more lighter and more fuel efficient. Yet its combustibility and toxic smoke remain serious concerns. Through hybrid designs, fire-resistant innovations, and robust technologies, we can counter these problems, but it has to be carried out more efficiently. Training has to be done for the crew members in order for them to work with FRP vessels too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and you can review your presentation. And I open the floor for any intervention. I see the hand of A1 up. A1, you're not part of this group. So you can please lower your hand. Thank you. B3, the floor is yours.
So my question to you is, since
Can you
FRP
please
is...
switch on your camera?
Yes, sir. Sure. Am I visible, sir?
Yes, please go ahead.
So my question to you is, since FRP is inherently combustible, what are the most effective fire protection strategies that can be made, like that can ensure safety comparable to steel, as you compared FRP and steel?
Would you like to respond, Retu? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. First of all, to counter the combustibility of the FRP, we can use fire-resistant resins and intrumescent coatings and insulated coats to delay the ignition and flame spread. We can also use the local firefighting systems such as the sprinkler system, specifically for the FRP structures.
Thank you for the clarification. I see no further request from the floor. So B3, are you ready for your presentation? I see C4, you have your hand raised. Is it regard to the earlier presentation of A2?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We'll have to take it up later in your tea break. I think you're a bit late. I'm going to allow B3 to now continue.
Okay, sir.
B3, please continue.
Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible, but not in presentation mode. If you can change it, it will be good. Otherwise, you can proceed.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Team STC B3 from IMU Kolkata campus. Today, I'll be guiding you through the regulatory roadmap for integrating fiber reinforced plastics into SOLAS class ships. This framework is designed to provide a safe pathway for adopting advanced FRP technologies in commercial shipping, drawing on leading examples from developed nations and informed by the latest IMO regulatory discussions. We'll explore how this approach balances innovations, safety, and sustainability, setting the stage for safer, lighter, and greener ships. Uh, the innovation challenges that we face. This marine this marine industry faces multiple challenges nowadays. First of all, mainly the decarbonization pressure, the need to improve fuel efficiency, and high operational costs. FRP technology offers game-changing advantages, such as ships can be made up to 70% lighter, which directly enhances its fuel efficiency and operational cost savings. Thanks to its superior corrosive resistance of FRP, the long-term maintenance cost would drastically go down. And uh, however, adopting FRP on Solar's class vessels is not as straightforward as it looks. The most critical regulatory hurdles are fire safety, ensuring compliances with strict international standards for non-combustibility, the responsible end of life management, developing reliable recycling and disposal solutions for composite is essential for what we are to protect the marine ecosystem as well. Uh, the current
Your
regulatory
slides are
landscape.
not moving. In case you are moving your slides, no slide has moved so far.
Sir, I did move my slide. Just give me a minute, sir. Sir, has it moved?
You are now on the slide developed nations leading FRP innovation.
Yes, sir. Developed nations. My fourth slide deals with the developed nations are dealing with a charge on FRP marine innovations. Their edge comes from combination of world-class shipbuilding, substantial investments from a combined research, a deep-rooted culture of regulatory compliances, and strong environmental protection framework. I can take the example of Finland technical leadership, which reduced 30%, which achieved 30% weight reduction with FRP in upper decks. More on Sweden with R&D integration, and Denmark digital innovation. Key technical barriers and solutions. So there are mainly four technical barriers linked to FRP: the fire non-combustibility, the structural integrity, the smoke and toxic emissions, and end-of-life recycling. Innovations to overcome these include advanced thermal coating and nanoclay-infused FRP to improve fire resistance, sandwich construction for structural performance, new low toxicity resins, and strict ISO-based testing protocols. Since global adoption requires harmonized standards, particularly for the fire and smoke testing, and scalable economic viable recycling markets. So as the time is less, I'll quickly move to the comparison between FRP and steel, which was the main thing in my presentation. This slide compares the key performance matrix between the traditional steel ship structure and fiber reinforced plastic weight reduction. The FRP offers significant structural weight saving, typically between 25 to 35%. This reduces uh, vessels displacement and propulsion energy needs directly boosting fuel efficiency, maintenance and longevity. Unlike steel, FRP resists corrosion and requires less frequent maintenance, reducing life cycle operational costs significantly. While steel needs regular coating and repairs, FRP ship can achieve no longer services intervals with minimum upkeep. The investment cost. Initial FRP integration costs are about 10 to 20% higher than the steel construction due to the material and certification efforts. However, these costs are quickly offset by the fuel savings and reduced maintenance over the vessel's lifespan. The end of line considerations are the main. Emerging recycling technologies, mechanical, chemical, and pyrolysis allow FRP components to be recovered and reused, supporting circular economy goal and reducing environmental impact compared to steel and steel depositions. The key proposals include implement a stepwise framework for national rights-based approvals for harmonized international FRP guidelines, enabling safe innovation worldwide. Standardize fire and smoke testing, end-of-life responsibility, build transparent data sharing, and encourage board stakeholder participation. Charting the future. Phased regulatory adoption. Like the North European pioneers experience showcase successful FRP integration through coordinated pilot and transparent risk-based framework upholding safety and environmental standards. Sustainable transformation. A harmonized roadmap fosters a sustainable and evidence-based maritime transformation balancing technological leadership with marine ecosystem. Collaborative data sharing. The path forwards requires continuous collaboration and transparent data sharing to support the robust, evidence-based approach to maritime innovation. Sir, I'll conclude.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The floor is open for any interventions. I see no. Okay, I see E4. Floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Please go ahead.
Sir, I have a question for team B3.
Sure.
You said there are toxic emissions due to the existing material, right, from the ships. So can you elaborate what can be the issues due to the toxic materials that are being exposed in seas due to the existing materials?
Would you respond to that, B3? They want to know that you said toxic materials can be released, so they want to know what are the toxic materials. Is that the question?
Yes, sir, correct.
Sir, as we know, FRP is fiber reinforced plastic only. Sir, plastic, when burns, it releases obviously the chemicals which are fatal for the marine ecosystem. And the release of chemicals in the marine ecosystem will obviously tarnish the local ecosystem there.
Thank you, B3. Okay, and you could get into some more technical details later on and pass it on to them if they're interested in exactly what toxics can be released.
Sure, sir, sure.
So moving on, I see no further request. D4, are you C4? Are you there?
Yes, sir.
So are we
Are you ready? Yeah, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I am Cadet Vaishnav, along with my team members, are presenting a comprehensive study on the strategic adaptation of FRP in shipbuilding, a pathway for developing nation. Let us proceed with our presentation. Traditionally, ships are built from steel because it is strong and well understood. But steel is heavy, corrodes in salt water, and demands costly maintenance. While FRP have key advantages like high strength to weight ratio, corrosion resistance, and low maintenance need compared to steel, while the benefits are clear, adopting the FRP isn't without its challenges, especially for developing nations. The primary hurdles are high initial investment cost, a lack of technical expertise, and the supply chain vulnerabilities. The leading players in FRP development and research are Norway, Finland, Italy, and Sweden. Countries like India actually have strong reasons to take on this challenge. We possess a large seafaring workforce that can be employed, but we also uh, face limited fossil fuel reserves and rising pressure to reduce emissions. Our infrastructure is still growing, which means new technology can be integrated without having to rebuild outdated system. This factors creates the opportunity to adopt FRP as a stepping stones towards sustainable growth. Next, these are the primary hurdles for adopting FRP in developing nations like India. The first issue is high investment cost. And the strategic solution for this is we can take financial assistance from government and boost the domestic
correct.
production.
Thank you.
Like Maritime Development Fund
अच्छा
(MDF).
बोल मैं ये
This
दबाई
supports
क्यों से
35,000 crores, which
अच्छा
aims to generate
okay
1.5
I'll
lakh
just
crore by
go for it
2030.
मैं
Also,
close कर
shipbuilding
दूँ
financial assistance policies 2.0 2025 aims India to position India among the top 5 shipbuilding nation. Next is second is limited research and development capabilities. The strategic solution for this is manufacturing industries like Reliance Industry Limited, Tata Material Next are working in FRP related components. They can help shipbuilding capability development centers to provide innovative ship designs and engineering solutions. From the next slides, I'm handing over to my teammate Harsh Tripathi.
Okay, so the third issue is a shortage of skilled labor and the lack of training for FRP fabrication. This can be solved by allocating funds for establishment of training centers. Organizations like DGS and policies like Shipbuilding Financial Assistance Policy (SBFAP 2.0) can provide joint training for FRP fabrication. The fourth issue is waste disposal related issues. The strategic solution that can be provided for this is development of effective technical solution for recycling of FR-related wastes. Tata Steel Limited is funding such initiative and helping probe this problem. DRDO is also doing research in this field. Next, we have proposed a phased pathway for developing nations to adopt FRP. We would like to play this out in 5 phases. The first phase establishes the regulatory and strategic groundwork for a successful FRP adaptation. By adopting the relevant guidelines issued by IMO, can using FRP in this ship structure address key safety issues. The second phase begins with the practical application of FRP technology using a low risk hybrid approach. Our initial focus is on non load bearing elements such as bulkheads, deckheads, and interior fittings. The third phase focuses on developing human capital needed to sustain the industry. We can accomplish this by establishing training centers where experts from the field can interact and train the workforce. The fourth phase scales up production efficiently by importing prefabricated FRP modular kits from international partners. This allows for rapid scaling and faster production. The final phase represents full maturity and self reliance in FRP shipbuilding. This is accomplished by developing local supply chains and building research networks. Now, we move on to the challenges faced by traditional steel based ship construction and the solution proposed by us. The first, hull and deck challenge. Steel hulls and decks are extremely heavy and corrode easily, which raises fuel consumption and maintenance costs. The solution for this is using FRP, which makes the structure much lighter and naturally resistant to corrosion. This combination improves fuel efficiency and extends the vessel's surface life. Second, piping and fittings. The challenge here is steel pipes are heavy, prone to salt water, rusting, and require complex welding. The solution for this is FRP pipes that are light, immune to corrosion, and simple to join without extensive welding. They reduce the risk of leaks and keep maintenance needs low. Third, interior structures. Steel interiors are unnecessary weight and are difficult to reshape for modern layouts. The solution for this is FRP components that are lightweight and can be molded into complex or customized designs. They provide better thermal and acoustic insulation while allowing more flexible construction. The fourth point, propeller and shafts. The challenge here is traditional metal propellers and shafts create vibration and noise and offer limited efficiency gains. The solution for this is FRP composites, which dampen vibration and allow precise blade geometry for smoother operation. This leads to quieter propulsion, improved efficiency, and reduced wear on surrounding parts. The fifth point is superstructure and mast. The challenge here is a steel superstructure adds excessive topside weight and reduces vessel stability over time. The solution for this is FRP composites, which drastically cut top weight while resisting corrosion and weathering. This improves stability and enhances fuel economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I now open the floor for interventions. I see D4 wants to take the floor. D4, go ahead.
So my question is for Team C4. Could you give some specific examples of hybrid steel FRP design and why is it a good starting point?
C4, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, sir. So, hybrid design involves using a combination of steel and FRP. Uh, Common example would be a vessel with a traditional steel hull but an FRP superstructure. Most or interior fittings. This approach is a good starting point because it allows developing nations to gradually gain experience with FRP composites without the risk of associated with building an entire ship out of a new material. It also helps in managing costs and it also focuses on compounds where the lightweight properties of FRP offer the most significant benefits, such as improving vessel stability and fuel economy.
Thank you for the clarification. I see no further requests for the floor. So, D4, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have the floor. Start, please.
So
Yes,
is my
you are
screen
on.
visible?
Go ahead. You are on.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. My name is Kirit Ansh Jindal, and today I'll present my paper on the topic Guidelines for the Use of Fiber Reinforced Plastics within Ship Structures. This proposal addresses both the opportunities and the challenges of adopting FRPs in maritime applications with a view towards safer, lighter, and more sustainable shipping. Ships all around the world move over 80% of global trade. So, material choice directly impacts efficiency and safety. Steel has already served us well, but is heavy and corrosion prone. With the IMO's net zero target by 2050, we really need alternatives. FRP, already proven in aerospace and civil sectors, offer weight savings and corrosion resistance, making them a promising candidate for shipbuilding. As all the previous teams have given us a good enough idea of what FRPs are, I'll quickly go through the overview. FRPs basically consist of a resin matrix that binds and transfers loads and fibers that give strength. Key types include carbon FRPs, glass FRPs, basalt FRPs, and aramid FRPs. Their core properties are highlighted on the slide. The performance advantages are clear. First, weight savings translate to direct fuel savings, which can be up to 7% depending on the ship type. FRP's corrosion immunity reduces life cycle maintenance costs by as much as 60%. These materials also retain fatigue strength in seawater, improving safety by a huge factor. Their flexibility allows prefabricated modular designs, and they naturally insulate against heat and electricity, offering even more safety benefits in machinery spaces. The figure visible on your screens demonstrates that FRP composites outperform mild steel. Carbon FRPs particularly achieves over 1,500 megapascals of tensile strength at strains below 1%, while steel provides around 550 megapascals, that too at strains above 15%. This clearly illustrates the high modulus low ductility profile of carbon composites. Now, FRPs also face some clear challenges, but each has a practical solution. First, fire safety under SOLAS is the biggest barrier in the adoption of FRP. To address this, new fire retardant resins, hybrid FRP ceramic laminates, and intumescent coatings can be used. Second, moisture degradation and biofouling, which weakens composites over time. The solution lies in applying moisture-resistant resin systems and protective gel coats, as well as anti-fouling layers that prevent microbial growth. Third, UV and weathering effects that can be mitigated through UV-resistant coatings and surface protection films, alongside scheduled inspections to catch early signs of cracking. Finally, mechanical abrasion and impact damage that can be countered by using reinforced laminates in high-stress areas and adding sacrificial wear layers that can be replaced during maintenance. FRPs are difficult to recycle since fibers and polymers are chemically bonded, but progress with bio-based resins and thermoplastic composites allows melting and reuse, with pilot projects already showing promise. For example, Stena Line's ferry fleet compared steel hulls with FRP hulls. They found that while FRP construction cost was about 10 to 15% higher initially, over a 20-year service life, maintenance costs were up to 50% lower. Corrosion problems disappeared and fuel savings reached 10 to 15% thanks to the lighter weight. This meant life cycle costs dropped by almost 30% compared to traditional ferries. Another case is Volvo's boat hull recycling initiative. Here, glass fibers recovered from old FRP hulls retained up to 90% of their strength and could be reused in new boats. This reduced the need for virgin material by nearly 40%, cutting the carbon footprint of production by around a third. So while recyclability remains a barrier, these examples prove that with proper investment, FRP can not only reduce costs but also fit into a circular economy model. Still, FRPs face major regulatory gaps under IMO rules. Currently, MSC Circular 1574 from 2017 only allows FRP in non-load bearing parts like balconies, radomes, and floor panels. They are excluded from structural hulls or decks because of fire safety and durability concerns. The issue is actually threefold. FRPs face challenges in fire safety, absence of unified design codes, and fragmented regulations. Moreover, different flag states and classification societies apply varying rules, limiting global adoption. My paper suggests a staged roadmap for the IMO to address these gaps. Phase 1, starting from 2026, focusing on SDC 12, revised MSC 1 Circular 1574 to include not just non-structural but also load-bearing FRP components in control zones. Phase 2, from 2026 to 27, develop fire testing protocols for FRP panels, including smoke and toxicity limits and post-fire structural integrity. Phase 3, from 2027 to 28, run flag state pilot projects where hybrid FRP steel ships can be monitored in service. Phase 4, 2029 onwards, if successful, propose amendments to SOLAS or even a new IMO code for composite ship structures. This roadmap balances innovation with safety and gives shipbuilders confidence to invest in FRP without conflicting national routes. In conclusion, FRPs represent a pathway to lighter, safer, and greener ships. The goal is not to replace steel overnight, but to enable structured, zone based adoption supported by revised IMO guidelines. With international collaboration across IMO, classification societies, and industry, we can make FRPs a safe, and sustainable choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and you can unshare your presentation. And I open the floor for any interventions. I see E4 wants to take the floor. E4, the floor is yours.
Okay, Team D4, can you hear me?
You don't have
Yes,
to
go
ask
on.
that question. You assume that they can listen. Please go ahead and ask your question.
So, Team D4, could you please elaborate more about how FRP can tackle fire safety issues?
I suggest that you get over a cup of tea and go through their paper and then have a discussion, because I think the paper does elaborate that. Anything else you want to know? Thank
So
you.
that's all.
There being no other request for the floor, E4, are you ready for taking the floor?
Yes, sir, we are ready for it.
Please go ahead.
Sir, is my presentation visible?
Yes, visible, but not in presentation mode. If you can do that, fine. Otherwise, proceed.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I, Cadet Partho Kumar De, along with Cadet Rishit Ranjan and Cadet Sudhanshu Chaube from Indian Maritime University Mumbai Port Campus, will today be presenting a topic crucial to the future of maritime design, which is the guidelines for the use of fiber reinforced polymers or FRP within ship structures. We will be discussing why the industry needs to move beyond traditional materials and how FRP offers a pathway to a more efficient and sustainable future. Here is a quick look at our agenda. We'll start by looking at the existing materials in shipbuilding and the problems associated with them This will lead us into introducing fiber reinforced polymers, covering their advantages over materials like steel, reviewing the critical IMO regulations, and finally presenting our recommendations for successful FRP adoption.
Are you changing your slide? Because your slide, you're still on the first slide.
Sir, I'm changing it. Sir, is it changing now?
Negative.
Some.
Okay. Now
Sir,
change the
is it
slide. Yeah.
changing?
Okay. Okay, now. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. For slide 3, the backbone of large-scale shipbuilding in marine-grade steel, it's an iron carbon alloy valued primarily for its brute strength and proven durability in harsh environments. For smaller and faster vessels, aluminum alloys are often used, particularly for the upper section or the superstructures, because they offer better corrosion resistance and a lighter weight. Beyond these, various auxiliary materials such as copper alloys are used for specialized parts like plumbing or propulsion system. Despite their long history, traditional materials come with major drawbacks. The biggest issue with steel is weight inefficiency. Its heavy mass is directly linked to higher fuel consumption and a large carbon footprint, running counter to modern sustainability goals. Uh, Secondly, corrosion is a persistent problem. Steel requires constant and expensive maintenance to prevent rust and structural failure. Finally, in a fire, steel suffers from thermal limitations. It rapidly loses its structure integrity at high temperature, compromising the ship's safety.
This is where FRP or fiber reinforced polymer steps in. FRP is a composite material that is fundamentally a game changer for shipbuilding. It is composed of high strength fiber embedded in a polymer matrix. Critically, it is a key enabler for the maritime industry decarbonization efforts. By allowing us to build significantly lighter vessels, FRP helped the industry achieve the IMO ambitious net zero emission target by 2050 through drastically reduced fuel consumptions. And the advantages are substantial. The core benefit is the superior strength to a weight ratio. FRP is up to 70% lighter than steel while maintaining comparable strength, translating directly into better fuel efficiency and lower GHG emissions. Furthermore, FRP offers enhanced corrosion resistance. It simply does not rust in salt water, which drastically lower maintenance cost and extend the vessel life. The weight reaction also plays a crucial role in enabling future fuels, as the saved weight can compensate for the heavy storage system required for alternative zero carbon fuels.
However, using FRP requires strict regulatory compliance. The three key IMO instruments governing its use are: first, SOLAS Chapter 2. Because FRP is combustible, its use is generally approved under the alternative design methodology, where the designer must prove the material provides an equivalent level of safety to traditional non combustible materials. Second, MSc1 Circular 1574, the interim guidelines for use of FRP elements, provides the specific framework for fire safety evaluations and approval. Finally, the 2010 FTP code mandates the rigorous laboratory fire tests that FRP components must pass to be certified for fire resistance and low smoke. To conclude our presentation, here are our core recommendations for the industry. First, regarding material, we must prioritize resins with low smoke and toxicity and select fibers that ensures optimal strength and durability. This is key to mitigating fire risk. Second, we must invest in specialized training for all staff involved in composite fabrication, installation, and long-term repair, as FRP demands different handling techniques than steel. Adopting this focused and comprehensive strategy is essential for successful and safe integration of FRP into the model shipbuilding industry.
So this is the end of our presentation. We are now happy to take any questions you may have regarding the guidelines.
Thank you very much, and I open the floor for any intervention. I see C4 has requested the floor. C4, go ahead.
Yes, sir. So the question for team E4 is, as you said, we should prioritize using resin fiber for low smoke and toxicity. Is there any other reason for using it?
Thank you for your question, C4. Would you like to respond, E4, to that?
Yes, sir. We'll try to respond to that. So, apart from ensuring how smoke and toxic resin fiber in FRP shipbuilding offer several other important benefits, they provide excellent corrosion resistance, which protects the vessel from salt water and harsh marine environment. It significantly reduces maintenance needs. Their lightweight yet strong nature improves fuel efficiency and allow higher payload capacity. Resin composites also offer superior fatigue and impact resistance, making the structure more durable under constant wave action, and operational stresses.
Thank you for your clarification. I see no further requests for the floor. So with that, we bring this session to a close. Thank you very much for participating in it. And with the permission of the judges, I will close this session. Question for the MC. I see all the teams of the next session are here, which are 4 teams: A5, B6, C6, and D5. Are they there?
Yes, sir, we'll check.
Yes, sir, we are checking that right now. Yes, sir, all teams are there.
So then we need not take a break. Let us continue. You can start with introducing the next 4 teams and we will continue with them, if that is okay with the judges.
So can we start?
Yes, please go ahead. Mr. Girish, is that okay?
Yeah, fine. That's fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, please start. Yes, thank you.
Go ahead, start introducing them, please, and then I'll take it from there.
Yes, sir. So now let's introduce the team for session 3, presenting on the topic STC, Guideline for the Use of FRP within Ship Structures.
The first team is Team A5. The participants are Shivan Joshi, Akshat Singh, Heroism Dishan from IMU Visakhapatnam campus with their external guide, Mr. David De Silva.
Team B6, Vaibhavi Singh, Sumit Katal, and Swarnim Unyal from International Maritime Institute, New Delhi, with their external guide, Mr. Mohan Singh Pal.
The next team is Team C6. The participants are Akash Raj Sharma and Siddharth Singh from International Maritime Institute, New Delhi, with their external guide, Mr. Mohan Singh Pal.
Team E5, Asif Ismail and Abin Martin from International Maritime Institute, New Delhi, with their external guide, Mr. Mohan Singh Pal.
Thank you very much. And so is Team A5, are you there? Are you ready to go?
Yes, sir, we are ready.
Okay, then the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. So is the PPT visible?
Please go ahead.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, everyone. Today, we, Team A5 from IMU Vizag, are going to be presenting our paper on fiber reinforced polymers, providing guidelines for its use in ship structures, revolving around ideas such as fire safety, structural performance, regulatory frameworks, onboard maintenance, and durability concerns. Let's start with ship crew training and onboard maintenance. We'll be focusing on inspection, repair, fire safety, and safe handling. Detection being our main point, which we should be optimizing as much as we can, for which we'll be using tech such as infrared thermography, which will give us real-time data on our systems on board so we can take actions immediately. To minimize these failures in the first place, we should be well versed with the structural complexity of FRP, for which we'll be using simulation softwares such as ANSYS or Abacus for thermal and environmental testing, and you will be using GABI or SimaPro for lifetime analysis. So now, for implying this structure, these FRPs into a structure, we'll be dividing our whole superstructure into zones and joints.
In these joints, we'll be checking, in these zones, we'll be checking which resin we should use and which fiber to resin ratio we should be using as per the mechanical behavior of the zones in the delta temperature and temperature changes. Now, I would like to call Shivansh for our main pitch. Thank you.
So, good evening, everyone. And in this slide, we are going to discuss about the FRP composition. Hereby, we are proposing first one fiber and two different resins. So, considering all the fiber options we have, E-glass fibers are the most suitable, maintaining low cost, high strength, corrosion resistance, fire behavior, and regulatory acceptance. So, the table below, we are going to compare two different resins. The first one is epoxy slash vinyl ester, which has high structural strength, excellent corrosion resistance, but it loses strength at 200 degrees Celsius. It also has high flame spread, high toxicity, and needs protection for A class. Our next resin is phenolic resin. It has moderate structural strength, good corrosion resistance, and is stable at 200 degrees Celsius. It has low flame spread, low toxicity, and also passes the FTP code. So in our next slide, we are going to discuss about the fire safety and regulation compliance. We are going to use advanced fire retardant resin system such as phenolic or melamine formaldehyde, which will induce low flammability and smoke. As you can see, this is an illustration of how FRP is coated with advanced fire retardant resin system. We can also use passive fire protection using intermittent coating, which will expand and insulate under flame. Also using the thermal barriers such as ceramic fiber, phenolic foam, which will delay heat rise. And seeing the regulatory and approval mechanism, we are going to do a full-scale fire test according to IMO FTP code and also advanced fire modeling. As you can see in this illustration, it is intumescent coating upon the FRP. When the intumescent coatings comes with contact with heat flames, it expands and forms an insulant layer between the FRP and the heat flames. Our last slide is about material strategy that we are going to propose according with IMO/SOLAR A class compliance. We are going to use a fiber which is E-glass with two different resins, which are phenolic and epoxy/vinyl ester, along with steel to make a ship to make the parts of different ship structure. So in hull and lower decks, we are going to use steel for strength and fire integrity, vinyl ester/epoxy FRP only in secondary areas with insulation. Our superstructure will be composed of epoxy/vinyl ester FRP sandwich for weight savings and corrosion resistance, insulated to A60. Our internal bulkheads and accommodation will be of phenolic FRP panels, which will be inherently fire safe and low smoke. In engine rooms boundaries, we'll be using steel only, which will be fully insulated. In our ceilings, linings, and doors, we'll be using phenolic FRP panels, and the steel A60 doors where required. So our basic and important rule for the hybrid retrofit vessel is that we are going to use steel for fire zones, phenolic FRP for safe interiors, epoxy/vinyl ester FRP for strong, light superstructures, always insulated for A-class compliance. Our next slide is about how we will overcome the regulation. As you can see, we can amend the SOLAS to explicitly permit FRP under conditions and also give classification societies their role. They can launch type approvals for FRP panels and laminates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and you can ensure your presentation. Thank you for running this through us. I open the floor for any intervention. B6, you have raised your hand. Please go ahead. Go ahead.
So my question for team A5 is,
As you mentioned, improved testing with better thermocol placement, but there were no specific details. So, what are your specific protocols and validation data?
Pardon, can you come again?
Uh, hold on. Can you please repeat the question?
Senior research, my question for A5 is, as you mentioned in the research paper, that improved testing with better thermocouple placement, but there were no specific details. So, what are your specific protocols and validation data?
So do you have A5? Do you have a specific response to this? If yes, go ahead.
Speaking about thermocouple replacement, we have actually not mentioned anything about thermocouple replacement as of now. We have generally mentioned about, specifically mentioned about the infrared thermography process, in which you can deeply analyze or deeply go through each layer to layer defects, and then you can analyze through it, and you can, bring out the suggestions or improvements in it. So we have used that method, and we have generally much more focused on thermography method and other non-destructive physical methods to check the quality and standards of the FRP.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I see no further requests. So B6, are you ready to take the floor?
Yes, so we are ready.
Then please go ahead. Your screen is on, but it has not gone into the slideshow mode.
Yes, sir.
Are you resharing? Okay, it's
Yes.
coming on. Yes, now it's on slideshow. Go ahead.
Can we start, sir? So, good
Absolutely.
afternoon, everyone. I am Vaibhavi Singh representing Team SDC B6 with my teammates Sumit Kartal and Swarnim Munyal from Marine Engineering. I'll be representing our research on guideline for reinforced plastic used in ship structure. The FRP revolution. Imagine reducing ship's weight by 60% while simultaneously cutting emission by 50%. This isn't wishful thinking, it's the reality with FRP technology. The maritime industry stands at a crossroad. While aerospace and automotive embraced advanced material long ago, maritime has lagged behind. FRP offers a transformative path forward and a chance for developed nation to lead the next era of global maritime innovation. The shift is inevitable. The question is, who will lead it? There are some industrial challenges. Let me outline the 5 critical challenges driving this innovation crisis. Technological stagnation. Maritime still relies on century-old materials. Regulation limits. IMO restriction confines FIFP use to vessel under 500 gross tonnage. Competitive risk. Nation that resist innovation risk losing global maritime leadership. Environmental pressure. Decarbonization demands require revolutionary, not evolutionary solution. Our proposal directly supports 3 IMO strategic direction, improving security and safety, addressing climate change, and implementing organizational objectives efficiently. FRP implementation. The benefit of FRP aren't theoretical, they are measurable and proven. Like in weight and efficiency, 60% lighter than steel, 15% fuel saving through weight reduction alone, superior strength to weight ratio unlock new design possibilities. In environmental impact, cuts CO2 35.31 versus 63.01 kg per year, remove corrosion maintenance and harmful coating, and offers extended fatigue life. In economic value, higher upfront cost offsets by 4x service life, zero painting and corrosion repairs, saving millions. The critical insight here is that barriers are not technical but regulatory. Naval application proved decades of successful operation on this. FRP challenges and its mitigation strategies. For fire safety, FRP resin ignite at 200 to 350 degrees centigrade, unlike non-combustible steel. For that, we propose advanced fire detection and suppression system. For manufacturing costs, high initial costs can be reduced through Industry 4.0 automation to boost efficiency and quality. For end-of-life disposal, with 90% of FRP currently landfilled or incinerated, we recommend cement co-processing and advanced recycling enabling full material reuse. For regulatory barriers, outdated composite regulation requires modernization, certification authorities, and streamlined approval. Characteristics and recommendation for FRP integration of a developed nation. So, for countries with strong alternative material research but limited manufacturing fund, they should increase FRP research funding and foster innovation cluster focused on non-steel marine material. Develop specialized automotive manufacturing supply chain to overcome geographic challenges. Invest in FRP recycling R&D and circular economy models, exemplified by Fiber 4-year project with 13 partners across 6 European countries. For large R&D in ship design enables performance-based regulation over perspective ones, fostering innovation in FRP ship architecture without compromising safety. Environmental commitment ensure life cycle assessment and sustainable end-of-life solution, aligning FRP use with national priorities. For nation with moderate coastline and shipping fleet, FRP should target infrastructure limited areas and be used to modernize fishing vessels. Now, for current regulatory framework centers on SOLAS Chapter 2, Part 217 for alternative design methodology and the FTP Code 2010 for fire integrity. MSc 1 Circular 1574 provides interim guidelines requiring refinement for better FRP integration. Proven FRP progress and global collaboration. The Ramses project achieved a 45% weight reduction while meeting fire safety standard with 37 partners from 13 countries. Naval adoption by the US, UK, and European shows FRP's long-term operational reliability and SOLAS compliance. The Cochin Shipyard and IIT Madras partnership illustrate successful technology transfer to developing nation. Fire safety regulation under SOLAS Chapter 2, Part 2 allows FRP via performance-based design. Advanced fire retardant composites meet required safety standards. Our implementation strategy spans 3 phases. Phase 1, from 2025 to 2028, revise MSc 1 Circular 1.74, establish national strategies, upskill the workforce, and launch pilot project over 500 gross tonnage to remove regulatory barriers. In phase 2, from 2028 to 2032, scale Industry 4.0 manufacturing, integrate smart materials, and expand FRP to use to larger vessel with validated safety system. In phase 3, from 2032 to 35, reach cost parity, adopt circular economy practices, standardize hybrid construction, and position developed nation for FRP technology exporters. This roadmap ensures systematic risk management implementation while building competitive advantages for earlier adopters. At last, I'll conclude with 4 immediate actions that are critical for success. Establish a permanent IMO working group for FRP. Launch member state pilot projects. Create public-private partnerships. Position developed nation as maritime technology leaders by embracing early adoption and gaining strategic advantages. The challenge is clear. Technology is ready, but regulatory frameworks are not. Early adopters will secure competitive leadership. The choice is simple. Lead the maritime transformation or fall behind. For capable developed nation, the time to act is now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And you have unshared your presentation. Before I take the hand, and since one of the duties is to tell you about IMO functioning, if you were giving this in IMO, you would have been stopped and told to slow down. Please do appreciate at an international forum, whatever you are speaking will get translated simultaneously into the 6 working languages of IMO. The translators cannot cope up with this speed. So this was a point. You are fluent in English, great. It happens at IMO. Many times people are stopped because when you speak in a language you're comfortable with, your speed goes very high. So they are stopped and told, please slow down, because the interpreters will immediately say, we cannot translate it. So keep this in mind. This is an education about IMO, nothing about the content of your this thing, but
The
space
speed, of course.
at is also very important at IMO. This is the point I wanted to highlight. So now I see a request for the floor from E5. E5, the floor is yours.
Yes. How do you mitigate risk of not achieving projected performance?
Thank you
Could
for
you
the question.
repeat, please?
How do you mitigate risk of not achieving projected performance?
How do you mitigate risk for not achieving? Would you like to answer this, B6?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you for your question. Conservative projection based on proven naval application minimizes risks. 30 plus year of operational success provides confidence. Phased implementation allow course correction. Hybrid construction reduce transition risks.
Okay, thank you. I see the hand of C6 up. C6, the floor is open. Go ahead.
While I agree with most parts of your PPT, I would like to ask what's the exact cost premium and detailed return of investment, the timeline with specific numbers.
If you
Thank you for
have
the
any
question.
specific numbers you would like to share, B6, otherwise you could give them later on
Yes, sir.
also.
Yes, sir. FRP initial cost is around 30 to 50% higher than the cost of making steel ship. But for because of the 15% fuel saving and no cost for maintenance or corrosion maintenance, we are able to get ROI of 5 to 7 years. But through this, we can tell around for a normal cargo ship, it is around $3 to $4 million annually in fuel saving and $1 to $2 million annually for maintenance cost saving.
Okay, thank you. A5, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Our question to Team B6 is, you mentioned about standardizing the hybrid construction. So what is your roadmap to it?
Can you
B6,
repeat?
do you have a roadmap? If you have, you can share. Otherwise, you can share with them later.
Can you repeat the question, please?
They want to know if you have a roadmap
Roadmap.
Standardizing hybrid
of
construction.
implementation.
For hybrid construction, we have proposed a service FRP service system in our research paper, in which we are giving out that we are giving a service life and I'm sorry, it's okay.
Okay, so you can discuss that later over a cup of coffee and give them the answers. C5, C6, are you ready to take over?
Yes, sir. Ready.
Okay, then the floor is yours. Go ahead. Yes, okay, you are on. Go ahead.
Good evening. I, Siddharth. And I, Akash Sharma from International Maritime Institute, will present a PPT on the topic use of FRP within ship structure. And in today, we are going to discuss about the economic advantages and the limited environmental concerns of FRP for a developing nation. FRPs have a long-standing history in marine environment. They show remarkable durability and resistance to natural and chemical degradation. FRPs find diverse applications from recreational vessels
Two military ships. Their lightweight properties enhance fuel efficiency and reduce maintenance costs.
So here is a comprehensive analysis between a traditional steel and FRP. So as you can see, FRP offers enhanced durability, design flexibility, but the most important thing is improved structural performance. Due to FRP's high strength to weight ratio, it helps in achieving ships higher fuel efficiency and higher speed.
Here we can see the economic implications in a developing nation. First and foremost is the technology leapfrog, which gives the nation opportunity to circumvent investments which were going to traditional steel plants and instead redirect them towards FRB production. Secondly is the job creation, which increases in great magnitude. Lastly, the multiplier effect, which is great and helps the nation get early hands on new technology, making pathway for future innovation.
Uh, in this slide, we would like to show the main challenges in adoption of FRP for a developing nation. First and foremost is the initial cost of producing FRP. Laying factories, machineries. Then there is specific skilled personnel required. At some stages due to different properties, fitting and curing phases of FRP. Then there are complex regulation, certification and insurance issues due to lack of trust over traditional steel.
Sustainability and recyclability of FRP in ship structures. The major hurdle in the recycling of FRP is the absence of a proper waste segregation system at the point source of waste production. Due to this, still a lot of FRP waste still ends up in landfills and incineration centers instead of being recycled. Nevertheless, FRP sustainable advantages like reduced emissions, carbon footprint, etc. outweigh modern steel. India has set a target to reach net zero emissions by 2070 and decrease in carbon density by 45% compared to the levels in 2005 by 2030. FRP aligns perfectly with this strategy and enables to foster a sustainable infrastructure.
Now we like to conclude our presentation and give some policy recommendation for FRP using ship structure for developing nations. So our first policy recommendation would be to promote local FRP production. So the local FRP production should be bolstered. Strategic grants, tax initiatives, subsidy, etc. should be provided so that more foreign players enter the market, so that there is more competition in the market. So that there is more competition in the market, which will help in accelerating and adapting latest technology. Industrial cluster development should be planned so that an economic scale is achieved. So, and lastly, technology partnership and joint venture should be made.
Policy recommendation 2. Investment in workforce development should be made through vocational programs and certifications so as to maintain a consistent supply of skilled workers in shipyard. Collaboration with education institutes to inculcate composite engineering as a subject and material science into their curriculum. Encourage government industrial technology transfer initiatives to invite foreign expertise and help facilitate adopting the best practices.
So our final policy recommendation would be to strengthen standards and regulatory alignment. Existing shipbuilding codes and regulations should be updated, guaranteeing that FRP structure possesses well-defined certification pathways to enhance safety, compliance, and investment. Next is to adopt the international norms of ISO, IMO, and ISO. And lastly, engage stakeholders to create forums that unite the policy group.
Now, recommendations for revising SORAs and the 2010 FTP code. To enhance the safety and broader application of fiber reinforced plastics in maritime vessels, while fostering innovation and supporting local industries, revisions to SOLAS and 2010 FTP code are mandatory. Prescriptive use of FRP. Extend guidelines for using FRP beyond alternative designs, and the proposed amendment is to establish explicit prescriptive standard for FRP in smaller vessels and non-critical areas of ships.
So here are the key amendments for FRP integration in developing nations. First will be fire test procedures. The 2010 FTP code should be modified to include time testing for regional FRP production. Second would be capacity building. Establish prospective FRP standard for smaller vessels to reduce design dependency. Third would be local material. Allow region-specific approval of local resins and fibers meeting
certification and training. Mandate certification for FRPRs and regular training inspectors and craftsmen. End of life. Integrate guidelines for recyclability and disposability of FRP materials. Capacity and systems. Address deficiencies and trend surveys and require IMU-led technical support.
Thank you for your attention. We would like, if you have any question, you can ask us.
Thank you, and you can unshare your presentation. And I see E5 has raised its. E5, how come you have raised your hand?
Yes, sir. Hello.
Okay. A5, you can take the floor. Go ahead, A5.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So, as you mentioned,
Please turn on your camera.
So as it was mentioned in your presentation that your country code is a developing nation. So how your country is a developing nation. So how will you provide this monetary leverage to manufacture infrastructure and gain similar funds? Because you are a developing nation. So how would you take that initiative?
I think that goes beyond your mandate to ask such a question. It is up to the sovereign state to decide how they want to put up funds. I don't think you should be asking such a question.
Okay, sir.
I won't allow that. Okay. Please respect every member state for their own capabilities. Okay. B6, your hand is raised. Please raise your query. B6, go ahead.
So my question for team C6 is, considering current guidelines for under SOLAS Chapter 2, Part 2, 17 for fire safety in ship structures, how do you quantify for passive fire protection system compared to trencher systems spread on FRP composite external surfaces?
Okay,
C6,
I
would
would
you
like
like
to
to
answer that.
respond? Go ahead.
Yes. The IMO recognizing the challenges of fire safety in coated ship structures, right? Definitely, this is a cause of concern. As you mentioned, under the SOLAS guidelines, passive fire protection retardant coatings are used to delay the ignition and spread of fire of a fire surface. Trencher systems actively apply large volumes of water spray. They cooler suppress the flame. While trencher systems are highly effective in reducing the ignition point, heat flux, and the fire, they still require a lot of water resources. Therefore, my answer to this is to use intermittent coatings, as you might have heard of it, that swell upon heating to provide an additional thermal barrier. I hope this gets your attention.
Thank you for the clarification. E5, the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. So my question was, how do you address the
Kindly, yes, please go ahead now.
how do you address for the shear stress that is occurring for the hybrid structure of steel and FRP when it has like a it is undergoing slamming forces, high slamming forces?
Yeah, so
Thank you
hybrid
for your question.
methods combined.
Sorry, who is responding? Okay, you want to respond to that, C6? Then go ahead now.
Yes, sir. So yeah, we would like to answer that. So hybrid joints combining FRP panels with steel structure in ship hull definitely do encounter complex stress distribution due to complex design. And also the interlaminar shear stresses within the FRP layers near bonded surface are critical for joint integrity. Advanced technique of finite element analysis with cohesive zones can be used to predict interlaminar stresses. Lastly, optimic joint geometry can be used. These methods ensure joint sustain operational loads with premature failure. I hope this answers your detection.
Yes, thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you very much. I see no further cards on the floor. I am just going to take 1 minute to tell you why I am sometimes blunt, abrupt on stopping you for getting into a one-to-one communication. You are just 14s out here. You start this crosstalk between yourselves. Imagine when you are in a room with about 150 member states and each member states having 3-4 delegations. All discussions at IMO take place through the chair. Not only it is to ensure that there is everybody is heard properly, it is also leading to regulations. You cannot afford to have crosstalks taking place. Therefore, that is the reason I try to inculcate this discipline in you people. This is, I repeatedly say, it is not you standing on a podium having a one-to-one discussion. You are in an IMO room where all of you are speaking to the chair. You are not talking to each other. Informal discussions outside the room, yes, but formal discussions all through the chair. That is what is to be followed. So I hope you people will appreciate. It's not only about getting you to learn the topics, it's also to learn about these procedures which you will face in life as you go forward. So now coming to the last team of the day, E5, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are ready.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Sir, is the presentation visible?
Good, go ahead.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ebi Martin. My name is Asim. So, our topic is guidelines for use of FRP within ship structure as an NGO. So, the first question is that can you see that? Okay. So, first is why FRP in ships. So, there are three main reasons. So, the first one is weight reduction. So, it significantly is lighter than traditional materials. So, it improves the vessel's efficiency and also fuel economy. And the second one is corrosion resistance. So, superior resistance to salt water and also the harsh marine conditions. It increases the vessel's lifespan. And the third one is design flexibility. So, enables complex shapes which steels cannot be used. So the key challenges while using FRP are the first one is fire safety concerns. So due to the combustibility and smoke toxicity, when it is burned and it is give off smoke, so according to SOLAS, it will be hard. The second one is, as I said, SOLAS 2 compliance. So currently, fire safety are mainly used, SOLAS is considered, and also in steel. So approval is very difficult. And the third one is end of life issues. So the FRP is very hard to recycle and dispose. So it will cause us environmental problems. So the key regulatory and environmental considerations are the solar subject. So we need to update FTP code based on the use of FRP. And second one is environmental trade-off. So it is mainly employing that balancing operational efficiency of FRP against its own recyclability challenges. And third one is it's cross committee work. So the three committees such as SDC, MEPC and SCC, which are basically the design and construction and environmental protection and also the safety equipment must be in a collaboration. And for current IMO guidelines, the use of FRP is limited in certain areas. So for non-load bearing areas, we can use it as in decorative panels, interior fittings, accommodations, etc. And for load bearing, the ships with vessels which are length is less than 24 meter can be used freely. Other than that, load bearing such as according to SOLAS, it is not applicable. So the proposed ideas for guidelines we propose is that first is a baseline ultrasonic testing scan. So we need initial scan at the construction itself with the permanent records maintained. And second is in-service UT checks. The continuous checks and also full scan in about 5 years, every 5 years. The third one is a recognized method and inspection. So we need to use approved UT techniques and also use skilled qualified personnel in every 5 years of full scan. And the fourth one is reporting and action. So we need to load defects and
repair as required and also recheck. So my friend Asif will explain current ultrasound testing further detail.
So our idea is to propose a continuous monitoring system that we can use to continuously monitor the FRP structure by using ultrasonic sensors with pairing with AI/ML models. So the key benefits are, as you know, the ultrasonic testing is a non-destructive testing, and we can do it in-service inspection already, and we can do it automatically without any skilled personnel, and the detection capability is high in this case for the defects. So the UT applications and benefits, when we use UT, we can detect the crack, the propagation of crack or any discontinuities early. So early detection is possible, and we can also find out the life cycle of the FRP structures which we are using. So and also we can use it to give conditional based maintenance for FRP structures. So the different types of defects that we are addressing against, in the FRP, which can occur in FRP, are delamination, matrix cracking, fiber breakage, fiber matrix rebounding, and environmental degradation, which we can find out using ultrasonic sensors. The test apparatus, we have taken it from a reference paper. You can see the CFRP sample and piezoelectric transducers used in the system, and we are having 3 artificial holes made through which we can sense the propagation of ultrasonic waves, and we are having graphs, and we are finding out the defects. So these are the 4 steps that we are using for the testing. Ultrasonic inspection model is created, then data is procured by using the probes, ultrasonic probes, and the signal data analysis. The data is analyzed by using different softwares, and the defect from the graphs are localized using 3D models. So our idea is to standardize the UT methods, recognize ultrasonic testing as a standard FRP evaluation method in maritime regulations, and develop FRP standards, creating specific inspection and testing standards tailored for marine FRP application, and performance-based design. We support innovative safety design approaches based on actual performance data. Uh, and sustainable practices, which encourages environmentally responsible FRP manufacturing and disposable methods. So, we can use these ultrasonic methods to find out the cracks, and using that we can increase the recyclability of the FRP structures, and also we can find out the manufacturing defects that can happen, and we can also be a part of being a manufacturer, we can have a role in manufacturing, reducing the defects by using data. These are the reference papers we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you going to present anything more, or are you going to unshare the presentation now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I see B6 wants. B6, the floor is yours.
So my question for team E5 is, how do you account for the attenuation when ultrasonic waves travel through the test material? And is this method really worth the expenses it costs?
Would you like to respond to that, E5?
Can you repeat the question once more? I didn't hear that.
B6, I am going to ask you to repeat the question once more, please.
So my question is, how do you account for the attenuation when ultrasonic waves travel through the test material? And is this matter really worth the expenses it costs?
It would also be nice, B6, if you could put your camera on. And E5, you can go ahead now.
Okay, the FRP are made up of different layers, right? And it is anisotropic and it's heterogeneous. So it can have high attenuation, and the scattering of waves are common. But we can use high like intensity waves such as lamp waves and different signal processing methods like wavelet transform, digital filtering, or even compensating algorithm to overcome that problem.
Thank you for the clarification. C6, the floor is yours.
I appreciate the testing part you provided in the PPT, but that arises me to a question that why the use
C6,
of
first, can you put on your camera? Yes, go ahead now.
I was saying I appreciate the testing part you provided in your PPT, but that arises me to a question that why the use of ultrasonic testing is not still prevalent or standardized in ships.
Uh, so the main reason is that IMO mainly focus now about the fire safety precautions, and even though ultrasonic testing was old, which is mainly tested in steel. So to testing and according to our research paper, the success of testing in FRP is very recent. So to implement this, IMO needs the global agreement, such as the agreement of all members of class societies. So we are hoping that these ideas we are providing must be implemented, and that's what I'm saying.
Thank you for the clarification. I see no further request for the floor. So then, judges, thank you very much. With this, we draw this session also to a close and we are done for the day. We'll be back tomorrow with MSc and MEPC. So over to you, MC, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. As we conclude today's sessions, it has been inspiring to witness the creativity and insightful presentation from all our participants. We sincerely thank the teams, their guides, and everyone involved in making this event a success. At this moment, we invite our chairs and esteemed judges to kindly share their observations and feedback on the day's proceedings.
I think as a chair, I will wait for later on. Let's do that tomorrow and let's get ready for tomorrow's session. Judges, of course, want to say anything, please, most welcome.
Yeah, thank you for the presentations by various teams. It has been quite a long session with so many fast presentations. But we could learn a lot of things from that, and we have also seen how you are presented and how your teamwork is happening and how you are answering to the questions raised by the other teams. It was all enjoyable to hear all that, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Mr. Ajay Chatterjee, sir.
Yes, I must congratulate all the teams. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Affirmative, sir.
Yeah, I must congratulate all the teams for an excellent performance. And while we have been judges, I can say for myself, I have learned a lot. In fact, it has encouraged me to research more of what is happening nowadays in this new sector. And you guys have really opened the chapter for me to further read and relearn. So being a judge has been also educative for me. So I congratulate once again. And it's very difficult to find who will be the winner. They're all so close. So of course, every competition has a winner, but don't feel bad if you are not the winner. You have done very well, at least from my side, I can say that. Thank you very much.
Rai, sir.
No, I share the same views as our other judges. My compliments to all the participants. And as I've been telling for the years now, we also come to know many new things happening and we also learn because this is very encouraging, not only for the participants, for us also to keep listening. Those sessions have been little too long and sometimes I feel that I should quit, but then I continue because they are really very informative and educative. So my thanks to IMU organizers as well and to you all, and we see you tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. So over to the MC, please. We can conclude the session.
Yes, sir. We extend our heartfelt thanks to our chairs and esteemed judges for their invaluable feedback and guidance. Their insight today have truly inspired our participants and added great value to the competition. With immense pride in the efforts and creativity showcased, we now officially conclude the I-ESKIMO 2025 IMO mock session competition. Thank you all for your participation, support, and enthusiasm. Wishing everyone continued success on their maritime journey. I Cadet Arindamo, ship number 8914,
I Cadet Tarishi Mandloi, ship number 9041, signing off for the day.
Good day, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ajay sir. Thank you, Surendra sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, then bye for the day.
Mr. Hare Ram, Hare,
Yes,
I think
sir.
I
Yes,
should
sir.
send the mark sheet directly to you.
Or maybe, sir, together, na all, sir, all one mark sheet normally last time they sent, sir. All together concluding one mark sheet.
So
Consolidated.
no, the SDC or okay, our group will send it together.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
So
sir.
I will send it to
Girish, sir.
Girish will
Yes,
compile
yes,
and send.
yes, sir. Yes.
Okay,
Right,
okay.
Girish? Okay
Yes.
with you, Girish?
It's okay, okay, sir. You can send them.
Thank you, Giri sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv sir. And thank you, cadets, Sui and all that.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you very much.
cadets, and the chairman. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Rajiv.
Thank you, Doshi sir.
Namaste, sir. Morning, my mic did not work. And then I
Yeah.
had to get it done, but it is now functional. Maybe tomorrow we will participate a little.
Yeah, we are missing your sound voice in the morning. I
Ah.
understood that something is wrong. Yeah.
And there was some other AGM where I had to make a lot of noise. So,
Right, right. Right, sir. Thank you
right,
very
sir.
much.
Kal
Thank you very
milte
much,
hain,
sir.
sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, tomorrow morning.
Namaskar.
Yes,
Morning,
sir.
sir.
Yeah, well done, young lady.
Thank you,
And
cadets.
yes,
Thank
young,
you. Thank you.
young cadets.
Bye-bye.
Well done.
Well done. Thank you, Hare Ramji. Thank you, Pandaji.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you,
Yes, sir.
doctor. All of you.
So we
Thank
can
you.
stop recording now. Tomorrow again we can start next.
Yeah, 9 o'clock. Yes, we'll start
Yes,
9 o'clock.
yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Rajiv sir. Bye-bye.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Tomorrow we will meet at around 8:45.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
you.